You are now entering a dangerous liberty zone where God-given natural rights are held sacred and exercised. This is your warning. Tyranny, fascism, and censorship will not be tolerated. Ideas will be exchanged freely. Rigorous debate and open discourse is encouraged. If you are weak and your beliefs are fragile, you should leave now. Prepare yourself. We are now live on the Dangerous Liberty Podcast.
Well, happy Wednesday, everybody. Nope, you don't need to check your glasses. I'm not Gary. Gary is out doing some other things right now, which we're going to talk about in a minute. But welcome to the show. I appreciate you guys. I'm going to say hey to everybody in the chat because I got to follow the same program. This is Gary's thing, right? Let's see who we got. X Samurai, good to see you in the chat. K Pasto, good to see you in the chat. I'm looking for the names that I recognize all the time, but we appreciate you guys being here. I'm thankful that Gary has let me come on the show, but it's not just me. So, Jen, if you could pull up everybody that's going to be involved in this show today. SKDouble Dub. Everybody knows SK. She's been on the channel here for the past few days as we're covering the preliminary trial for Tyler Robinson. And we are going to get to that, but I think it's important that we kind of do a little bit of a recap before we get into it. Well, actually, let me stop and say, if you don't know who I am, I'm Jared. I have the channel Continue Freedom on YouTube, and I've been on this channel a couple of times. So feel free to go over and shameless plug, follow my channel. SK, tell everybody where they can find you and who you are in case they don't know.
Yeah. SK, I basically have just moved in here now. I live here. This is my house now. No, I'm just kidding. But I also have an X account. It's SKDouble Dub 33 on X. And then we have the Patriot Source podcast. And on X, it's at PS Pod 25, and then on YouTube it is Patriot Source Network. I think Patriot Source Network, Patriot Source Podcast. I don't know. You can search for it. It comes up, I think.
Yeah, it's, and of which I'm a new subscriber, by the way. I didn't realize, and so I went over and started checking out your guys' content. It's really good stuff. Really good stuff. So if you're not subscribed, go follow Patriot Source Network over on YouTube. It's very, very good content. But if you want to know, guys, why Gary isn't here, Jen, I'm having to rely on Jen to help me out here because I don't have total control over this. So, Jen, if you could pull up my screen real quick. If you don't know or you're living under a rock, Jeremy Boring is having Gary, Mark Meckler, and Will Chamberlain on his show, 5 p.m. Eastern. And yes, if you were on this live stream, we're going to play it because who in the world wants to miss Gary over on Jeremy Boring's channel? That's going to be great. I'm excited about it. Very excited. So he's traveling right now, and he asked SK and I to take the reins. SK, let's. It's been an interesting couple of days. Admittedly, I know you were with Gary the full first day of the trial, right?
I haven't been on the full day, any of the days. It feels like I have because I've been there from in the afternoon, like around lunch break time, through to the end of the day. But I would like to add, just for the record here real quick, that obscure podcaster going on some other super obscure podcast, that all went down while this like worldwide famous content creator was on this obscure podcast. So I'm pretty sure I'm responsible for all of this, Gary being over there. I mean, it is what it is. I think we should just all acknowledge that.
Well, it's well-deserved. And a lot of people don't, I don't want to like juice it up too much here, but it does take a lot of work to put on a podcast. People think that it's just all simple, sit down and that's it. And you just talk about some things and then go off. There's research, there's time, there's effort, there's all these things that get put into it. And I know we know Gary's been doing the legwork for a long time, and younger, I say younger, he and I are the same age, but newer creators like myself, we really, we start to have a better understanding of what it takes to grow a channel. And he's absolutely.
You guys, it is hard. It is a lot of work, and you have to be doing this for the right reasons in order to get anywhere, because it is a lot of work and no money. It costs a lot more money than you make. But it is worth it if you care about this country and you care about the truth and you care about making sure that the Constitution is protected. That's the only reason I do this.
That's true. And not just that, but especially this type of content, when you are taking a position that is in opposition to what the algorithm is pushing, it's an even steeper uphill climb So, but look, we care about truth. We care about delivering honest, in some cases our opinions, but honest information, uh, unbiased information to the people. And that's, it's the price you pay, because there's some people out here, the grifters and all the people that are pushing stuff that's popular because it's popular. And there's not really a right or wrong behind it. I think there's a lot of dollar signs behind it. But anyway.
Yes. And I will just say really quick, Gary deserves all of the success and recognition and everything that I hope is coming to him, because he has worked his behind off, bringing the truth to everyone. He's a humble guy. He deserves every bit of this. And I see people in the comments that are just coming in saying, where's Gary? You guys, Gary is going to be on Jeremy Boring's podcast with Will Chamberlain and what's the other?
Mark Meckler.
There we go. And we're going to stream it on here today too. We're going to stream the preliminary hearing, and then we're going to move on to that. But I do think we should recap and see what all went on yesterday, because even though I was here, I miss a lot of stuff.
Yeah.
Because you in the chat keep me distracted.
The chat is, look, this is why I love live streaming. On my channel, I do almost exclusively live streams. First off, I edit video. And Jen, you can go ahead and pull up my screen. First off, I edit video for a living. So that's actually what I do, edit videos and photos and all that sort of stuff. And I don't want to sit down and have to edit. But the most important thing is the chat. Like, you're interacting with people out here, some who don't like you, some who do. You're getting a plethora of opinions, and I love it. So, all right, let's do a recap here. We'll start with witnesses and who has appeared. Now, you can correct me if I'm wrong, SK, anywhere along the way. But the former UVU police officer, so Christopher Bagley, has appeared. The SBI, so it's Utah State Bureau of Investigation. But I'll just say the SBI. So SBI investigator David Hull, the state forensic investigator Jennifer Falmina. I'm going to mispronounce that name. And then
I can't help you.
Faumuina. So you guys tell me how that works in your vernacular. But FBI DNA analyst Amanda Baker, or Backer. I think it's Baker, because I remember when she was. Here's what I did, by the way. I listened to part of day one, and then we got into day two, and I caught the tail end of Gary's stream yesterday. And then he said, "Hey, can you guest host tomorrow?" And I said, and I went back and watched from the beginning the whole thing.
Oh my gosh, you did way more than I did, and I was here.
The entire thing, and I had to watch it at 1.5 speed, but I'm now a DNA expert. So hopefully,
right?
Hopefully today doesn't turn into more of that. That was a fiasco. I could sense your frustration, by the way. Yesterday.
You guys, I am so ADD. I live in the comments, so I've been here this whole time, and I don't exactly know everything that's been taking place in court. It's okay, though. It's okay. It's okay.
It is. Well,
we'll make it.
So I would say some of the important revelations. Well, before I get to that, let's say who has yet to appear. And I don't know if it's happening today or not, but Lance Twiggs via recorded statement. So that's something that we could see today. There were numerous requests as I was going back through the court documents. Andrea Burkhart, I know she's been on this channel, and she has a whole library of court documents that, people can go through, and she's got that open to the public. So that's been great. And I went back and was kind of refreshing my memory, because truthfully, I after the first dozen lies from Candace Owens and her crowd, I kind of started saying, all right, if I'm going to get this data, I'm going to go to the people that have studied this to the nth degree, which I have not, at least not in the past couple of months. So I went back through, and there were numerous requests. This is kind of a refresher for everybody, to try and have Lance Twiggs show up in person. That did not happen. And the whole reason, my understanding of this is because if Lance Twiggs is there, then they can poke holes in the credibility, in the immunity agreement and all the things that have gone on for Lance Twiggs. Is that how you understand it, SK?
Well, and I want to point out, it's limited immunity. People are like, they're giving him immunity. The candy cult is going with the fact that, oh, his DNA is on these things too. So how do we know he's not the shooter? How do we know it wasn't him? So it is limited immunity, because if anything comes out, that he knew about things, or, anything new, it is limited to certain
Okay.
things. It is not blanket immunity.
Right. So all that to say that this is going to be done via a recording from Lance Twiggs. That could come out today. There's a couple of other names. So Agent Bricker, or is it Bricker or Mortensen from the SBI, Agent Davis from the SBI. These are some additional names. And I think there were some, weren't there some that had been sent out? Jen, I don't know if you sent it, or SK, if you sent it in our chat, in our text thread, that were some additional names. Let me pull those up real quick here. Okay, so Dr. Brian Edelman is one. So this is a defense expert notified by filing. And there were several of these. If you go to the records, some of the filings are public, some of them are not available.
Andrea Burkhart on X and on Substack. Andrea Burkhart's Substack has all of the publicly available documents, as far as I know.
Yeah. And so Dr. Brian Edelman is a defense expert notified by filing. His testimony was expected to cover survey methodology, pretrial publicity, social media exposure, and jury pool prejudice issues. So we could be hearing from Dr. Edelman. Let's see. Who was the other one? Somebody listed as Dr. Ruva. There's a couple. Dr. Gray, I think, is the one that I just brought up. No, maybe I didn't mention Dr. Gray. So Dr. Gray, C. Ballard, and I think those were the only ones. So there's still some, I guess, some question marks for me as to who could potentially appear. But, we shall see. We shall see. I think some additional things, and this was where I would like to ask Gil. So I don't know if Gil is on the chat, maybe, but is it normal in a pretrial or a preliminary hearing? Is it standard for there to be cross-examination or to recall somebody later on? I don't know if that would be the case or not. Hopefully,
I am not an attorney. I follow legal things very closely and read lots of legal documents, and I watched lots of court TV. I mean, so I'm basically an expert, but I can't answer that question because each state is different. But I do feel like they got into great detail yesterday that they wouldn't usually get into in a probable cause hearing or a preliminary hearing. And I know in Utah, there isn't a pleading. The defendant doesn't plead until the end of the preliminary hearing. So we won't even get whether he's pleading guilty or not guilty until the end of the preliminary.
Right. But I think we can deduce that there have been a lot of things revealed to us that those of us that didn't jump on the conspiracy bandwagon, the full-blown conspiracy bandwagon early on, that things that have been revealed that are driving some of the Candace folks absolutely nuts. The video footage of Tyler Robinson is one of those. That's a big one. The hobbling limp. In fact, I think I've got I might have a video of it. Yeah, let me see if I can pull this one up here. So this was some of the footage, and again, if you've been watching this stuff, you've been following it closely. I don't need volume. If you've been following it closely, you've already seen this. But if not, if you're just tuning in to see what's going on, the walking with the stiff leg up the stairs, the fact that he was there 4 times, is that correct? I believe 4 times.
I think it was 4. There were multiple times before and after.
Yeah. So all the stuff that they said didn't exist does exist, and it's making its way out now. And I think this is it's an important point for all of us that, look, I've been saying it since day one, and that is they can't spill everything out into the public, because spilling everything out into the public could potentially jeopardize the case. Like, this is seeking a conviction. It's not trying to, pacify a bunch of people who are wanting their just random conspiracies that they've thrown out there to be validated or denied. And I think the fact that this stuff is starting to make its way into the public sphere, it's causing a bit of chaos over on, let's say, the other
Oh
side.
my goodness. The chaos is actually kind of entertaining. I already have my popcorn popping. I've already been eating it because Candace is having an actual meltdown. Did you see? I don't know if you saw, I sent a screenshot. She admitted it was a shooting. I don't even think she realized it.
Yes, I actually, let me see. I think I've pulled that one up. Let me pull that up here. Sorry, my screen is cluttered, guys. I'm doing a full-blown screen share here, so
While you guys are talking about that and pulling that up,
Yeah.
in Utah, the opposing party generally can cross-examine witnesses after the side who called the witness finishes direct examination. The basic rule in Utah of evidence 611 cross-examination is usually limited to what is covered on direct examination plus issues affecting the witness's credibility, but the judge can allow broader questioning. In a criminal preliminary hearing, Utah's Rule 7B specifically says that the defendant may cross-examine adverse witnesses. So just an FYI, yes, the opposing party can cross.
Hey, Jen, can you send the guest link to Whole Truth?
Sure.
Oh, yeah, good. Yeah.
That
Sorry,
would be great. Then we can have like somebody who actually knows what they're talking about.
Exactly.
But look at this, you guys. Candace tweeted this. She's been going at Ben Shapiro and Jeremy Boring. She's actually going to lose it when Gary shows up tonight. But she put, here's another question, guys. It took a while for the video of Charlie being shot to go viral. I thought she's been maintaining all day yesterday, the day before. I thought she's really been standing 10 toes down on this exploding microphone, and now she's talking about the video of Charlie being shot. What is that about?
It's what, you know, that they say that lies, this is why it's, you know, when law enforcement are questioning people, they keep asking the same questions over and over again because nobody can maintain a lie for that long. And you start crisscrossing where you actually stand on things. And that's a misstep, I would say, on her part.
I mean, I think it gets to a point where it's hard to keep your lies straight. This is why the truth is always better, and it is never the wrong choice to do the right thing.
Yeah, that's it. That's it. That's it. The lies are lies. You can't hold them together. And yeah, she does, or she is. And maybe this is a way of, I'm just making an assumption here, but a way to soft pedal back into, you know, a shooting as opposed to not the microphone thing. So the verbiage will continue to change slowly. It will get injected in it. But look, it's like the French Foreign Legion, and it's like the Egyptian planes, and it's like all the other wild things that she has said. She just goes back to something else and it gets left in the dust. And there's never a correction. There's never a revision. And people, the people that are, you know, just parroting her talking points, they do the same thing. It's like, yeah, we just left that that's in the dust now.
We're just going to pretend that doesn't exist. But the people trying to find truth and bringing, you know, facts from court documents and evidence and exhibits and things like that, they're constantly, where is your proof of this? Or they're accusing people of things and then wanting the people they're accusing to prove their innocence. That's not how this works. That's not how any of this works.
Yeah. Here's thing. Now prove thing wrong. Well, that thing was just of your own, like you generated that out of thin air. So and that's the crafty thing about all this is people chase their tails. People actually seeking the truth have to chase their tails to put out fires that it's like an arsonist who's walking through the woods just flicking matches. And the person that's behind him, who's the truth seeker, is going around with a fire extinguisher and having to put them out. Meanwhile, they're just running through the woods, just flicking them all over the place, trying to start a blaze. And that's what I feel like this has been for, well, how long's it been now?
Well, it was September 10th, and she
Yeah.
started right after that. But the crazy thing is, you guys, and I don't know how many of you in here know this, but my username on X is SKDouble Dub 33, and apparently 33 has something to do with Masons or some satanic something. I don't know. but I've been accused of some wild stuff because there's a 33 in my username. But also, I'm some mastermind apparently, because I'm the one that found some of the Ermia Finian, the leader of Armed Queers, and some of the connections to Utah Global Diplomacy and the State Department and the UN and the Sustainable Development Goals. A lot of different connections, because my angle coming at this when I was looking into things was, how does a kid like Tyler Robinson get radicalized to the point of doing something so crazy, coming from a seemingly normal family? You know, they were a conservative family. He was a seemingly normal kid. How does he get sucked into this furry culture and trans culture and get to the point where he's so radicalized he wants to take the life of a husband, father, you know, pillar of our country and of his community for trans activism? And all of this information was handed directly to Candace, and she kind of would get close to the truth in the very beginning, and then she would like immediately exit the highway at "it's the Jews." And I, from the very beginning, was like, this is absolutely nuts. There is an agenda here, and it is clear. And I think if you guys will go look at Data Republicans thread, we talked about it yesterday, but if you go look at that, you can see in real time the way that Candace Owens has been priming people to accept political violence and to even ultimately cheer it on. It is diabolical. It is evil.
Yeah. Yeah, it's true.
Hey, SK, I sent the link to you in private chat as well as on XDM for Whole Truth.
Oh, okay. I don't know how to get it to him. Is he in here? Can you send it? Maybe Obscure Moderator has a way to get it. I don't know if we follow each other.
Okay.
Yeah, is he super chatted? And by the way, I'll have to, let's see, I don't think I can bring up a super chat, but yeah, if one of the mods could pop in there and maybe see if you can find his super chat, and if you can go back to his channel and maybe find his contact info or send him a message, that would be stupendous. I'm going to go ahead and start playing some of this. Y'all ready?
Oh, we're live. Yep.
Oop.
Chad Brumander, Ryan McBride, Lauren Hunt, David Sturgill of the state, County Attorney Jeff Gray, and Chris Ballard are also present.
Good afternoon.
Kathy Nestor, Richard Novak, Michael Burt, and Stacy Visser for Mr. Robinson, who's present in the courtroom, Your Honor.
Good afternoon. Mr. Robinson, good afternoon. And also for the record, the court recognizes the presence of the victim representative, Ms. Erica Kirk. Good afternoon. First, with respect to courtroom protocol, to maintain security and decorum, any individual who exits the courtroom during the proceedings will not be permitted to re-enter until the recess. All counsel are expected to take reasonable measures to safeguard confidential communication. Such measures may include the use of screen protections on electronic devices and care to avoid inadvertent capture of privileged or private discussions by recording equipment or by those present in the courtroom. And as you note, the microphones on your tables are turned off, so please come to the lectern when you're addressing the court. Second, the court will address the camera and still photographer, camera operator and still photographer. And if you both could come forward, please, to the lectern. All right, could you both state your names?
John Wilson, KSL Television.
Tess Crowley, Deseret News.
Good afternoon. Could you state your roles for today's hearing?
Video recording and streaming of the proceedings.
I'm the pool still photographer.
All right. And have you both reviewed the court's standing decorum order?
Yes.
Do you understand the requirements set forth in that order as they apply to your activities today?
Yes.
Do you require additional time to review the order or to adjust equipment to ensure compliance?
No.
Do you anticipate any difficulties complying with the
so I'm
order?
going to speed this up.
Thank you both for your cooperation.
Hi, everyone.
To begin this afternoon, the court wishes to acknowledge the importance of safety, dignity, and well-being of all those who are present or who may be present during these proceedings, including the parties, counsel, witnesses, court staff, and members of the public. The court is also mindful of its solemn obligation to protect and uphold the constitutional rights of both Mr. Robinson and Ms. Kirk. In furtherance of those important interests, all persons attending these proceedings are reminded that portable electronic devices are not permitted in the courtroom or on the fourth floor. Cell phones are not permitted in the courtroom unless.
Okay, well, he's talking to, I guess this is all preliminary stuff here. We got Gil on. Gil, good to see
Hi.
you.
It's good to see you guys. Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. Real quick, we were talking about what we could potentially see today. In fact, I'll pause this. What we could potentially see today. Do we think, is it common on, like, we're on day 3 of something like this, that people who have already been called to the stand could be called back by either the how would that work, or would that be a thing?
It's possible. I wouldn't say it's common. I mean, you maybe see it here and there, but it's not the usual, certainly. I don't know. It depends. Sometimes the witness is excused. If the judge says the witness is excused, usually that means that they're not going to be called back. But if one side or the other says that they might want to call them back, they say, "Can you please order the witness to remain on call?" So I don't think I've heard that yet. So I would doubt that the witnesses are going to be called back.
Okay. So basically what we've seen is probably what we're going to see all the way through, barring anybody who hasn't been called yet.
Yeah. That's my educated guess.
Okay.
The court also expects that every person in attendance will be treated with the dignity and respect to which they are entitled to. Consistent with the court's standing decorum order, all spectators shall remain quiet, civil, and orderly at all times. Spectators shall not engage in conduct that is distracting, disruptive, provocative, disrespectful, uncivil, or threatening in any manner. Spectators shall not make audible comments of any kind, shall not shake or nod their heads, and shall not make gestures or other visible reactions during the hearing.
Okay. What else? What are you kind of expecting today, Gil? While he's going through, I think this is just the preliminary warnings and all that stuff, decorum and all and such.
Are we live? Is this live?
Yeah.
Caught
Well,
up?
we're not quite caught up yet.
So I've been trying to keep track of everything that's been going on. I've been also tending to my kids, one of whom has been sick. So I missed a bunch of things here and there. I don't know what's left on the list. This has already been going on a lot longer than most prelims. So I don't know to expect much more. I think Lance Twiggs is one of the remaining. He has a recorded video statement. But yeah, I don't have the list in front of me of who's left.
Yeah, there's like 4 or 5 other people I think that have still yet to be called, but the big one is Lance Twiggs and the video testimony, I guess, that's supposed to be played.
Yeah, I mean, most of these prelims that I've been to, it's pretty much just the victim, if they're alive, and the investigating officer. That's usually sufficient for probable cause. So they're definitely getting down into the weeds. And if I may just make one statement, I put out a little short video yesterday. I want to kind of clear the air. I love skewering all the conspiracy nonsense by Candace and all of her followers. I think they're nonsense. Don't make any sense. No foundation whatsoever. However, I do want to emphasize that I support the defendant's presumption of innocence, at least in the courtroom. And I really hope that the defense, part of the job of the defense is to make the prosecution and law enforcement do their job right and make sure that no corners were cut or anything like that. So I support the defense objecting what seems like unnecessarily at times. They're doing their job. So I just want to make that clear.
Yeah. And then I'll shut up after this because I've already interrupted and we're only a few minutes into it. But the fact that this is going a bit longer because of the gravity of the case seems to me to be a good thing. I'm not as painful as it was yesterday to go through all that DNA stuff. If it is all laid out there, we only benefit because then post case and decision, there's no gray area. There's nothing to squabble over. That's the way I read it.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Your Honor. We anticipate presenting evidence through Agent Brian Davis this afternoon. Sergeant Jennifer Falmina is also present in the courthouse and prepared to testify if we get to her today as well. Following her testimony, which we believe will carry into tomorrow, if we do get to her today, that will close the presentation of the evidence on the part of the state.
Thank you, Mr. Grunander. For defense.
Good afternoon, Your Honor.
Good afternoon.
Michael Bird for Mr. Robinson. Judge, we have two remaining witnesses, Miss Oliver from the ATF and Miss Carner, also from the ATF.
All right, and to both parties, thank you. I appreciate that. Do both parties anticipate any issues concluding their case? Obviously, there's variables, cross-examination, and kind of the fog of war that happens in court proceedings, but any party anticipate issues concluding at or before Friday at 5 p.m.?
Not from the state, Judge. Just want to highlight one issue for the court because it may be that the court wants to do some time management. The state is going to proffer a video 1102, a video recorded 1102. We have provided the state, I want to say about a day and a half ago, with proposed redactions because we believe that portions of it are not admissible even in a preliminary hearing. And the way we did that is we provided a transcript and then a redacted version of the transcript of the entire video recorded interview. It may be that the court wants to look at the proposed redactions not while court is in session, but during some other period of time, because the transcript of the video, which we prepared and we provided to the state so the state could raise any concerns about the accuracy of the transcript, that's not an issue. The admissibility of portions of the video or the issue is about 20 pages, maybe 22 pages. So to use court time for the court to look at the proposed redactions may be an inefficient use of the time. I'm not saying when the court should do it. I'm just saying we may not want to do it between 9 and noon and 1 and 5 tomorrow or Friday. But it's going to come up today. And so the question will be, when does the court want to engage in the process of reviewing a 22-page transcript that has proposed redactions? That's all.
I appreciate the heads up. Mr. Gernander, do you wish to be heard?
Yes, Judge. Your Honor, the state has received the proposed redactions, and we are prepared to address them when that time comes. However, we do intend on presenting testimony through Mr. Davis, through Agent Davis, and when we get to that point, when it's ripe for discussion, we can address the matter with the court. That would be our preference.
All right. Well, I'll address it as it comes. And to the defense, with the remaining time, do you feel confident that it is sufficient to accomplish your duty?
We do, Your Honor.
Thank you. All right. Does either party require the benefit of the record before we begin? To the state.
Ryan McBride for the state, Your Honor. Just to address an issue that's come up and we expect to come up as we enter the second half of this preliminary hearing regarding the admission of exhibits. Under Rule 104A, the court must decide preliminary questions about whether the witness is qualified or a privilege exists or evidence is admissible. In so deciding, the court is not bound by the rules of evidence, except those on privilege. And I'm bringing this up again because it's likely to come up and it is going to affect the procedures we use as we go forward. The court holds two roles really at this stage. One is a gatekeeper role on admissibility, and the second is the fact finder role as the magistrate. And I know you've referred to those two roles earlier in this proceeding. And the court, Rule 104A means the court can consider evidence even though its admissibility has not yet been determined in its gatekeeper role. And then after it has been admitted, it can determine the admissible qualities of that evidence or that exhibit. And that is especially relevant at a preliminary hearing where foundational evidence is reliable hearsay under 1102B3. Even at trial, State v. Griffin, which is a 2016 UT 33 Utah Supreme Court case, the court has held that rules of evidence do not apply to evidence used to establish foundation for admission of other evidence. It's a quote from paragraph 33. So the point is, foundational rulings on admissibility can consider evidence that is not in and of itself admissible. That's proper. The second point is the courts of appeals recognize a presumption that the court considers, when acting in its fact-finding role, only the admissible evidence and disregards any inadmissible evidence. Most commonly, that comes up in a bench trial type case where prior bad acts evidence is admitted and it can have dual inferences. State v. Adams was one of those cases. That's 2011 UT App 163. And what it means is we know that a fact finder is not tainted by the judge's role as a gatekeeper, even though the judge as a gatekeeper considers potentially inadmissible evidence. It also means that the court doesn't have to distinguish which hat it's wearing as we go through the proceeding. In this circumstance, this hearing is taking place outside the presence of the jury. The state has laid and intends to lay and continue to lay foundation in open court. Such foundation sometimes will include discussion of the actual exhibits rather than just proffers, as well as foundation for the exhibits. Now, I don't think that there's any issue between us and the defense in understanding that kind of statement of the law. I think the issue that has come up is under Rule 104B, determinations of admissibility take place outside the presence of the jury. The defense appears to be assuming the jury to be basically the potential jury pool and trying to avoid the potential taint to a jury pool that discussion of evidence, which may or may not be admissible, may cause. I think that's a fair point. I just want to put the court on notice of our view and how we have and intend to proceed as we move forward. Under 104B, that determination takes place outside of the presence of the jury. Under the rules, there's a presumption that these hearings and this hearing is open to the public, including admissibility hearings. Because of that, we intend to move forward and move the admission of evidence and argue the admission of evidence as in open court. Should the court close the hearing, of course, that would change. But that's because that's the presumption in the law, and that's conforms with 104B. That's our intention, unless the court or counsel moves to close the hearing. So in summary, the court can and often should consider evidence and review the exhibits before admission. 2, the court is not tainted by doing so and can distinguish between admissible evidence and improper evidence. And there's no need for the court to identify which hat it's wearing. And 3, absent closure, we'll move forward with our evidence in open court.
All right. Well, I'll hear from defense if you want to be heard on that issue. I see you in. Okay.
Briefly, Your Honor, I'm sorry, I have 2 microphones. I'm just trying to be technologically savvy. I think the 104 issue, I agree completely with Mr. McBride on what he's saying. Because of the Supreme Court's ruling in Archuleta concerning the availability to the public of exhibits from a preliminary hearing, which of course is a fact-specific inquiry by this court, we will continue to raise concerns about our client's right to a fair trial when we think it's appropriate, and the court will make the rulings it makes. That's all I want to say.
All right. All right, to both parties, the standing request remains when you are moving a piece of evidence into to the record, I ask 3 steps: admissibility, to admit it, to be published in the courtroom, and then to be published on that screen. And I'm going to have the screen adjusted slightly because if it's published, I want it to be meaningfully able to be viewed. And I noticed somebody sent me a screenshot that angle creates an interesting angle that kind of distorts it. So in the interest of, if we're going to be transparent, it should be viewable transparent. So we'll adjust that screen briefly, but please address those 3 issues. And I understand one side or the other may say, well, we agree or we don't agree, period. But please, I'm trying to make sure that the record before us is a clean and clear record. So if you would do that, the court would appreciate that. All right. Anything further?
No, Your Honor.
All right. The court acknowledges that the exclusionary rule is in effect. At this time, any witness who is subject to exclusion should be excused from the courtroom. I will leave it to the parties to monitor the courtroom to ensure that compliance is adhered to. With that, turning to the state, you may call your next witness. Yes, I mean, I want the press to be able to see it too, but when there's a bit of a distortion when it's at that particular angle. So while the parties are moving forward, go ahead and adjust it. And let's put a sample image of something that has nothing to do with this case on the screen.
Judge, that's another issue. I don't know that it is projecting yet. And I don't know if we need to take a break to make sure that's working.
Is it not projecting on the monitors? Okay. Technology is challenging us again. Well, what's our thought, staff, on projecting? Is this something that's not going to be cured by turning off and turning on, I'm assuming? All right, if you all of you, council table, again, I'm trying to do this to get this out of the way so we can move forward cleanly. If you wouldn't mind turning off your monitor and then turning it back on.
All right.
And if I could borrow somebody to do that to the witness monitor as well, so we all get them in sync. Thank you, sir. I appreciate that. And for the lectrum as well, let's just see if we can get that up because that could cause a delay. I just want to knock this out first.
Okay, while they're dealing with technical difficulties, I think this is a good thing, by the way, because you know that this stuff people are using this. The internet's used it. If it's going to be available to the public, it's got to be clear and concise. Not that this is the most important thing he said so far, but I think I'm glad they're doing this because when I was looking at it yesterday, I was like, good gracious, can't understand what the heck I'm looking at.
Yeah, and right now what the prosecutor just went through was kind of the balancing act that the judge has to do in this case of ensuring that Tyler Robinson will get a fair trial, at the jury trial by not tainting any jury pool by, inadmissible evidence being published, with the right for the public to see what is going on in the courtroom. And so that was basically what the prosecution was arguing about, saying that the judge is allowed to look at inadmissible evidence in order to decide whether or not it's admissible. That's part of his job during the prelim. So it's a little bit of a balancing act you don't see in cases that are not such high profile.
Okay, so it's basically just that was my pea-sized brain trying to understand it. It's them saying we just have to be diligent in making the decision before we show it to the public to make sure it's not something that's going to taint the jury pool. Is that?
Yeah. Well, I mean, the defense is going to be arguing objections, on that basis that we shouldn't publish anything because if down the line it's deemed inadmissible, it's, the cat's out of the bag and the public might have already seen it, the jury pool. What the prosecution is arguing is that this, as a preliminary hearing judge, he's allowed to make rulings on the admissibility of evidence. And there is, a statute that says that this is open to the public. So you're going to be seeing both sides arguing one way or the other.
Okay. Well, that's good data. That's why you lawyers get paid the big bucks.
I wish.
Plug in so we can test, so we can check if it's receiving.
Oh, he's still trying.
Information from your laptop to allow us to project.
I thought they had hashed it out.
So another thing that we heard was that this is going to go on till Friday, and it's kind of surprising. I thought it was going to end today, but
Did you said till the 10th?
What year did you?
At the beginning.
1899.
What is that?
Oh,
that's
really?
somebody else's computer.
Is that a type of certification that you hold?
Yeah, it's a statewide certification.
Somebody have
the
a
any
window
peace
open?
officer in the state of Utah, local, state, county,
I'm muted.
peace or police officer.
Has that certification lapsed or been any gaps in that time since you received it in 1999?
Nope, it's been constant since then.
I want to talk about a bit about your training and experience within law enforcement. What roles?
Is it Jen?
Oh, must have been mine. Sorry about that, guys. Oh, too many windows open. All right. I think that was from yesterday. It might have been. All right, let's get back to it. Oh,
For prosecution.
We're working on it right now, Judge.
All right, and on the screen monitor here, it looks like something came up. All right, we'll just hope that the monitor for the witness works as well. All right, so we're ready to go. Just bring it in and go ahead. We'll get started. And how much time is needed for that? Well, let's go ahead and proceed. And then when we take a break, then we can do that. But for now, the media, if you can see that TV, if you have any problems, please let me know. And we're going to bring in that second TV. We just want to get the train on the track here. All right, Ms. Hunt.
Brian Davis.
Agent Davis, if you would like to come forward and be sworn in.
You do solemnly swear that the testimony you shall give in the case now pending before the court will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
All right, Agent, if you wouldn't mind having a seat. To your left is a water bottle. And after you're seated, you'll have to adjust that microphone, pull it down, and then pull it toward you to ensure that it is picking up your voice and we have a good record. All right, Ms. Hunt, your witness.
If you could please state your name and spell your last for the record.
Yeah, it's Brian Davis at DAVIS.
What is your occupation?
I'm an agent with the Utah State Bureau of Investigation.
How long have you been with, is it fair to call that SBI?
Correct, yes.
How long have you been with the SBI?
A total 18 years.
I want to briefly go over your experience as a law enforcement officer generally. Actually, are you a law enforcement officer in that capacity?
Yes, correct.
How long have you been a law enforcement officer?
A total of 27 years.
You mentioned you were with SBI for 18, is that right?
Correct, yep.
What other agencies were you with prior to SBI?
So Department of Public Safety, I've been a state trooper for 8 years, 18 years with SBI, and 1 year with the Utah Transit Authority Police.
We've heard talk from other officers about POST. What is POST?
That's Peace Officer Standards and Training.
Did you complete that?
I did.
What year did you complete that?
1999.
Is that a type of certification that you hold?
Yeah, it's a statewide certification. The any peace officer in the state of Utah, local, state, county, I'll go through to become a certified peace or police officer.
Has that certification lapsed or been any gaps in that time since you received it in 1999?
No, it's been constant since then.
I want to talk about a bit about your training experience within law enforcement. What roles have you had at SBI?
I began as a call enforcement team. We did covert and overt operations. I was assigned to an ATF PSN task force focusing on violent felons with guns and drugs. I was on a FBI task force, Safe Streets. It was a gang violent crime task force. I was on the U.S. Marshals Fugitive Apprehension Team task force. I've been on several different OICI protocol teams, Officer Involved Critical Incident teams around the state of Utah and within SBI. I've been on dozens of those scenes. And within major crimes of SBI, I've been, we've worked a variety of cases. I work anything from violent crime, homicides, sex crimes, drug crimes, firearm crimes, white collar crime, fraud. I was also on a task force with a FBI public corruptions task force as well.
Was that all on the job training, or did you receive specific training or conferences, things like that?
Yeah, throughout the years, various trainings, conferences for in all those capacities over the years.
You mentioned you've been a part of homicide investigations.
Yes.
Can you estimate how many?
My best guess would be 60 plus, where I've had some involvement. I also currently work on a cold case unit within SBI, so we consult with agencies around the state of Utah, and I've probably consulted on over 50 of those as well in various capacities and roles.
Have you received training specific to homicide investigations?
Yes, I have.
What types of things have you been trained on in that regard?
Just several different times, week-long course training conferences on homicide, from case studies to how to manage a case. Also, I've been on several trainings with like crime scene investigation. I'm a FARO certified. It's a 3D FARO scan of crime scenes.
What's a FARO scan? It's
a 3D laser imaging that's used pretty commonly on crime scenes. It just accurately documents crime scenes. And I've been on, I'm I've been certified as a forensic interview and the forensic interview technique with more child victims. So just various trainings like that.
You mentioned currently you're a part of the cold case team within SBI?
Correct.
Have you been assigned as part of the investigation into the homicide of Charlie Kirk?
Yes.
And what is your role? Do you have a specific role in that investigation?
Yes, I was assigned to be a case agent along with Agent Dave Hull.
What does it mean to be a case agent?
Essentially, you manage the case, responsible for it. Ultimately, you direct the case as you go along. You make assignments as needed. Ultimately, everything comes back to you, like in the form of reports, evidence, and such. And then ultimately, you screen that case if applicable to the appropriate county attorney or DA.
You mentioned that you are a co-case agent or were with Agent Hull. Is it typical to have two case agents on a case?
It can be especially on a large case. Yes.
Has this particular case been large?
Yes, it has.
Have other police agencies been involved in the investigation of this case?
Yes.
Who has been designated as the primary investigative agency?
The State Bureau of Investigation is the primary investigating agency.
I know there are probably several or dozens, but what other agencies have you been working with?
FBI, ATF as well, several local state agencies, UVU Police, Warren Police, Utah County Sheriff, Washington County Sheriff, St. George PD, most of all the agencies within Utah County and even others outside of the county. So we've worked with a lot of agencies with this case. It was a pretty large scale investigation.
You mentioned ATF. What does that stand for?
Alcohol, tobacco, firearms.
All right. I know a lot about so as a case agent, have you been in court during this preliminary hearing?
Yes.
You've heard prior testimony?
Yes.
We've talked a lot about the events of September 10th of 2025. I want to direct your attention to September 11th, 2025. Do you remember that day?
I do.
What happened on that day in relation to your investigation?
I spent the day at the command post with various assignments. That evening, it was about 8:30 p.m., I believe, of the 11th. I received a phone call from Sergeant Elsholz requesting that I travel to St. George.
Who is Sergeant Elsholz? What agency is Sergeant Elsholz with?
With SBI.
And he requested that you travel to St. George?
Correct.
What was the reason stated for that?
We received information that an individual was turning himself in or was going to turn himself in to police in regard to his involvement with the incident, the shooting on UVU campus.
And I'm sorry, what time did you get that information, that call?
About 8:30 p.m.
Did you travel down to St. George?
I did.
On what day?
Of September 11th.
Did anyone else go with you?
Yes, so we traveled to the Salt Lake City airport to a hangar there, and we were flown down on a fixed wing aircraft. It was Sergeant L. Scholes, was Agent Folger with FBI, Agent Anderson with FBI, Ryan McBride and myself, and the 2 pilots.
And who is Ryan McBride?
With the Utah County Attorney's Office.
What time did you arrive in St. George?
We landed probably about 11:30 p.m. at the St. George Airport.
And again, this would be the evening of September 11th, 2025?
That's correct.
Where did you go once you landed in St. George?
There we were transported via ground to the Washington County Sheriff's Department.
Did you coordinate at that time with any other law enforcement agencies down in Southern Utah?
Oh, we did.
You did?
We did, yeah.
What other agencies?
Well, with FBI as we were traveling, and then along with mainly the Washington County Sheriff's Department, we also have agents with an SBI assigned to the Southern Utah area. So working with them as well, just making plans and coordinating resources and manpower and personnel.
And you stated you went to the Washington County Sheriff's Office.
Yes.
What time did you arrive there?
Probably somewhere close to midnight, maybe just a little bit before midnight of the 11th.
What happened next?
So we met several other investigators, agents, detectives there, along with some other prosecutors. There were some federal prosecutors as well that were present. And from there, we began kind of making plans, determining how to handle the situation there.
You mentioned the reason you went down there was you had been told that an individual wanted to turn themselves in.
That's correct.
Did you observe that individual?
I did.
And where was that person at the time?
So when we arrived, we went into the room that we were in. It was one of their office, the cubicles there. On the wall, there was a television monitor where I viewed an individual on that screen that was sitting in one of the soft interview rooms. That room was equipped with audio, video recording device. And so I observed him on that screen at that time.
Were you aware, or did you become aware what time that individual arrived at Washington County Sheriff's Office?
I was told he arrived there about 9 p.m. that evening.
And was he with anybody else?
He had been, he'd come there with his parents and a family friend.
Did you speak with this individual that we've been talking about?
Yes, I did.
Did you get his name?
Yes, we obtained his name and date of birth.
What was his name?
Tyler Robinson.
Did he tell you that himself?
He did.
You mentioned other individuals came there with him. And then you also said that you had kind of coordinated with the team of law enforcement officers that were there. Were those other individuals spoken with by law enforcement?
They were.
Let's go through them. How did that happen? Who was spoken to first of the other individuals?
So Tyler's mother was interviewed by SBI agent Holgreen and FBI agent Cox. And then kind of simultaneously, his father was being interviewed by SBI agent Terry and FBI agent Smith. And also at that time, the family friend Mike Mitchell was interviewed by other agents as well.
And you said that these interviews were being conducted simultaneously?
Yes.
Were you part of the interview with either of Tyler's parents?
Yes. Yes, myself and Agent Folger. Did I misspeak earlier? Myself and Agent Folger interviewed the mother.
All right, let's make sure the record's clear on that. So Agent Folger, what agency is he with?
With FBI.
And yourself interviewed Tyler's mother?
Yes, that's correct.
I just want to make sure the record's clear. Who interviewed Tyler's father?
Yeah, I think I might have misspoke. It was Agent Holgreen, Agent Cox that met with his father.
And then who spoke with family friend Mike Mitchell?
Agent Terry, Agent Smith.
Down in St. George, Washington County Sheriff's Office, was Mr. Robinson detained at that time?
Yes, he was.
Was he formally arrested at that time?
Yeah, after all the interviews were completed, when we talked to everybody, he was formally arrested at that time.
And I'm going to come back to that in a second. Excuse me, where did the arrest take place?
At the Washington County Sheriff's Office.
I'm going to pause it here for just a second. I know we have to worry about the copyright thing. So I've got a little timer here. I'm going to go about every 10, 12 something minutes. I don't want Gary to get a copyright strike because of me.
I don't think that this is copyrighted. Isn't this in the public domain or no?
I'm not sure.
Oh, because it's broadcast by KSL maybe. So I don't want to give you bad legal advice. But
no,
better
lawyer.
safe than sorry.
YouTube
Well, I
has
mean, we
been
do have an actual attorney up here.
YouTube has been cracking down on us a lot. Like they've taken down 90 of our videos.
Yeah, no, but I mean, I don't think that this is proprietary, but better safe than sorry. So don't let me stop you.
And yesterday, I have PTSD from yesterday when I was going to look at that Civil War rifle and I picked it up. I didn't know the rules. I was like, oh, I'm sorry.
Gary got on your case for that one. He goes, hey.
He did. I was like, wait, me? What? What am I doing?
It actually scared me because I thought he was like,
did me
"No,
too."
I'm like, wait a minute.
What?
Don't show it. Don't show it. But
Yeah,
sorry, go ahead.
No, I was just going to say for those of you who don't know what we're talking about, you can have firearms in the background. You just cannot handle them on YouTube. Otherwise, we get our videos taken down again.
Yeah.
I had no idea. I felt so bad.
That's all good. But I mean, I was just going to say this guy is obviously confirming that something that I know I don't know how mainstream it is right now. SK, you might know better than me that no, he didn't actually turn himself in, or that it wasn't, you know what I'm saying? That people were trying to throw mud on whether or not his parents were there, that like all of that sort of stuff.
Yeah, and the time too. They've all been saying, "Oh, he was in custody on the 10th," and none of these people have looked at any of these documents at all. So this is all just proving everything they're saying wrong.
Yeah.
Yeah, I wonder if they're going to get some statements from the parents through the officer here, because it would normally be hearsay, but since this is a prelim, if it's considered reliable because the officer is relating them, we might hear that.
What about his parents? There have been reports that his parents have been in the courtroom. Does that mean that they are not testifying at all? Are you allowed to be in the courtroom during preliminary if you are a witness during the actual trial? How does that work?
No, I mean, usually they're excluded. So if they're actually in the courtroom, that would tend to mean that they're not going to be called as a witness. So
that's kind of what I thought, but I'm not. I haven't had 100% confirmation that they are there. Yesterday we were told that there were like 10 people there in support of Tyler Robinson. I'm not sure if that includes his parents or not. I can try to find that out.
Yeah, I would be surprised if they're actually in the courtroom right now. I would imagine that they could be potential witnesses, considering they were there when he surrendered. So, but never know.
Well, I'm going to answer a couple of questions that I saw in the chat. I'm trying to pay attention to both, but in the chat, somebody asked, and I'll just reiterate that Gary is going on Jeremy Boring's show live at 5 p.m. Eastern time. We'll play it on here. And the other thing was, someone mentioned whether or not Lance Twig's video was going to be played today. And based on what they said, I'm assuming they won't move outside the bounds of what they said they were bringing in front of the court today. That's not something that's on the docket for today. That was part of the initial, I guess, I don't know what you call it, when they said, these are the people that we're going to bring as witnesses today.
The witness list for the preliminary and the exhibit list.
Yeah. So they didn't announce the video being played. However, they did announce that, and this is if you guys are just now tuning in, the court, and Gil, I don't know if you saw this part of it, but they said that they're going to present a transcript of the video of Lance Twiggs for the court to consider whether or not they wanted any of that video testimony or any of that testimony to be redacted.
Yeah. Sorry, was there a question with that, or
no?
I heard that they were gonna they submitted a redacted version for the judge to compare, but yeah.
Yeah, I just didn't know why, if that would fall along the same lines as the admission of, or the showing of evidence that could later on be deemed inadmissible. Is that why they would pose redaction options for?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay.
You got it.
Okay. Yeah. All right. I think that is sufficient commentary for us to not get... Jen, are we good?
By the way, I'm riding your guys' coattails as much as I can, and I might be on Joshua Carr's podcast tonight. So,
oh, fantastic!
Thank you both.
Fantastic. Go follow Gil. Whole Truth. Is it Whole Truth or The Whole Truth?
What is it
I think
on X?
Whole Truth 1-2. I think Whole Truth was taken, so I added a 1-2 or something. But yeah,
on X.
Yeah, I think it's a Whole Truth on X also,
and on YouTube. So everybody go give Gil a follow.
Thank you both.
Great stuff. Yeah, no, great stuff.
Yeah,
Okay.
Jared, you're good with the commentary. And Gil, if you want to just send me your social media platforms, I'll make sure I go back and put it in all of the descriptions of the shows that you've been on.
Awesome. Thank you so much.
That's why Jen's the GOAT.
I'll figure it out. Thank you.
All right, let's keep rolling here.
And what date did that happen on?
Would have been September 12th. It was about 4 a.m., I believe, of September 12th.
All right, I want to show just on your screen, not for public yet, what's been marked for identification as State's Exhibit 15. Let me know when you're able to see that.
Okay, it's there.
Before I ask you about that, did you have an opportunity to, you stated that you observed Mr. Robinson at Washington County Sheriff's Office, is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
Your Honor, can I have a moment with Ms. Hunt? May I have a moment with Ms. Hunt?
You may.
That may happen a couple more times as we go through exhibits because of agreements and disagreements that we have.
Thank you for the heads up.
At Washington County Sheriff's Office, where you initially observed Mr. Robinson, you stated that he was in a room. Is that room equipped with video recording?
Yes, it is.
Is that standard practice for a facility like that to have video recording in such a room?
Yes, very, very common.
Have you reviewed that video?
I have.
And in your review of that video, does it fairly and accurately depict Mr. Robinson at that time?
It does.
You see on your screen what's been marked as State's Exhibit 15. Do you recognize that?
I do.
What is that?
That's the interview in which Mr. Robinson was seated and waiting.
State moves to admit Exhibit 15.
Ms. Hunt, and the other two steps, what's your request?
We would ask to admit it into evidence. We have, defense counsel and I have agreed upon, I guess, redaction of the video, and I would ask to publish it both to the courtroom and to the media.
Mr. Novak?
Silent, correct?
Yes.
Yes, Your Honor, Ms. Hunt is correct. The state had originally proposed a longer image with audio, and we've agreed to a shorter image without audio. And so
Exhibit 15 is the video at the sheriff's office.
Oh, okay. Inside the interrogation room, is that what it is?
I'm not sure. It just says video at WCSO on 9/11, 2025. So I don't know if it's him showing up or if it's him inside the room, but that's what they're referring to with Exhibit 15.
Okay, got it. And one other thing for the chat, I am playing this at 1.25 speed. I'm going to try to keep us relatively caught up. so that as we start getting closer to the live stream, we're going to be at the most up-to-date point. So if it's too fast, just let me know in the chat and I'll slow it back down.
I asked earlier and everyone put ones. I said put 1 if you're good with the speed and 2 if you want it slowed down. And there were lots of ones.
All right. Pure democracy.
Does the state wish to review this to make sure that what's queued up comports with what you believe? If not, we can move forward. I just want to allow all parties the opportunity to double check.
Let me just confer with my paralegal.
Oh, that's probably right.
Yeah, they're slow on muting those mics.
It has no audio, so we would like to admit and publish it at this time.
All right, State's Exhibit 15 is admitted pursuant to discussion and may be published in the courtroom and may be recorded or transmitted electronically.
And Your Honor, of course, this is subject to all of the objections which have been previously reserved in writing and reiterated over the last couple of days. I assume that we don't need to start over with that today.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I note the standing objection by defense as previously made, and that objection is overruled, and this exhibit is admitted.
And in this case, it wouldn't be the 1102 issues. It would be the electronic media coverage of the proceeding.
Thank you for that clarification, Mr. Novak. I appreciate that. All right, with that, to the media, can you view that screen okay? All right. All right, State's Exhibit 15 may be played.
And Agent Davis, who are we seeing here?
That's Tyler Robinson.
And although we are watching it on video, what is he wearing at this time?
He's working a dark colored baseball cap with that's like I believe it's like maybe the Hurley symbol on it, like a white symbol on front. It's a burgundy short sleeve shirt with no graphics. It's blue jeans and gray and white tennis shoes, I believe they're Converse style tennis shoes.
Thank you. Was Mr. Robinson, you stated that he was arrested in the early hours of September 12th, is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
Did he remain in Washington County Sheriff's Office or was he taken somewhere else?
No, he was transported from there to the Utah County Jail.
Prior to being transported to the Utah County Jail, was any, I guess, personal property taken from him, clothing, anything like that?
The only thing was, so prior to like our arriving to the St. George, to the Washington County Sheriff's Office, his cell phone was seized and taken from his person. But that was the only thing that was taken from at that time.
After he was transported to Utah County Jail, were any personal items taken from him?
Yes, they were.
And what were those?
After a search warrant was granted, his clothing was recovered, along with buccal swabs to collect his DNA and major case prints, which is fingerprints, palm prints, pretty much the entire hand. Those are all collected from him.
And sorry, you may have already stated when did he arrive in Utah County?
We arrived at the Utah County Jail about 7 a.m. on the 12th, September 12th, and he was formally booked in at about 8 a.m. of that morning, and then I was the booking officer.
What does it mean to be the booking officer?
I filled out the necessary paperwork essentially with the jail, which gives the individuals personal identification of the charges, the probable cause statement, and then it's signed and submitted to the system.
All right, I want to talk a bit about search warrants, some of the search warrants that were executed in this case. As part of the investigation, were search warrants obtained specifically for areas in southern Utah?
Yes, they were.
And obviously do not give me exact addresses, but generally for what locations?
It was the residence of Tyler Robinson and the residence of his parents.
Were those warrants executed?
They were.
By whom?
The residence of Tyler Robinson was a team led by Sergeant Famawina with SBI, along with the Utah State Crime Lab. And the residence of his parents was a team led by the FBI, their evidence response team.
Are you aware of what date or dates, if applicable, those warrants were executed?
Yeah, September 12th. I believe Tyler's residence, they started the search warrant about 8 o'clock in the morning. And then his parents' residence, they started about 4 p.m. Of September 12th.
So to be clear, you stated who was involved in executing those warrants. Were you physically present for the execution of either of those warrants?
No, I was not.
Are you aware of whether Mr. Robinson lived with anyone else at that residence at the time?
Yes.
Do you know who that was?
Lance Twiggs.
And we won't get too into it right now. We'll cover this with Sergeant Falmina, but did you receive information from officers involved in those execution of those warrants about what, if anything, had been found?
Yes, I did.
All right, turning to another area. As part of this investigation, you have previously mentioned that a family friend came in initially with the Robinsons. Who was that family friend?
His name was Mike Mitchell.
And who is he in relation to the Robinsons?
So he's a family friend, a good family friend.
And what was his involvement here?
So he helped facilitate working with Tyler and his parents with the sheriff's department for Tyler to turn himself in.
And I believe you mentioned previously that law enforcement conducted an interview with Mr. Mitchell.
They did.
Remind us when that interview occurred.
So that was the early morning hours of September 12th at the Washington County Sheriff's Department.
And I know you've already stated, but remind me who was present for that interview.
That one was Agent Terry and Agent Smith.
What agencies are they with?
Terry's with SBI and Smith is with FBI.
Are you aware if a second interaction or statement was collected from Mr. Mitchell?
Yes, it was.
When did that happen?
It was March 31st of this year.
Who was present at that time?
It was Ryan McBride, Chad Grunander, Kimberly Durfler, and Agent Chris Terry with SBI.
You mentioned Ryan McBride, Chad Grunander, and Kimberly Durfler. What office do they work for?
The Utah County Attorney's Office.
And you mentioned Agent Chris Terry.
Yes.
So you were not present for this collection of this statement?
No, I was not.
Have you communicated with Agent Chris Terry about how this happened?
Yes, I have.
How did this happen?
So all those individuals met with Mike Mitchell it was the St. George courthouse there. They met and discussed briefly, just kind of talk generally about the situation. From there, Mr. Mitchell was given a handwritten 1102 paper statement, and he left the room, went into a separate office by himself, was there for about an hour where he hand wrote a statement, filled the statement out. When that was complete, he came back into the room where the others were waiting and provided that 1102 statement to them.
We've heard quite a bit about 1102 statements. Sounds like there's an official form that is used. What's present on that form, if you know?
There's an admonition or warning given on those forms that states that the information you're giving is true and accurate to the best of your knowledge, that any false statement that is given or may be given would be punishable by a Class A misdemeanor.
Aside from that being written on the form, are you aware if this admonition was discussed with Mr. Mitchell?
It was.
Do you know by whom?
Yeah, Ryan McBride provided that admonition to him.
And you stated that Mr. Mitchell then went into a separate room for about an hour and wrote his statement down?
Correct.
Did anyone, including prosecutors or law enforcement, direct him what to say?
Foundation, objection. Personal knowledge.
Would you like to respond, Ms. Hunt?
I can lay a little more foundation.
All right, so I'll sustain the objection for now, and Ms. Hunt is moving forward with laying more foundation.
You discussed with Agent Chris Terry about how this statement was obtained?
Yes.
Did he mention anything to you about anyone directing Mr. Mitchell about what to say or what to include in the form?
No, I spoke to him personally and reviewed his report also.
I'm going to show you what's been marked for identification as States Exhibit 14.1. Let me know when you see that on your screen.
Okay, I see it.
What is that?
This is the written 1102 statement that was provided by Mr. Mike Mitchell.
Your Honor, may I have a minute with Ms. Hunt? The same purpose.
All right.
And how do you know that?
I reviewed it. I reviewed it in its original. As soon as it came to us, I've seen it prior. So.
And Kimberly, if I can have you slowly scroll down.
While they're talking about this, Gil, can you, the way that this is sounding, a form, what did they say it was? A form 10?
1102, I think.
1102. Mm-hmm. So this form 1102, it sounds very similar to what we had in the military. We call them sworn statements, where you actually have to, you're sworn in. I mean, think of it as, I promise to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God. And
Right.
Under penalty of perjury, that you are providing this statement, and that's what makes it admissible and what gives it its weight. Is that similar to what this form is?
Yeah, I think 1102, if I'm not mistaken, that's a Utah statute. So since I practice in California, I'm not familiar with that exact form. But yeah, it sounds like they have the penalty of perjury, and apparently also includes that if you lie or give a false statement, then it's a misdemeanor. And yeah, pretty much standard affidavit.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sorry, Judge, if I can just have a moment.
You may.
And I play that for the people who would say, well, it's a sworn statement. You can lie on it. You can do this, that, and the other. And misdemeanor is a significantly lower charge, I guess, but still there's criminal penalties for lying on these forms, whether it's a state form, federal, whatever.
But putting on my defense lawyer cap for a second, these perjury case, they're never prosecuted. People commit perjury all the time, especially in written statements, and I never hear of them being prosecuted. So
I misspoke. Okay. It's not.
Just in all fairness.
Okay. Yeah, that's good data.
Exhibit 14.
Okay.
So if we can place that again on the screen for the witness only. Yes. And sorry, we had been scrolling through that. Do you recognize that?
I do.
Does it depict, is it fair and accurate from what you remember?
Yeah, with the exception of the redactions, yes, it's fair and accurate.
And Judge, I'll make a record. Defense counsel and I have stipulated on the redactions that are present. I would move for its admission, states Exhibit 14, into evidence, but we do not wish to publish it either to the courtroom gallery or the cameras.
All right, can I have a copy of it? What I have is the unredacted version. So I want to review it before I make that decision.
Let me approach.
You may. Thank you.
I'm a huge fan of this judge, by the way. This guy just seems so methodical about all this.
I second that. I've dealt with some bad judges, and this guy's not a bad judge.
Yeah, well, it's like you think of the judge that was smiling for the camera when Trump went into the courtroom, and people that are showboating and all that nonsense.
Yeah,
this guy, I think this guy just really understands the gravity of the situation, and he's being methodical, and every judge should be methodical about it.
Yeah.
But
you'd be surprised. I mean, a lot of the qualities you would want in a judge are often lacking in most judges. They put on that robe and they get on a power trip. This guy, I agree. He seems to be crossing all his T's, dotting all his I's. It's good.
Yeah. Well, and I think you mentioned it yesterday in the stream that the possibility of this guy.
I had a chance to review State's Exhibit 14.
Sorry,
and
pause real quick. Of this guy being the actual judge for the trial.
Yeah. Well, in California, in my experience, it's usually not, but that's probably more function of just like how crowded our court system is in LA County and stuff. So I looked into it. It's more likely than not that it will be the trial judge.
Okay.
Noting the standing objections by defense concerning 1102's court accepts into evidence State's Exhibit 14 and pursuant to the parties is not published.
Thank you, Judge. All right, I want to move on to another topic. You've stated that you've been present for the duration as the case agent of the preliminary hearing. Is that right?
Yes.
We heard testimony yesterday about turning to the scene at UVU on September 10th, that a bullet was found on a roof. Do you remember that testimony?
I do.
Do you have knowledge about that bullet, what that is about?
Yes, I do.
What roof was that bullet found on?
I believe it was found on the computer science building on the roof, on the far east side of the roof of the building itself.
How do you know that it was found there?
I reviewed the agent's report that found that, documented it, and collected it.
What agent was that?
It was Agent Ben Schneider with SBI.
Are you aware of where the computer science building is on campus?
Yes, yes.
Can you explain generally where that is located?
Yeah, from where the LOSI building is, it's the building directly kind of south and east of there from the LOSI.
Southeast from the LOSI building. Where is it in connection to the auditorium section that we've been talking about where Mr. Kirk was stationed?
It's east of there. East and a little bit south, and mostly east.
Would there have been, from that roof of the computer science building, to your knowledge, would there have been a line of sight to Mr. Kirk's tent?
No, not according to the agent. Agent Ben Schneider, there was not a line of sight from there to where the tent was, where Mr. Kirk was.
Did you learn from Agent Snyder what caliber that bullet was?
Yes, I did.
And what was that?
It was a .223 caliber.
What is a live round?
It's a round that had not been fired, so it still had the projectile, and it was a fully functional bullet with ammunition with the bullet.
Did you learn if this .223 bullet found on top of the computer science building was a live round?
Yes.
And how do you know that?
It was still intact. Still had the primer had not been it was not dented. That when fired, it still had the bullet projectile in the end, still sealed.
Did you observe this bullet personally, or is this information you're getting from Agent Snyder?
From Agent Ben Schneider.
All right, turning to a different topic. And Judge, I'm aware that there are going to be some objections about this that we'll have to address, but I just want to lay a little bit of foundation first before we get there. Are you've mentioned him already. Are you familiar with an individual named Lance Twiggs?
Yes, I am.
And who is he in regards to this investigation?
He's the roommate of Tyler Robinson.
Was he interviewed as part of this investigation?
He was.
How many times?
2 times.
When was the first time?
The first time was the early morning hours of September 12th, and that occurred at St. George Police Department.
So we've heard of several people coming in and being spoken with at Washington County Sheriff's Office.
Correct.
Mr. Twiggs was spoken with at St. George PD.
Correct.
Do you know who was present for that interview?
It was FBI agents Larson and Agent Ling.
Are you aware of Mr. Twiggs' buccal swab was taken at that time?
I don't recall happening there. I believe it happened later. I'd have to, but it did occur. That was obtained from him.
Okay. But you're not sure if it happened on the 12th?
I don't recall if it was there or later at his residence, but
ultimately a buccal swab was obtained from Mr. Twiggs?
yes, it was.
Do you know if his phone was taken from him?
It was.
When did that happen?
So it was during that interview with FBI at St. George Police Department. They conducted an interview of him, and then he provided his phone. He did it voluntarily also, provided it to those agents.
And that would have been on September 12th, 2025?
Correct.
You mentioned second interview of Mr. Twiggs?
There was a second interview, yes.
When did that take place?
April 20th of this year.
Where was that?
Happened at the Utah County Attorney's Office.
Who was present at that second interview?
It was Mr. Twiggs with his attorney, Jill Cottrell. It was Lauren Hunt, Sam Peed with the U.S. Attorney's Office, Ryan McBride, Sergeant L. Schulz, well, now it's Lieutenant L. Schulz, and myself.
We've talked about 2 interviews of Mr. Twiggs, one on the morning of September 12th, 2025, second on April 20th, 2026. Are you aware if both of those interviews were recorded?
They were.
Have you reviewed those recordings?
I have.
Before Mr. Twiggs' interview on April 20th, 2026, well, first let me ask you this. Are you aware of what use immunity means?
Yes.
What does it mean?
It's a letter that the use of immunity is essentially giving the individual during the limited time of their statement, they're given that immunity from statements that are made in regard to an incident. But it does not preclude them from prosecution from evidence that would be known or found then or later outside of that interview. It just gives them that limited immunity during the type of the interview.
Okay, so for any statements made during the interview, they're given immunity for that, but they're not generally prohibited from being potentially prosecuted outside of that interview. Is that fair?
That's my understanding, yes.
Was Mr. Twiggs given use immunity?
Yes, he was.
By what offices?
The Utah County Attorney's Office, as well as the United States Attorney's Office.
You mentioned that both of Mr. Twiggs' interviews were recorded. Have you reviewed those recordings?
Yes, I have.
Do they fairly and accurately depict those interviews?
Yes, they do.
We've talked about 1102 statements. We talked about a form, and you talked about that there's an admonition on there that warns that if false statements are given pursuant to 1102, then that person may be subject to a Class A misdemeanor. Is that fair?
Yes, that's correct.
Was a similar admonition given to Mr. Twiggs during his second or before his second interview on April 20th, 2026?
Yes, it was.
By whom?
By Ryan McBride with the Utah County Attorney's Office.
And again, you were present for that interview?
I was.
Did Mr. Twiggs say that he understood that admonition?
He did, yep. Yes.
Was he told that the April 20th, 2026 interview was being taken in lieu of him having to come and testify at the preliminary hearing?
Yes, it was. Yes, it was.
All right, Judge, I'm aware that defense counsel has objections to this recorded 1102. I think now is probably a good time to address them. But I do have, I guess, I understand that they are suggesting redactions to the video. I have some procedural objections first. And if Your Honor sustains those, I think it may make the substance of the statements or the objections or the redactions that defense is proposing moot. So I'm wondering if Your Honor will entertain my responses procedurally first before we get into the substance of what defense is objecting to. Does that make sense?
Yes, but if you want to move it, because right now nothing's before me.
Yes. Well, what I want to move, so defense is proposed about a day and a half ago. They created a transcript. Mr. Novak has proffered this earlier to Your Honor. On April, and I'll give you a little more proffer. On April 28th, 2026, the Utah County Attorney's Office provided this recorded 1102 statement of Mr. Twiggs to defense counsel. They have acknowledged the receipt and mentioned the recorded statement at previous hearings. In fact, they even filed a brief that Your Honor has decided about whether 1102 can be applicable to Mr. Twiggs at this hearing, which Your Honor has ruled upon. Monday at about 4 p.m., defense counsel sent us a transcript that was prepared by the defense team, and it had significant redactions that they were suggesting. It was about a 21-page transcript, and their suggested redactions are approximately 11 pages of it. In total, redactions appear on 16 of the 21 pages. My procedural objections to this are that this is essentially by surprise. We were already a day into the preliminary hearing. Defense counsel had been aware since at least April 28th, 2026, when the recorded 1102 of Mr. Twiggs was provided to them, that is how we intended to proceed. And like I said, they had already briefed the 1102 issue as it relates to Mr. Twiggs. At that time, they did not raise any objections to the substance of it or propose any redactions that they wished. And yeah, frankly, it's by surprise, and it's at this point disrupting the hearing. It's not, I did mention that defense prepared a transcript of this recorded interview. How the state intended to present it and how we have given it in discovery to defense is it's a video, audio and visual. Making redactions to that is not as simple as a transcript where you can just, block out sections of the text. So it's far more complicated than that to edit or redact portions of the video at this time. So we would object procedurally, basically on the timeliness of it, that they had an opportunity to make these objections if they had them at the time when the 1102 issue in regards to Lance Twiggs was briefed and decided by Your Honor. They did not do that or raise the issue at this time. And so we would object just procedurally on those grounds. Additionally, the remedy requested, which I'm assuming is that we make redactions to the video or present it as a transcript rather than a video, is disproportionate. Even assuming if there are isolated statements that the court would not ultimately consider. Again, as Mr. McBride pointed out, and as Your Honor has stated throughout this hearing, this is a preliminary hearing to the court. It's not to the jury. The court is fully capable of disregarding any statement it determines exceeds the proper scope. As Mr. McBride cited this morning, several cases give Your Honor that authority and presumption that judges are able to basically make the difference between what's admissible evidence and disregard what may not be at a preliminary hearing or even at a bench trial. State v. Adams is one of those cases. If Your Honor wants the citation, again, I'm happy to give it. State v. Featherson is another one. That one is 781 P2D 424. State v. Hannigan is another one, 2014 UT App 165. And State v. Rosecrans 2024 UT App 128. And those cases all stand for the notion that essentially judges, and this is to quote from Rosecrans, judges are not subject to many of the same concerns about prejudices and improper influences as jurors. And so again, procedurally, the remedy asking us to now in the middle of a week-long preliminary hearing of which everyone was aware, edit or alter or redact portions of this video recording 1102, that remedy is disproportionate. If there are any potentially objectionable statements within that, Your Honor has the ability to disregard those. And so we would prefer not to get into the substance and argue each statement line by line. And we would prefer to just move for its admission and have the court use its discretion as a judge to take what's proper versus improper, disregard anything the court might find improper. If we would like to move into substantive objections, then we're happy to, but if the court can rule on those procedural objections first, it may make any substantive objections moot.
All right, so you're moving into evidence states exhibit 16.
Yes.
And as it relates to publication, what is your request?
So Judge, we believe, and I believe this has been discussed before on the record, that the state is in agreement that the media should not have the ability to handle or replicate certain exhibits. Because it's video, Mr. Twiggs is shown certain exhibits. So we would agree that this should not be captured by cameras and projected by the media outside of the courtroom. But we would like at least the audio and maybe even the video within the courtroom itself to be captured, is the state's position.
All right, I want to make sure I understand. So your request is that the video not be projected and captured by the video camera, but the video and audio is played in the courtroom and the audio is able to be transmitted, just not the video via the camera. Is that my understanding?
Correct. That's the state's position.
All right. And in regards to this exhibit, is as states exhibit 16, is there any portion of that recorded statement that occurred before the 11:02 warning was given to Mr. Twiggs?
Not that we are presenting today.
Okay. All right. So turning to the defense, Mr. Novak.
Thank you. Before we go on to that, this is and Gil and sorry, SK, I keep going to Gil.
You're good. He's the expert. I'm just being entertained by the chat.
Yeah, I'm like, hey, lawyer, I got a question.
But real quick, if
Yeah.
you have not yet X'd out of the chat and gone and hit the thumbs up button, please do that. Leave your DNA all over it. Then make sure you copy the link to this stream and share it on all of your socials, because we are going to be having an obscure podcast chat watch party coming
yeah.
up at 5 p.m. Eastern time, where we're going to all watch our favorite obscure podcaster, Gary, on a super obscure podcast with Jeremy Boring.
That's going to be great. So just to kind of recap what they were talking about, because there's a lot of legalese in there, but they essentially said, and tell me if I'm reading this right, they said we want to redact it. They redacted it on paper, probably from a transcript that was pulled from or not probably, but from a transcript pulled from the video. And they're saying that physically cutting the video, throwing it into Premiere Pro or whatever, cutting out those redactions, then generating a finalized product is time that they weren't properly allotted. Is that basically?
Well, so what the prosecution is, what they're arguing is that you guys had time to present your redactions, so for us to consider, and you sprung it on us at the last second. As a defense lawyer, I kind of sympathize with the defense, because their job is, they're overwhelmed with stuff to do. So, maybe there's a good excuse there. But yeah, the prosecution is saying that because they were late to the game on this, the judge shouldn't consider those redactions, and ruled that it's admissible in its entirety. And then any specific substantive issues that, the judge thinks is inadmissible, the judge has the discretion to disregard that. And then at the same time, she's also arguing that she's agreeing that the video shouldn't be published to the public, but the audio should be allowed to be. And this is pretty huge, because if we're allowed to hear the audio of this Lance Twiggs statement, I think that might have an impact on, I don't know how many conspiracists are going to be swayed by actual facts or testimony or evidence, but could be huge. I don't know which way the judge is going to land on this. The judge has to balance the First Amendment right for the public to see what's going on in the courtroom with Tyler Robinson's right to preserve a fair trial by not tainting any jury pool. So I hope we get to listen to it, for our sake.
Yeah. I think that's, in my mind, it seems like not a bad decision. If you release the audio, but the video, we don't want that to be manipulated, twisted, whatever, because that could be used. I mean, I guess the audio technically could as well, because we're kind of in this post-truth world where people will manipulate whatever they need to manipulate. I guess you could do it with audio just as easy as you can with video, but it kind of makes sense that they wouldn't want the video to be out there.
Yeah, and I think the prosecution also mentioned that maybe they hand Lance or some exhibits or something that he talks about, and that those specific exhibits have not been ruled admissible. And so by showing the video with including those exhibits, that might, cause problems. So I think that's what I heard her argue, saying that the audio, for that sake, we're going to be okay with just the audio.
Yeah. And for the folks that came in, I know some people have been in the chat and said, hey, I'm just showing up. What have we missed? That sort of thing. I want to sit in a total recap of it, but going back to Lance Twiggs and the use immunity that they had specified, that was, and SK, you had mentioned it right at the start, that there's not some blanket immunity that's out there. It's just what was provided. And again, Gil, as the SME on this one, correct me, but it's just what was revealed in their testimony or in their sworn statement on that form 11. Was it? I'm going to keep forgetting it. 1102. Is that what it was?
Yeah.
So on that form 1102, if there's an admission to a crime in that, there's immunity from that, but not outside of that. So if it's still something where they find them, accessory to whatever, that's still prosecutable. Correct?
Exactly. Jared, I mean, oh, sorry. Go ahead, SK.
Well, I was going to ask you if you, being an attorney, could explain the difference between use immunity and transactional immunity.
You know what? I got to look up. I don't know transactional immunity off the top of my head. It hasn't come up. I can look that up. I know like blanket immunity and use immunity. Transactional, I'm sorry, I don't know that right now. But yeah, I mean, Jared, you hit the nail on the head. See, lawyers like to pretend like it's, they insert all these legalese and everything to make it sound like it's really complicated, but it's really, most of it's pretty straightforward. So the use immunity just means that we're not going to take this statement and then turn around and prosecute you and be like, look, you said this, and use it against you. We're going to, it's excluded from any evidence used against you. However, if we go and we find that other evidence that you were, aiding and abetting, this is not going to give you immunity from that. I would assume that transactional immunity is that the same as blanket immunity? I'm sorry.
I'm not sure. I just saw something about that when I was looking for the document. But here's what the actual document says about the immunity. It says on April 20th, 2026, in preparation for the preliminary hearing, Mr. Twiggs gave a recorded statement under oath, and after an admonition that any false statement would be punishable by law and could be charged as obstruction of justice, Mr. Twiggs was also given use immunity by the United States Attorney's Office and the Utah County Attorney's Office, meaning that his statements at that April 20th meeting could not be used against him. And then it has the Utah Code. Mr. Twiggs' April 20th statement was consistent with his September 11th statement. In it, Mr. Twiggs described several of defendant's statements to him, that defendant killed Charlie Kirk, that he hid the firearm, disposed of clothing, and that he told Mr. Twiggs not to speak to law enforcement. Most of these statements were through electronic messages from defendant, and one came from a handwritten note.
Yeah. Oh, by the way, so I just looked up transactional immunity. It's the same as blanket immunity. So that would mean like we're not going to prosecute you for anything related to this crime, even if you had something to do with it, because you're giving us a statement, because you're cooperating. We're not going to prosecute you. Use immunity just means we're not going to use this evidence that you're giving us against you. But if we find some other stuff, we might use that. So I think that's pretty significant because it's kind of shows that there's less of an incentive for Lance to lie, about this statement. If if there's less bias, there's less incentive, to save his own ass, so to speak. And I just want to point out also here that what you said is true, SK, that he basically, said that Tyler admitted it to him. That right there, in the normal case, the prosecution would put that up and be like, we're done for the day. We're done with this prelim, and that would be enough. Because all it really takes is one witness testimony to prove a case, even beyond a reasonable doubt, if you judge that witness to be credible. So, I'm glad that the prosecution is presenting so much, but this is like way beyond what is usually required.
It's just for probable cause hearing. It's crazy. Like, this is just, if for people that don't know, this is just presenting the evidence in court to show that they have enough evidence to go forward with a trial.
Right.
And Jared, I did send you the screenshot of that page of the court document that had that immunity information on it that I just read from, in case you need it later or anything.
Okay, perfect. Thank you so much. Thank you. All right, I'm going to keep rolling with this. You all good? Everybody said their piece?
Yeah,
Yep.
what we're about to get to, I think, is pretty huge.
Okay, good.
So I'm going to address first, Your Honor, what Ms. Hunt describes as the procedural issues with our proposed redactions. Many weeks ago, the state lodged their anticipated exhibits with the court. And then the court said, I'm not going to review them. In fact, I'm returning them. I'm sorry. The court said that the court is returning the exhibits to the state. So there is no moment to make objections to an exhibit which the court is not inclined to entertain until the moment, as the court has said many times, until the exhibit is presented. And so what we have done is we have given the state, it's only a 20-page transcript. Excuse me. It's only a 20-page transcript. We have given the state a transcript we prepared ahead of time so that the state could make sure that the transcript is accurate. The state has never said that the transcript is inaccurate. So I'm going to assume, for purposes of the moment, that the state doesn't have any dispute that the transcript is an accurate transcription of Mr. Twiggs' recorded 11:02 interview. There's no surprise here. There's been all of Monday evening, all of Tuesday, this morning. In fact, the state informed me yesterday morning that they don't agree to the redactions. So there's no surprise here. And we're actually doing exactly what the court signaled should be done, which is at the time an exhibit is proffered, objections shall be made. This wouldn't be as much of a problem if Ms. Hunt had just said, to Your Honor, following Archuleta, and in light of the electronic coverage of this proceeding, and in light of Mr. Robinson's right to a fair trial, the court will consider those portions of the exhibit which are admissible, and the court will not consider those portions which it determines are not admissible, but it will not be broadcast either audio or video. So that becomes a problem, because the categories of objections that we have to this video recording, I'm going to talk about a little bit so that the court understands why Ms. Hunt's suggestion that the entirety of an exhibit, which may not be admissible under the rules of evidence at a preliminary hearing, be played in open court, and that the audio be captured by electronic media and broadcast. Because of our client's right to a fair trial, that's a problem. And I don't want to sound flippant, but this is actually the Ryan McBride 11:02. The vast majority of this video is Mr. McBride testifying and Mr. Twiggs agreeing. If we were in a courtroom, it would be a leading examination virtually from start to finish. I don't want to say that every single statement by Mr. Twiggs is just an affirmation of what Mr. McBride says, but the vast majority of it is. There are also portions of this 11:02 where Mr. McBride is basically testifying as to what other exhibits that this court will see say. So there are two other exhibits that this court will be asked to receive into evidence today, which are text messages and a group chat. I'm just going to distinguish between the two. And so this 11:02 statement is basically Mr. McBride saying, and then the chat says this, and then the chat says that, and then the chat says this. He's basically testifying as to what the exhibits say. So in some ways, the 1102, those portions of the 1102 violate the best evidence rule, because I have no doubt that those two things that I just talked about are going to be presented to the court by the state. There are also portions of this 1102 which are not relevant and really implicate Mr. Twiggs' privacy rights. And I'm not Mr. Twiggs' counsel. As Ms. Hunt said, he has counsel. I don't know if he's, well, I don't want to speculate. But it's not relevant. There are portions of it which are not relevant, and there are portions of it which I think, especially to be broadcast, implicate other privacy interests. So I'm not trying to create complications, and I'm definitely not trying to take the state by surprise, because I went to great lengths to provide the state with a transcript, with a proposed redacted transcript. And in fact, today we prepared to make it easier on the state and actually on Your Honor. Instead of having redactions with big black sections, we highlighted them instead. So if the court wants to look at our proposed redactions, the court can do that without having to compare two documents. The other thing I want to say is that if the court did order ultimately that portions of it would be broadcast in any way, in the courtroom, outside the courtroom, we're not trying to change the state's exhibit from a video with audio to a transcript. The transcript is really being used as a tool to address the inadmissible portions of the video, because there's no way to communicate to the court efficiently which portions of a video we think are not admissible. It's much easier to do it on paper. So the transcript is just a tool. We have the ability right here in this courthouse to cut the video into the pieces that the court deems admissible. Mr. Ellis tells me it'll probably take a couple hours at the most. So maybe that's also not a concern. There's no delay associated with this in light of the fact that it's Wednesday and this court is going to conclude this hearing by Friday afternoon. So I've gone beyond the procedural issues. I've addressed that we think portions of it are not admissible. There's no surprise. We've followed exactly what the court has signaled, which is I don't want to hear about exhibits until we're in the middle of the hearing, and I don't want to hear objections about it until we're in the middle of the hearing. The litigation over whether Section 1102 is constitutional under Mr. Robinson's federal due process rights and the other rights that were addressed, that litigation does not mean that we should have brought to the court proposed redactions to an exhibit in a hearing which hasn't started yet, in a hearing in which the state hadn't, until 20 minutes ago, even proffered an exhibit. So I understand that the state wants to avoid the substance by trying to short circuit this with a procedural argument. And Ms. Hunt is a very excellent advocate for her client. But the reason why the state is going to the procedural issue is because because the exhibit contains significant content that is not admissible, even in a preliminary hearing. So I'm going to stop now. But I do want to go back and say that if the court concluded that only Your Honor was going to review this exhibit, and the Archuleta rule would be extended to this exhibit, including that it's not going to be broadcast, then I think that we have a different path toward the efficient resolution of this issue.
All right.
Does that make sense, Your Honor?
I believe I understand what you're saying. So let me respond to you before I go to Ms. Hunt. So going to your first point in regards to what this court's position in not looking at the exhibits, that doesn't preclude any party from filing a motion in limine, which is anticipated before anything is moved into evidence. Typically, motions in limine are used by either side on anticipated exhibits or may come into court, and that allows pre-litigation. So I want to clarify that the court statement, like I'm not looking at the exhibits, is far different than what the parties choose to do and file in regards to a motion in limine. But going to I really want to go to what you've talked about. What specific objections are you making? I want to make sure the request is clear so I can rule specifically on that. What exactly, I think I understand some of them, but I wish for you to articulate what are your objections to State's Exhibit 16?
Significant. We could do it line by line or page by page. I know we have had hearings in this matter where the court has wanted to look at transcripts line by line, word by word. We're prepared to do that, but I'm going to give the court categories.
Thank you.
Without referring to specific portions. There are many portions of it which are not the statement of Mr. Twiggs. They're Mr. McBride testifying on video as to what other exhibits say. And Mr. Twiggs is saying, yeah, that's what it says. Yeah, that's what it says. Yeah, that's what it says.
So I apologize. I don't mean to interrupt you. I just want to categorize it and put it in a box. So what is the what objection under the rules of evidence is that specifically? What are you boxing that as?
Well, first of all, it's counsel testifying. Second of all, it's hearsay. It's Mr. McBride's out-of-court statements as to what an exhibit says. There's a best evidence rule, which I'm sure the court is familiar with, which is that the best evidence of what an exhibit says is the exhibit. So we may have a little bit of a cart before the horse here,
sure,
because there are two exhibits that I'm very confident are coming. There are portions which are not relevant. There are portions which I believe are inadmissible when the court balances under 403 the probative value versus the prejudicial value, especially in light of the manner in which this hearing is being broadcast.
Sorry, I have to pause it. K Pasto made a comment and said, "Tell us in 10 words what you're asking."
Yes, and feel free to put all the dad jokes in the chat while we are listening to this defense attorney.
I have to say, I think the defense lawyer is doing a good job here. I think that maybe he's going to win on this because, at least for the time being, before the judge has a chance to really review the redactions and everything, I think that it could be, yeah, there's a lot of objections to be made.
Well, what
But
they're
yeah.
sorry, go ahead. I was going to say
No,
what it sounds like they're implying is that the person questioning Lance Twiggs was leading Lance Twiggs, saying, "There's the Discord chat says this. Yes, that's correct. Yes, that's correct." If their request is to say, well, everything that the person, the agent who was questioning them was saying needs to be redacted because it's leading them, then you're going to end up, and I might be overthinking this, that with, yes, that's correct. Yes, that's correct. And they're also saying, well, we don't have the, we don't know what was being presented, I guess, to him at the time. I don't know if I misunderstood that, but I mean, surely they wouldn't be moving to say, all right, well, everything the agent asked, which is leading and saying there's a Discord chat that says this, or there's a text messages that says this. They want to remove all that and just have the responses from Lance Twiggs.
Right.
That would be ridiculous. I can't imagine that that's what, or maybe that is what they want. I don't know.
Well, I think you're right. I don't think that they're trying to say that, remove the questions and just have the answers without any context, because yeah, you're right. That would be ridiculous. But I think they're arguing as a whole that, he's being led and we're not being, offered an opportunity to cross-examine him on what he's agreeing to, in this forum. And so it's basically just a due process violation. He's also saying that he's being shown exhibits which are about to come out to the court anyways, and basically just offering them in this format, asking, is this what it says? Is this what it says? The best evidence rule, says if you have an exhibit or a piece of evidence, you don't need somebody to describe the evidence to the court. You show that evidence to the court. So that's another basis for the objection. Then on top of it, there's the standard relevance, that it's the purpose, the relevance to the case, even just for probable cause, is not sufficient to overcome, any prejudice that it might lead to. And I believe, privacy rights he was mentioning. And so because there's a lot of different basis for objections, I feel like the judge might side, at least temporarily, maybe say, let's revisit this video another time.
Well, and I would say too, just so everybody kind of understands, editing video, there's a program that's industry standard. It's called Premiere Pro. When you load a video clip in there, it automatically builds a transcript. This is something that they've had for a few years now. And so you can find those lines of text and literally click on the text and it will take you to that mark in the video and you can cut. And then you go to the next line and you can cut. So when he says that it's a short period of time, just to be perfectly honest, it really wouldn't take a long time to redact it. But
right.
So that argument didn't make a whole lot of sense to me, unless you're making the argument to someone who doesn't know anything about video editing. But the fact that it is another step, that I could see the argument that they're making here, that, okay, well, now it's a shortened timeline. Now we got to find a video editor. We got to find somebody who can do this. We've only got a couple of days left to make it happen. And then this is going to get combed over and I'm assuming argued back and forth between people. Just the simple cutting of the video is easy, but the deliberation back and forth could be longer, I guess.
All right.
Real quick, before we start again, we've got Super K Nova with $5 super chat. Dad joke: if someone is slapping you at a high frequency, it megahertz.
Hey guys, I'm sorry we can't put up the super chats. That's just it's just a function right now where we are, but that's a really good one.
We can do the super chats. I just wanted to try to do those toward the end.
Yeah.
So that we're not.
Oh, you're good. I just thought I would throw in a dad joke for entertainment purposes only.
You're good. Okay.
That was a good one. we'll get to those. Yeah, as we start kind of shoring it up before the 5 p.m. live stream with Gary and Jeremy Boring and the crew, we'll get to some of the super chats. So I'll try to leave us hearing about, I don't know, we don't have a ton of them. So if you want to send them, guys, send them in. All proceeds go to Paramount Tactical and helping grow this.
But also make sure you X out of the chat, leave your DNA on the thumbs up button, and make sure you copy the link to this stream and share it everywhere so we can have a huge obscure chat watch party for our favorite obscure podcaster on Jeremy Boring's obscure podcast.
Absolutely. All right, let's roll back into this.
Have improper testimony by counsel. We have the best evidence rule, which I think also includes hearsay. We have relevance issues, and we have 403 issues. And so, but what I'm saying is that those are all things that this court can manage, as Ms. Hunt and Mr. Bride have taught us today, in terms of the court's preliminary assessments, the court's role as a magistrate, and the Archuleta rules that allow this court to decide certain exhibits will not be viewed or heard by the public because it interferes with Mr. Robinson's right to a fair trial. And I heard exactly what the court said about the in limine situation, but I do want to just say this, and I hope this is taken in the right spirit. If this court had said to us, I'm returning the exhibits, but if any party has any objections to any exhibits, I want to hear about that before the hearing, we certainly would have done so. And I think that it's probably, for counsel, a suggestion about how future hearings where there are many or complex exhibits, because there will be such hearings, should be handled, which is we can do in limines before the hearing begins, so that the court knows these exhibits, there are no disputes, these exhibits, there are disputes, these are the disputes, and we don't have to waste courtroom time bringing the court up to speed on what those concerns are. It can all be briefed ahead of time. And we're happy to do that.
Thank you. Well, going to the last point, let me be clear on the record that I don't intend to interfere with the duties of either party. It's not my job to say, well, here's what you should do, here's what you shouldn't do. I'm independent. I'm not team prosecution, team defense. And so I will not dictate how you run your case. Obviously, if it goes against certain rules, constitutional rights, statutes, case law, I will weigh in. But I never want to put my finger on and say, well, Mr. Novak, here's what I think you should do. Or to the state, Mr. McBride, here's what I think you should do. That goes outside my role, and I will not deviate from my role, which is not to interfere with the business of counsel. And I'm fortunate as a district court judge that I have very experienced attorneys who I have watched and have done an excellent job. And your experience, as I stated on I believe in the Pro Hoc Vice, highly experienced attorneys on defense, highly experienced attorneys on prosecution. And so I do not want to get into the business of saying, here's what you should do. I hear what you're saying, but I want to be clear from this point out, in case there's any ambiguity, the court does not need to go into the business of dictating what you feel is in the best interest of your client to the state what is in the best interest of your client. I stay clear of that, but I appreciate the point you're making, and I hope that clarifies any ambiguity that may exist.
There was no ambiguity. I don't think that what I was conceptualizing puts the court's finger on anybody's scales. I think it's really about case management. And now I think we're moving pretty far away from the admissibility of this 1102 statement, and we could have a conversation later if the court wants to. It's up to the court about case management issues. But as I said before, if I say anything else, I'm going to be repeating myself. So I'm just going to stop.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Novak. Appreciate your thoughts. Ms. Hunt.
Yes, thank you, Judge. And as I tried to parse out, obviously we have procedural objections, which may, depending on how the court rules, make the substantive objections moot or unnecessary. But to Mr. Novak's point about this not being by surprise, yes, to be fair, he did send me a transcript with proposed redactions Monday, I believe at about 4 p.m. It was not accompanied by any objections that he actually had. So we had to compare the transcripts and, to our best guess, come up with what the substantive objections may be. I am ready to respond to what I believe they may be, and obviously he's now given categories, but I think we're now at the point where the court needs to exercise its ability and obligation under Rule 104A to decide a preliminary question about whether evidence is admissible. But before we do that, because to argue the substantive objections, I want to actually get into the substance of it. And so I think we need to consider whether this is going to be a closed hearing, and then probably, I don't know, I'm assuming the media attorneys will want to weigh into that, because I do want to quote specific sections to be able to advocate for my position, state's position on this. I think we will need to get into the meat of what is actually stated here. And so I think the court needs to decide if this is going to be an open or a closed hearing, and hear from the media or any other parties that need to weigh in on that.
All right. Anything further from the parties as it relates to that?
Only that Ms. Hunt invited the media to comment on what the court is going to do. And as Your Honor knows from conducting jury trials and other types of proceedings, sidebars are not for the public. They're not for the public in real time, and and they're not for the public subsequently. It is very standard that sidebar proceedings where information is only to be exchanged between counsel for the parties and the court are conducted at sidebar so that witnesses, jurors, members of the public don't hear about those things. And so we are assuming that if the court wants to do this in what we would call sidebar or in a closed hearing, that the transcript of that is going to remain at least temporarily sealed until these proceedings conclude or the court conducts some closer analysis on a topic by topic basis. So that's what sidebars are about, whether it's done in a closed hearing or in an open hearing through whisper. The public, potential witnesses, jurors, potential jurors don't get to hear what the court decides needs to be addressed in a manner which protects the parties' rights.
All right. Your Honor, if I may, Michael Judd on behalf of the media. A request to close a court proceeding isn't a sidebar, and calling it a sidebar doesn't make it one. The court knows the rules at this point. Any attempt to close a hearing requires that the court engage in some sort of hearing about that closure that is open to the public. Can't be done in whisper. That can't be done with the cameras off. There are occasions where a court may find it necessary to put some portion of some hearing behind closed doors. But the conversation about whether or not that happens, of course, has to take place in public. I don't want to belabor any of the points that are made. I think the court recognizes the interests at issue here and what the media's position would likely be on these. I'd like to find common ground. It appears to be a significant piece of common ground here is that everybody seems to believe that the video interview that is at issue here is very important. And that, of course, makes people want to invoke protections, invoke closures. From the media's perspective, from the public's perspective, of course, that pushes the other direction. There may be moments of this preliminary hearing. There may be exhibits that do not present significant pillars of support for the decision that the court will ultimately be called on to make as a gatekeeper and as a magistrate. It seems to me, I haven't seen this video. The public hasn't seen this video. It seems to me that this appears to likely to be one of those pillars on which the state intends to base its case and on which the court's ultimate decision will likely rest. That counsels in favor of access, in favor of publication, in favor of allowing the public to see the work that the court is doing and why it's doing it. I recognize Archuleta has been invoked. We respect and understand Archuleta. Respectfully, Archuleta, at least part of its reasoning is based on something very different than putting something on a screen. In Archuleta, there was a request to say, hey, is there a murder weapon? Are there crime scene photos? Can we come handle those? Right? Can we look at them? Can we turn them over in our hands? And part of the reasoning in Archuleta was we're worried about that will impact the quality of the evidence and the obligation everybody has to keep that evidence reliable and safe. Putting something on the screen doesn't present any of those sorts of risks. Because this is so important. So this interview appears to be such a critical piece of the case being presented here in this courtroom today. The media's position is that it should be shown on the screen and that the public should be allowed to see it as well. To the extent there's any sort of compromise at all, the one that is presented by the state, which would allow the public to monitor and oversee and understand and comprehend and assist with the work being done by the court, then something like the state has provided, which is we allow the audio to play. If there is some sort of, it sounds to me like what the state is saying is there's some sort of witness privacy issue that would be served by turning that video off. Maximalist advocates on behalf of the media would always want that video to be on, but I recognize that may be a reasonable compromise. But the idea of shutting the courtroom down to argue about closure or keeping this recording from the people in the courtroom who are allowed here, the victim representatives, the media representatives, the public itself, is simply a non-starter, I believe, under the rules that govern this proceeding. We ask the court to keep this as open as possible. And if there is any sort of narrowing of the public's right of access here, that it be done only in the narrowest way possible, and that it be based only upon recognized interests. And finally, I would say, Your Honor, to the extent that I hear any sort of real counter interest at all, it continues to be a fair trial interest. Take that important. We recognize that its importance. We take it seriously. The court has also over and over again recognized what the right approach to that is to say there are mechanisms in place under Algier to say we do an expanded voir dire, we do a jury questionnaire. We can handle those counter interests. And on behalf of the media and the public, I'd ask that the court handle this dispute that way.
Thank you. Any further comment by any of the parties? All right. Mr. Novak.
Only that I want to make an additional assertion about why the court should handle this exhibit pursuant to Archuleta. But I want to make that argument a sidebar because the whole point is to protect my client's right to a fair trial. And by making part of this argument in open court, it's a self-defeating exercise. So when the court resolves whether it will hear from us at sidebar, we're prepared to do that.
All right. The issue is sidebar is public because the transcript's open. So just because the parties request sidebar and the court invokes the white noise, that doesn't make it private. It simply obscures the noise in the courtroom because that goes in the transcript unless it's a closed hearing. So
Then we would like to have a very brief closed hearing to lodge another objection about the publication of this, of any portion of this exhibit, of certain portions of this exhibit beyond Your Honor's eyes. That's what I'm saying.
thank you. All right. Right now, what we're going to go ahead and do, and what I want to do is I want to look at the redactions that you're proposing and take a look at that. And it's also a perfect time to take a break because we need to bring in the monitor potentially for future exhibits. So that's going to give us our 15 minutes. I want to review that so I can be brought up to speed because the transcript, from what I understand, is just a transcript with suggestions of what defense wants to redact. Is that correct?
That's correct, Your Honor. And so what I would suggest, well, if this works for the court, is we will email to the court staff something we've already given the state, which is the proposed redacted version of the transcript. I understand that the state wants a video to be presented as evidence. We can get there if the court concludes there should be redactions. It's not redacted through blackout, it's highlighted. So the highlights are the proposed defense redactions, and Mr. Ellis can make sure that your court staff receive that, and it can either be emailed to you or printed out, whatever works.
Any objections, Ms. Hunt, from the court reviewing the proposed redactions in order to bring the court up to speed at whatever argument the court may entertain?
No, Judge, but I want to clarify for the record and for myself, is the court ruling on my procedural objections, and I want to reserve the right to make my substantive arguments using what's actually in the exhibit. So being able to quote directly from it, knowing that if it's not a closed hearing, those portions of what I'm saying are going to be on the record and broadcast.
So the court is not making a ruling right now. We're just going to take a break and then we're going to come back on the record. But on the break, I'm trying to maximize the time. And that's why I'm asking, is there any objection to me reviewing what it sounds like defense has sent you, which is just the transcript highlighting what they're anticipating redacting? I just want to bring myself up to speed. So on the next step, when I make my ruling, the court is ready to go and maximizing the time, because we also want to put up a monitor. So there's like 3 things we can accomplish in the space of 15
Fair enough. The state has no objection to that.
All right, Mr. Novak, if you wouldn't mind sending what you sent to the state to the court for review.
My goodness.
We will take a 15-minute break. It is not.
and that's just in time for us to get to some super chats and then for me to queue up the video. Okay, what's your guys' takeaway from this last? I mean, they're arguing about this, the Lance Twigg testimony, and by the way, I've been utterly entertained by this chat. This is a phenomenal chat.
The chat is the best. Now you see why you come back on and you're like, okay, let's talk about what just happened. And I'm like, oh shit, what happened? Because I've been in the chat.
Yeah, the people in the chat are funny.
Oh, this is, I mean, I've been sitting over here chuckling. I'm not chuckling at the seriousness of this trial. I'm chuckling at the chat. Oh, it's great. One person said they loved listening to everybody as if they're on, I don't know. Can I say the C word, the drug? I don't know if I can on YouTube because I had to play at 1.5 times speed. Okay, Jen, can you pull us down or pull down the screen? And I'm going to go and find the Jeremy Boring thing while we get SK and Gil to give us your take of what we just witnessed for the past however long it's been.
Sure. So I looked up Archuleta because that kept coming up. That is a Utah Supreme Court case talking about, again, the balancing act of the public's right to see, First Amendment right to see what's going on in the courtroom, especially during a prelim, versus defending or protecting the defendant's right to fair trial, protecting the jury pool. As I think that there's an attorney that's actually representing the media on behalf of the public that just spoke. And I haven't been in enough high profile cases where I've had that before, but I thought that was interesting. So he was arguing that Archuleta, the facts were different, and obviously, and that the court has procedural protections that will still ensure Tyler's right to a fair jury trial, even if video is published. So that's what that lawyer was arguing for, and we'll see how the judge lands on this one.
Yeah.
How do you think the judge is going to land? What do you think is the right ruling?
I think that the judge, I think the judge was right to take his time and look at the redactions and see, there might be very specific things that are like, completely not relevant, or the best evidence rule. If the testimony of Lance Twiggs is just gonna confirm text messages that the judge is going to see anyways, then maybe that part could be taken out. So I think the judge is going to do what judges usually do, is try to land somewhere in the middle, accept some of the redactions. And then since the prosecution themselves said that we don't need the video played, I think that he's not going to play the video. And he's going to do the audio with those redactions. That's
You think
my
he'll do the audio with the redactions? Didn't he say they
with
were going to
some
need
of
to
the
bring in?
redactions.
Yeah, didn't he say they were going to need to bring in the monitor for video that was going to be played though?
Yeah, I mean, I think it was, just in case video is going to be played, or the video is going to be played for him, and
Oh
the
yeah, that's
attorneys.
probably true. That's actually probably true.
I mean, it seems like a lot. They said 11 out of 22 pages were, if I heard him correctly, 11 out of 22 pages redacted, 16 out of 21 or 22 pages, whatever it was, have redactions on them. That seems like a lot. I mean, you're talking about at least half of what's found in that video to be redacted.
Yeah.
I mean, we don't, without knowing the substance of it, we just kind of
Yeah.
have to rely on what the judge says or what the judge thinks is right.
Yeah. Yeah, good point. Yeah, without knowing what's in it, it's hard to say whether or not it should be deemed admissible or not, But I think that the judge is probably going to say, yeah, some of this stuff is not really necessary, but some of it makes sense. So
let me ask you this. If, as a defense attorney, are they trying to go in kind of like a big ask? There's a big ask, and then there's what you actually settle on. Is that how you guys proceed with that? Like a defense attorney would? That, well, we'd love to move to have everything that is in that is even incriminating, have that redacted, and then whatever's left over are the little bits and pieces that don't really help the prosecution. But then the judge is going to come in and settle. Or is there a standard for a defense attorney to say, I can't come in with that big of an ask? I have to, like, you know what I'm saying? Like,
I mean, it's personal tactics. As I think I mentioned to Gary during the prelim, objecting every chance you get, there's not really a downside, some judges might get annoyed by that, but this judge seems very patient. So it's like, throw everything, see what sticks. At a jury trial, I personally don't like to object. I mean, some defense lawyers are always objecting. I don't, because then it just kind of rubs the jury the wrong way. Like, why are you trying to stop everything from coming out? So, I'm more strategic about it, but yeah, I mean, there's no hard and fast rule. It's kind of personal strategy.
Okay. I was just saying
I do have something from the chat real quick that I think is pretty important to bring up, and we should probably get the answers in the chat. What's the over under on if Lance Twiggs is going to be wearing the cat ears or furry tail or whatever furry accessory in his video recorded statement?
Oh,
man, that was a good one.
Oh, that is a really good one. Hey, Rachel, good job becoming.
Hey, we should be appreciative of Lance Twiggs. Nobody likes to be a witness, especially against somebody who, is a roommate or lover or whatever. And it takes a lot of guts. And,
yeah.
Appreciate that.
Katie, asking the hard-hitting questions. That's my job.
I want to say, by the way, everybody, become a member for Paramount at Paramount Tactical. The analogy I used yesterday was you can forego one cheeseburger or one coffee a month, and you pay for this channel to be supported, to continue to grow, to be out here pushing the truth. It literally is not even noticeable. So I implore everybody, please support this channel. It's a great channel. Like you say, Gary's a fantastic guy, and I know he's not here tonight, but we're going to see him here in a minute. Please support the channel, or you can do the free thing and you can hit all the free buttons below, because it helps in the algorithm. And Gary's probably one of the most shadow banned channels I think I've ever seen on the internet. It is crazy. Absolutely.
He's such a good guy to give me this opportunity. I've been making videos on and off for like a year, and I'm up to right now 100 subscribers.
Yeah.
And so he must be a really nice guy to really give people the opportunity.
Well, he does. SK and I are the same way. We're not big, we're not huge channels, and yet he says, "Yeah, come on the show." He's very very what would be the term? Very open. He uses his channel to help other people. Like it's really cool. It's very cool, and not a lot of people.
He's a great dude.
Yep.
He's definitely a great dude.
Dash and Cancer says, "Thank you, Gary. My husband has been suckered into Candace Owens' clown show and now talks about divorce after 17 years because I don't think the Jews did it. I ran to God to say, got saved after CK's murder. Please continue your hard work. Don't stop." Man, this is a very sad point that a lot of, and I've come across it in my life, people that like this stuff has broken apart relationships. And it's like, my opinion, Jared's humble opinion, is that when people start getting wrapped into the demonic, nothing good comes from it. And I believe that the lies and deception and all that have come around this situation, it is demonic. I'm a firm believer in that. And yeah, ain't good.
And as a Jew myself, can I just tell everybody, we're not controlling the world. We love you. We love our country. We love America. We appreciate everything. And, there's no reason to fear us.
Well, thanks. You're not doing anything to help the whole not being paid by the Jews thing here.
See, I knew
also,
that was gonna...
where's my check? Can you get in a word with BB or someone?
I'll call the council that controls the world and see what I can work out.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
You may be able to ask BB directly because I'm trying to get him on the show.
Oh, wow.
I know this, but I haven't said anything to anyone because I said I wouldn't.
That would be stupendous. That'd be amazing.
Which I said, again, not doing anything to help the rumors here. I'm joking,
the haters
by the way.
will come out of the woodwork for that one.
Okay, guys, it's 5 o'clock, so let's get Brittany's super chat, and then we'll skip over to Jeremy's live.
Yep.
Oh, you guys, let's go. Everybody copy this link to the stream, share it all over all of your socials because we are about to watch the most obscure podcaster ever on the most obscure ever podcast with Jeremy Boring.
That's right. Again, Brittany says, I sat through less painful DNA lectures in nursing school. We are done with that. Yeah, yesterday was, and again, I listened to it at 1.5 times speed. That was sufficient. I could still stay awake, but
dude, the guy brought out the straight up textbook on DNA and started quoting it. That was intense. By the way, I gotta go. I'll step in and out if I can. Thank you, everyone. Thank you both, Jared, SK, Jen. I gotta take care of some family stuff, but I'll try to get back on if possible.
It was good to see you again today, Gil. Thank you for being here with your expertise, actual expertise, not fake expertise like mine.
Or mine, yeah.
You guys are good.
Just use the guest link and you can pop in whenever you want.
You're awesome, Jen. Thank you both. Thank you all.
Thanks.
Bye.
Okay, you can go ahead and pull up my screen. I've got the podcast loaded, Jeremy Boring Live, and we can, there we go. All right. Everybody hit a thumbs up because this is going to be good. I've got a feeling.
I am not going to say anything.
On Monday, in a courtroom in Provo, Utah, prosecutors began laying out the evidence against Tyler Robinson, the man accused of murdering Charlie Kirk. The forensics, the video, the medical examiner's findings. Charlie's parents are sitting in that room. His widow is sitting a few feet from the man accused of killing her husband, listening to the worst day of her life read back to her over and over under oath. Candace Owens looked at that and called it a show trial, telling her audience to expect nothing but, quote, Erica's tears and an orbit of her payrolled influencers trying to convince you that the unvetted evidence is overwhelming and undeniable. She said the, quote, real trial would come later. one of the more extraordinary things a free people does, sit down under rules, under oath, in front of the cameras for the whole world to see and establish with facts and evidence what really happened to a man executed in broad daylight in front of thousands of witnesses, has been dismissed by Candace as theater because the truth threatens to shatter her empire of lies. And of course, the whole thing is a lie in its own terms because a preliminary hearing isn't actually a show or a trial. It's a procedure to decide one thing, whether the case is strong enough to actually go to trial. Candace knows that, of course. She's betting that her audience doesn't. As the hearings in Utah began, she posted something else. Quote, "One more fight, Charlie," she wrote. "I don't fear these demons. We will win." Candace has cast herself as the warrior, the one with spiritual insight, the one with strength who perceives the demons that the rest of us are too asleep or too compromised to see, and who's picked up Charlie's sword to go to war with those demons on his behalf. So, okay, she wants to talk about demons, that's fine. There is something truly demonic about this entire affair, but the demonic force here isn't Erica Kirk, a widow now raising 2 children without their father, and it isn't Charlie's closest friends either, the men and women who stood beside him in life and now stand beside his family in the wake of his death. And of course, it's not the organization that Charlie bled to build or the mission that he poured his life into. That's mission's now straining, by the way. Trying to carry on the work of Charlie Kirk without Charlie Kirk is no small thing. It also isn't Israel, which has absolutely nothing to do with Charlie's death, and it isn't our own federal government, which also has nothing to do with it. It's not the Egyptians or the French or whoever else is going to be named on a list that seems to grow every day, an endless roster of people and nations and institutions that Candace has slandered one after another after another. No, the demons here are in the man who pulled the trigger, and the demons are in Candace Owens. The name Satan means accuser, as in the one who stands and points at the innocent and says guilty. That's exactly Candace Owens to a T. Her entire enterprise is built on accusations and lies. A commingling of narcissism and resentment and ambition and probably some real grief. Charlie was once her friend after all. All of that, though, has fused into something genuinely sinister. A person who can look at a grieving widow in a courtroom full of evidence and calculate coldly that the profitable play is to set fire to both isn't confused. She's not misinformed. She's doing evil, and she's doing it on purpose. She's doing it for money, and she's doing it for fame. Blake Neff said it best on X this week, quote, "As Charlie once told us, Candace is very easy to understand once you realize all she cares about is money." I would add to Charlie's indictment and fame. Candace wants to be Oprah. She wants to be very rich and very famous, the wealthiest and the most famous person that she can be. But you can't slander the dead and torment the living and profit from the whole affair and walk away with your soul intact. It just doesn't work that way. Candace is gambling her own soul and she's playing with other people's lives, and she's going to lose both bets. Now, I understand that in her mind, she's sitting on top of the world right now. She's the most famous she's ever been. She's the most followed she's ever been. She's being rewarded more than she's ever been rewarded for anything in her life. If you do the math on what her podcast, which was #1 in the world, is actually generating in ad revenue right now, the number is staggering. But she isn't slaying the demons, she's carrying them. And she's applauded for it by a gullible and spiritually broken audience every single day. Just today, she tried to spin a whole new conspiracy, this one about Ben Shapiro. Ben mentioned that his security team was in touch with Charlie's security team almost immediately after the shooting. Candace framed this as, quote, "Ben confesses." Just one little problem. Candace and Ben had the same security firm working for them at the time. Ben's only security firm, by the way. He doesn't have some special secret IDF security firm also working for him. He only has the one. And it also represented Candace Owens at the time. Interestingly, I was having lunch with the founders of that security firm at the very moment that Charlie was shot. Yes, they did find out right away. Yes, they were in touch with the members of TPUSA's security team right away. Yes, they consulted with their own team right away to ensure that their clients, which included Candace and Ben, were also safe. That's called being good at your job. And these guys are very good at their job. So I guess if that implies that Ben is guilty of involvement in Charlie's murder, it also implies that Candace herself is guilty of involvement in Charlie's murder. But of course, it doesn't actually suggest either thing. It's just another random fact taken out of context by Candace, then surrounded with implications and suggestions and nods and winks and side glances and all the rest, and then thrown out to the internet as still more proof that something. I'm not actually sure what it is we're trying to prove, except that whatever it is that is the official narrative can't possibly be the truth. The whole thing would be comical if it weren't so tragically sad and so damn evil. Ben said on his show that it's a sin to listen to Candace. Just so. If you're listening to her for entertainment, you should be ashamed. If you're listening to her for research, you should guard your soul and guard your mind. But listen, this whole thing was never Candace's story to star in the first place, no matter how bad she needs it to be. It's Charlie's story, and right now, a real proceeding is underway in an open courtroom, laying out piece by piece exactly what happened to Charlie on that terrible September day. Here to discuss that and more, my friend Mark Meckler, co-founded Tea Party Patriots, leads the Convention of States Action, and is the CEO of JTN Networks, the parent company of Just the News. Will Chamberlain is an attorney who revived Human Events and now serves as senior counsel at the Article 3 Project and as VP for External Affairs at the Edmund Burke Foundation. And Gary Melton, a.k.a. Paramount Tactical, who served 4 combat tours as a U.S. Army Special Forces weapons sergeant and sniper team leader, and has spent 9 months going claim by claim by claim through Candace's allegations with actual sourced evidence. A thankless job, but we're glad that you're doing it. Fellas, thank you for being here.
Thank you. Thanks for having us.
Mark, tell us what's happening in Provo.
You know, I think this is really interesting. It's different than the legal system in most states. Most people are not familiar with a process like this. So this is a preliminary hearing. We don't see this in trials in most states. And what people are thinking of is a full-blown trial where you have to prove something beyond a reasonable doubt. This is not that. In a preliminary hearing, all they're trying to do is demonstrate probable cause. In other words, the attorneys come in, the prosecution comes in, they bring witnesses, they bring them before a judge, and they're demonstrating to a judge that they actually have enough evidence to conduct a real trial. And what the judge wants to make sure is we're not going to waste the time of the court. Right? It's not a sham proceeding. It's not a fake proceeding. These are real charges with real evidence behind them. I think it's a great summary methodology, though. I wish more states used it because I do think it separates the wheat from the chaff and the real cases from the fake cases. And I think for the public, if you're watching this and you're concerned about this case, this is a way for you to get the summary of the case, the base evidence, the base facts in hand very quickly.
Does the defense also present evidence in this hearing?
No, actually, it's just the prosecution showing that they have probable cause to continue with the trial.
So what role does the defense play, if any, in the...
I mean, they can cross-examine the witnesses and try to demonstrate that it's not good evidence.
So the prosecution's trying to put things into the trial, and the defense, if anything, is trying to keep
that is
evidence
correct.
out of the trial.
That's the entire process. And folks need to understand that probable cause, way different standard than beyond a reasonable doubt.
Right.
It just means, yep, this looks like something that should proceed. And it's nothing that would send somebody to jail.
And yet, one of the things that's happening on the internet as people watch the hearing is that they're seeing for the first time a lot of evidence that they haven't seen before. And even though we're not going to have proof beyond a reasonable doubt of anyone's guilt at the end of this, we are already seeing that a lot of the counterfactuals that have been presented by people like Candace Owens are in fact untrue. Remember, we don't need to determine guilt to determine that many of the things that Candace has put on the record are just false. You've been going through that better than anyone.
Yeah,
what have we learned this week that we didn't know before?
Well, we learned all the evidence that they said didn't exist actually exists, including, you know, they talked about it. They didn't show all of it, but they actually talked about how they do have video evidence of the shooter, the alleged shooter, allegedly Tyler Robinson, moving into position, taking the shot, being at the exact same place, the exact same time. And then the other thing, like, you know, they're going to be able to link that up and sync that up to the cameras there on the ground as well. So it's not like there's this ambiguous in any way. And really, at the other end of this is, I know people keep talking about, well, we don't see the exact, we can't zoom in and see that, like, you know, there's recoil or a muzzle flash or whatever else. But at the same time, like probably 99% of people get convicted of murder all the time without actual video evidence. And we just happen to have that as well. So, I mean, it's almost been comical to watch Candace and many of her sycophants and people downstream of her just crash out and continue to attempt to distort what's being said and what's being done.
Yeah, it does feel like a lot of the voices that have been, you know, providing counter narratives really for the last almost year the people most invested in trying to reframe this as being some sort of cover-up, some sort of conspiracy, either the fault of foreign governments or our government or TPUSA itself or just the Jews trademark. They really feel like they're unraveling on social media this week. Like, people who are normally excellent. Candace, as an example, is an excellent broadcaster, one of the most gifted. I get in trouble when I say how talented she is because people hate her, and understandably they hate her. But when you say yes, the person you hate happens to be one of the most talented, right, it just upsets people. But it's true. Candace, hugely talented, and yet she's not comporting herself in any way consistent with her level of talent and sophistication or experience this week. I mean, she really feels like she's melting down, and she's not the only one. What are we to make of that?
I mean, I think she's freaking out because you have a narrative that she's been putting forward that is just getting hit from all sides.
Yeah.
And suddenly there's just this huge slew of not only the existing facts that need to be explained away, but the new ones that everybody is seeing on video, right? She made a big deal of saying, I think, on Sean Ryan, that she didn't think that Tyler Robinson had even gone to the campus. Well, they have evidence showing him there 4 different times with him in person. She tried to say, oh, he's not as tall. It's like, well, okay, then why was he driving his own car? And why was his DNA evidence on the towel and on the screwdriver in the roof? I mean, there's going to be so many distinct layers. I mean, even I was on with Jack, and he pointed out that there was new evidence, a new factoid, which is that he went to Chick-fil-A on campus. It's like, okay, well, then he would have probably paid with the credit card. If you paid with the credit card, then that's another piece of evidence that places him at the scene. And the guy lived hours away. Why is he there? Right? What's he doing on UVU campus? So you have all these problems. And so now she's got to come up with a sort of new fixation on, a random factoid, maybe that'll help her. Or she's got to, somehow, but in the end, I think the easiest thing to do is start lashing out at people. And so this explains lashing out at Ben.
So a procedural question for those of you who know more about this than I do. How much of the prosecution's ultimate case are we getting in this hearing? You say that we find out, for example, that that Tyler Robinson was ordered food at the Chick-fil-A on campus. And you say, so probably there's a credit card transaction, or probably there's, would every piece of that have to be presented as potential evidence here?
No.
So we're not seeing all the evidence or hearing all the testimony. We're just trying to get to a baseline that says this is enough to proceed to trial.
Yeah, I think what they're trying to do is give the judge enough to say probable cause. Honestly, watching the evidence this week, we're done. I mean, it's pretty hard to look at those videos, to see him on campus, to watch him limp in the way that you would limp if you had a long gun down your pants. All that stuff is enough to make a judge say, okay, yeah,
we're done with getting to the probable cause threshold.
My opinion is they've already done it. I don't know if you would agree.
Oh, of course. I mean, think about probable cause is the standard required for somebody to make an arrest. It's the standard required for a grand jury to indict, right? Like if this had been shown to a grand jury, would it have been any problem for a prosecutor to obtain an indictment from a grand jury? No. I think Utah seems to, again, have this kind of unique, robust preliminary hearing that allows cross-examination by the defense attorneys. But even given that sort of unique circumstance, this is still overwhelming from the perspective of probable cause.
Mm. So let's go through some of the actual conspiracies that have been debunked one by one this week. What are some things that I shouldn't say that we now know are untrue, because I suspect that we all knew that they were untrue already. One of my favorites is, as recently as this morning, there were still people in my mentions saying, why was there never an autopsy? It's like, well, I've only watched a few minutes of these hearings, and there was an autopsy. Like your fundamental premise that there wasn't an autopsy has already been completely discredited as if it were ever credible in the first place. But it might be fun to kind of go through a few more of those that you've picked up on this week, Gary.
Sure. Whether we're talking about Candace or just going into, look, this is where I came into this. Number one, I'd followed Charlie for many years, was a big fan, and I don't remember if I was watching it live, but within minutes, I was watching what happened. I'm talking less than 10 minutes. I actually think I was watching it live. But regardless, because of my background, number one, it felt personal, right? It's like, this is a guy that I feel like I know. And I think a lot of people that watch us, they feel like they know us. They have this personal connection with him. Obviously, I'd never met Charlie prior to that. So I wanted to know what was going on. I'm skeptical of the government. Maybe they had something to do with it. Although even at the very beginning, probably for the first week, we didn't really start hearing, in the mainstream at least, any sort of these wild conspiracies. But what we did see right off the bat, like day 2, we have the allegedly, Rick Cutler with a palm gun. And I'm like, look, guys, let's just stop this. That's not a palm gun. We don't see any recoil. There's nothing between his fingers. There's no way to aim that. And then it moved to, I don't know, some random kid making a hand gesture, and then it went into an iPhone gun. And I started debunking that. And this guy's like, I don't know, 50 feet away. But what was weird, and I knew something was happening right then, because down in my comments, I immediately saw, you're a Fed. Wait, I'm a Fed because I said it's not a palm gun, because we clearly don't have anything going. And then immediately, you're paid by the Jews. I'm like, I couldn't care less about Israel or the Jews or whatever else. Like, what is going on here? And I started seeing that happen. And then we went into, I don't know, tunnels underneath Charlie, multiple camera guns. There was
exploding microphone.
We'll get to that one, because that one's super special, right here in my heart. But there was all these things, camera guns, and then we also had tunnels underneath Charlie. He was shot from below. Then we went into drones. These drones were flying around. We're shooting Charlie. And all I was doing at the time was going through there and debunking this nonsense. And it's not that hard. And of course, within the first couple of days, we're all trying to, we had very limited footage, especially the first couple of days, but we're all trying to interpret an extremely high-speed energetic event that's being filmed at 30 frames per second. So, one of my first things was like, I thought he potentially had body armor on. And then later on, I was like, hey, I'm wrong on this. I confirmed that. But as we got more information and things that come out, just debunking these things were suddenly an attack on something, right? Because the attack was reciprocated. There was a counter assault against me saying there's no drones. And that's where things started getting weird. And back then, probably around, I don't know, October or so, is the first time that I started hearing about the exploding mic theory, which, again, coming from special operations, I've worked with a lot of explosives. There is visual and auditory observables with an explosion. I don't care if it's a shape chart. I don't care what you got going on. It gets pretty obvious. There was so much energy that killed this man, but it wasn't enough energy to create enough heat to burn a shirt, to create an actual explosion. We see nothing that we would associate with any sort of explosive. And what I will say, I gave Candace a lot of credit. I mean, for months and months and months, when people would bring up the exploding mic theory, I'm like, this is so dumb that not even Candace is going to touch it.
You give her way too much credit now, Gary.
She was waiting for the end of that. So, and now here we are. Now she's convinced. And, there's a whole lot of other things in between there that took place. But, and of course, there's the Charlie's not dead theory, and, which is one of the most disgusting. But, that's where we're at.
When it happened.
I would just point out, your question was what conspiracies have been disproven by this hearing, and it seems like the answer is 0, because they were already all disproven.
Yeah,
So,
I was sitting with, as I said during the monologue, I was sitting with the founders of FRG Security, who are very good friends and who provide all of the security for Ben and all the security for Daily Wire. And at the time, they did some of Candace's security, not all. And they got the news, before I did. And in fact, one of them is who told me as we were sitting there. Of course, they kind of sprung into action. We were all standing. It was a very surreal experience. We were in this brand new sort of steakhouse here in Nashville in a new development. So there wasn't anyone else there. So we sort of had this whole section of this restaurant to ourselves, and we're standing at the table. You have a lot of self-awareness in a moment like that.
Right.
Because we're in the booth. I think we were standing kind of uncomfortably still, like I am here between the... And we only got to talk a little bit because they were, of course, immediately working. They had concerns. People, is this a isolated incident? Do we need to be concerned for our other high-profile conservative clients? But every couple of minutes, we'd have a down moment, check in with each other, check in with what was happening in the news, what we knew, or what we were hearing from whomever we were hearing something from. I remember when the video first started circulating, and I said to one of the fellows who was a dev crew guy, and those guys, all the things that could be done, they did, right, during the war on terror. And I said, I mean, obviously I knew Charlie for a long time, since he was a teenager, and your reaction in a moment where you see something like that is not probably the way you would predict your reaction to be. You're in sort of a heightened adrenalized state. Well, we all went through some version of this, right? Where you're not responding the way you would script yourself to respond. In the state that we were in, I was somewhat emotionless because my emotions were over here somewhere. And I just said to the guy, I said, can a guy come back from a hit like that? And he said, in my experience, no. And something about a guy who has experience, like it was an understatement by him, but it carried real authority. In my experience of watching people take bullets, no. It kind of brought it all to me. And for that reason, among others, one of the worst conspiracies from the very beginning is this: it couldn't have been a 30-06. And people will say it can't be a 30-06 because it is true that a 30-06 round contains an incredible amount of kinetic energy. And it's absolutely true that if a 30-06 round had hit Charlie's spine, there would have been an enormous release of that kinetic energy. If it had hit him in the head, a tremendous release of that kinetic energy. But a 30-06 going through your neck doesn't even have, there's nothing to stop that round. If it doesn't hit the spine, there's nothing that's going to slow that round down and release any of that kinetic energy. It's actually the fact of it in some ways being a high caliber round like that with so much velocity behind it in such a soft part of your body.
Sure.
It doesn't even stop, right? It's straight through. I hate those kinds of lies the most. I think the 30-06 lie or conspiracy is so representative of all of the kinds of lies that get told in these conspiracy theories because it contains truth. It's certainly true. If you've ever shot a deer with a 30-06 and hit its center mass, it does a whole lot more damage than what we saw happen to Charlie. And so you're able to find experts who will tell you, oh yeah, that round would carry an enormous amount of energy behind it, and it would do a whole lot more damage than that if it did something that it didn't do.
Right.
And to me, that's how all of these are. That you find some little something that you can make plausible, and then you present it with absolute authority.
Yeah.
I'm telling you right now, that could not have been done by a 30-06. People hear that kind of authority, and it sounds completely plausible that it couldn't be done by a 30-06. And then you're able to, on that, almost like technicality, hang all of this now conspiracy. I happen to have been sitting with someone, though, who knows what it looks like when a round hits somebody in the neck, and so it was never in question. I think that when you examine conspiracy theories, this is true for probably most people. When you experience the sort of gish galloping that happens in conspiracy theories, I call it the preponderance of false evidence. So many things that just aren't so, as Ronald Reagan might put it. We can all, in our own experience and expertise, find one or two of those things that aren't right. Like, well, it is weird that Charlie wasn't wearing Kevlar. It is weird that there were no eyes on the rooftop. It is strange, all these things that in the moment do seem implausible to you. You go, but I know that 30-06 thing can't be true because I know just a little bit more than the average person about how that round would actually release its kinetic energy in that exact situation. But there is something about the power of gish galloping that doesn't stop you. You go, well, that one's obviously, they're just wrong about that. But what do you make of this? And then you're able to just sort of elide the actual evidence that would disprove the conspiracy. You elide all of that and go right back into the things that can't be disproven. I think that's why these guys are going so crazy this week.
Oh yeah,
because just thing after thing after thing now is being laid bare before
being
them.
crushed. Yeah,
There's nothing, and no, they can't move to the next thing fast enough to stay ahead of, the actual fact of the actual reality of the situation. That's what's amazing about this moment. It's the last thing I'll say that Candace thrives, and people like her thrive on the internet, because on the internet they get to set the rules of the discourse. The other thing that's absolutely crushing them all this week is that court is the one institution left in American public life where they don't get to set the rules. The rules are ensconced in law, the procedures are ensconced in law, and you're held to a standard. Now, we might say that there are problems with the standard. We might say that courts sometimes reach false conclusions. Of course, it's not a perfect system, but it is a system. It's a system that you can't just skate around by. But what about why'd they paint over the parking lot so fast, or whatever the next thing that you want to move people's attention to? The court doesn't actually allow you to do that. It forces you to deal with the evidence as it's presented. And I think that those boundaries are kind of like the elven rope in The Lord of the Rings. You know, it burns as precious. Like they can't bear the touch of the actual constraints of the procedures that they're having to face right now.
Yeah, I think that's exactly right. I think an interesting analogy, kind of a little bit offbeat, but if you guys are familiar with the trial of the David Irving trial, David Irving, the famous Holocaust denier, actually sued an American author for defamation in Britain, and wanted to go to court over it. And they went to trial, and he lost. And there's a lot of good books about it from like the expert witnesses and other things. And the expert witnesses who are historians were saying, "Oh, it doesn't make sense to use a court as like an arbitral forum for history. Right? We should be doing this in the academic world." And after the trial, they're like, "Actually, this is quite good for an arbitral forum, because there's something about sustained questioning under oath that does not allow people to kind of get away from things." And I found this as a lawyer, like whenever you're asking a question and somebody tries to dodge the question, there's no time limit, really. So you're like, "Well, thank you for dodging my question. I will now rephrase my question in a way that prevents you from dodging it in the future."
Yeah.
And that's just in cross-examination. We aren't even to cross-examination of like defense expert witnesses. We're just here. And so I think that's a big problem, right? Courts are actually about as good an engine for truth as humans have devised, especially American courts. I mean, you think about something, what are our rules of evidence and what are our procedures? Well, they are the product of the accumulated wisdom of thousands of judges over hundreds of years as to how to obtain truth from people and from facts. And so that's now what we're going to see in terms of this trial.
And you can't just shout, "You lying bitch."
No, you'll get kicked out of court if you do
yourself
that.
in trouble, or "You maniacal homosexual."
If you've never,
I'm not maniacal.
Right?
It's a terrible accusation.
That was my favorite comment about you.
You can't do that stuff. One interesting thing also is that if most people have never felt real sovereignty. If you are ever actually litigating in front of a judge, or just in the presence of a judge under their jurisdiction, in that sphere, they are totally sovereign over you. They can point at you and say, "You are in a jail cell right now," because they think you're misbehaving.
Yeah.
And most people don't even conceptualize of that. Some judges abuse it. Some judges are really obnoxious with that and just are almost dictatorial in the way they treat lawyers and people. But what it does ensure is that people do behave themselves.
Yeah, and run appropriately, it is a totally controlled environment, which is the exact opposite of a conspiracy theory on the internet. It's completely uncontrolled. And I think you nailed some really important things about how conspiracy theories spread. There's always a kernel of truth in them. You never look at a conspiracy theory and find one that's just completely untrue. And they hang the whole theory on something that's true, and then they play whack-a-mole, right? If you disabuse them of a single notion, they won't admit it. They'll just turn away from that, and they'll go to the next theory and the next theory. There is no end. There's literally never an end. And this is what we're seeing with Candace. And this is why you're seeing Candace start to fall apart, because the further they have to move away from that single kernel of truth, the more ridiculous the story becomes, the easier it is to prove what they're saying is false. And eventually it results in total collapse. In Candace's case, what it usually results in is she just quits talking about the thing. and she moves on to her next conspiracy theory. And I think one of the reasons she's getting so strung out here is she can't stop talking about it. The trial is happening. It's really interesting. She's on vacation right now because she can't talk about this thing. She's now in legal jeopardy. There's just a lot of things coming at her from all directions. I think that's why you're seeing her fall apart.
Yeah.
Well, and to her credit, she is good at is transitioning.
Yes.
From one thing to the next. One of the first things that I addressed was, the French Foreign Legion were involved, and of course we had to have one Israeli something in there.
There's an Israeli agent in there working with the French Foreign Legion,
and she had all
The
this
French Foreign
evidence.
Legion and just one Jew.
Yeah, there's always at least one Jew.
It was Alfred Dreyfus. Sorry,
it was a kosher croissant. But yeah, so she lays this out, and like always, what we're getting is anonymous sources providing unverifiable information. That is the crux of what she does. And she lays this out. I have so much evidence of this. I can't show it to you. All this secret knowledge. But let me tell you something. What is happening here is the Macrons decided they were going to kill Charlie because they were so worried about me highlighting the fact or bringing the fact that, unfortunately, Brigitte has a penis. Like, that's what they were worried about. So that's what they had to do. And then it just kind of fades away. But before that, now we have a $1.5 million hit out on Candace, and they're going to kill her. She's so concerned about it that she leaves directly from the studio to go to Dollywood. And I don't know if they got their money back. I don't know how that works. But then we just move into something else. And like what happened to that? Like that is quite the extremely sophisticated plot that you laid out. And then how does the U.S. Did we just allow that? And of course we get the Egyptian planes. Reconcile all of this for me. And there's no need to it. And it's one thing for Candace to do it, but it is disappointing to watch that so many Americans fall for this.
Yeah.
And never hold her to a standard of anything. And you can show and illustrate lie after lie after lie, or omission after omission after omission. And they're like, go Max, Candace.
Well, I will say, as someone who's worked with Candace, she has a remarkable ability to convince you that you're crazy. There were times where I would walk into a conference room to have, some conflict with Candace. We'd be involved in some conflict with Candace, and my role would require me to go in and try to, deal with the situation. And many times I would walk out of the encounter convinced that I had done something wrong and that Candace had actually never done anything wrong. I wasn't actually convinced, but I had somehow been positioned.
Yeah.
She had moved me on the chessboard to a place of, and she does it through all kinds of rhetorical techniques, makes herself the victim immediately, points out to you all the ways that you failed to deal appropriately with her along the way, which precipitated whatever the ultimate event was. But it is a true superpower that she has.
Yeah.
And she said, if you add to that something that I didn't have with her, but that the audience does, a parasocial relationship, then her superpower is just magnified that much more. Everyone in public life has a parasocial relationship with their audience and vice versa. That's just it's the nature of the medium. It's the nature of, it comes with the territory. Particularly though, this has become true in the age of podcasting. It was one thing to have a parasocial relationship with Walter Cronkite. I always think about this great story that Oprah, I like to use an Oprah story because Candace has told me multiple times that she wants to be Oprah. Oprah told this story once, and it always stuck with me, that she was in a super fancy restaurant in LA at the height of her power. This is the late 90s or the early 2000s or something. She's the queen of the world. She's a billionaire. She's certainly the most famous woman in the world. And she's engaged in some conversation with some interesting someone. There's a tap on her shoulder. And she turns around, and there's a stranger, her eyes as big as saucers. And she says, "Oprah, Elizabeth Taylor just walked into the restaurant." And Oprah was offended. She thought, "You're tapping Oprah Winfrey. I'm a billionaire. I'm the most famous woman on planet Earth. You're tapping me on the shoulder to tell me that an actress from 40 years ago just walked into the restaurant. What on earth? And she says, and then I realized, oh, wait. I beam into people's living rooms 5 days a week. They sit in their underwear. They change their kids' diaper. They nurse their babies. They have the flu and they're in their pajamas. They don't have their makeup on. And I sit in their living room with them every day. And I tell them they know my best friend's name. And they know that I'm struggling with my weight. They know that I'm on this new diet. They know that I just wrote a book. They know what book I like. To see Elizabeth Taylor, they have to drive to a temple in the heart of town and pay an offering and walk into a dark room and look up at the 40-foot altar once a year.
Right.
You know, twice a year if you're one of the biggest movie stars in the world. And what she was describing there, although we didn't have this language in the vernacular in the same way that we do now, is the nature of a parasocial relationship. Elizabeth Taylor has a parasocial relationship with her audience. Of course she does. But it's a very minor one.
Right.
Because part of what made a movie star is that you didn't know much about them.
There was no intimacy.
You didn't have any intimacy, but she had great intimacy with a daytime TV host. And that doesn't even compare to what you have now in the age of the internet. Complete ubiquity. You know, people spend 3 hours a day with Joe Rogan, right? Or they spend an hour and a half a day with Candace, plus Instagram. They see pictures of her with her kids, plus the things that she writes on Twitter. Is just the clips that are coming at you constantly. And it forms in the entirety of the audience a sense that you have a relationship with the person, even though you don't. We all succumb to this to some degree.
Sure.
But some people, it's probably a small percentage. For some people, this becomes a kind of reality. You know, most of us, you know, like it really feels sometimes like you know Joe Rogan, but you know you don't.
Right.
Right. But for some people, I think they actually don't even know that they don't. And so I say that of people like Candace cultivates that in her audience.
Yeah.
We all experience it. You point a camera at yourself, you're going to experience this to some degree. She cultivates it.
Okay. Jen has reminded me that I have to stop. I need to stop every now and then. In my mind, I was like, I just want to keep watching this because this is a great conversation. But just to keep, the channel from getting a strike, and then I'll shut up. But I think this is very interesting. Of all the stuff they've talked about, this last bit is, it kind of gets to the heart of the Candace Owens controversy, is that it's a version of audience capture is really what it sounds like he's describing. And you cultivate this because, look, I get what he's saying, that everybody has some form of a relationship. With live streaming, you definitely do, because you've got people that you're chatting with. They're sending you messages. You are reading the messages. It's a level of interaction that people didn't even have with Oprah. So when you have a person that is of Candace Owens' ilk, she leverages that for nefarious purposes, and it's the misuse of that.
Exactly. I mean, think about it. Being on camera, multiple times a week and chatting with the chat. I mean, we know when somebody's, husband or child is having health problems. They know so many things about us because we give little tidbits of information here and there, and it becomes a parasocial relationship, and people feel like they know you and they trust you. So when people are trusting someone like Candace Owens, she just takes that trust and uses it in a way that is not for good at all. She's able to manipulate people to believe crazy things because they trust her. They think they know her.
Well, I think that it changes with the level of influence that you have as well. So if you're I feel like this is, when I'm a small channel right now, and Gary does it well, that he's got a large audience, tens of thousands of people show up to watch his video, and he still keeps a close connection to them. But he's doing it for, it's the intent behind it is what is different. You know what I mean? I don't know. You can see, basically look at how it projects with somebody like Gary's audience or like our audiences. When that's projected out in the world, it's not a net negative influence. When you take something that Candace Owens is doing, it's a biblical thing, right? By their fruits, they'll be known, right? What are the fruits that are being produced? You know, or is it something that's going to grow, or is it something that's going to give you a bad case of diarrhea? You know, is it going to give
Right?
you a gut ache? And that's
That
basically
is exactly true. And I say all the time, the most important thing right now that everyone needs to be praying for is discernment. Because if you have discernment, you can recognize immediately the good and the bad, and you will not be misled, because there is so much misinformation and misleading and manipulation of content all across all mediums, across, YouTube, podcasts, TikTok, X, also mainstream media. There is so much manipulation and misleading going on. The only way to not be misled is to have discernment, so that you can know immediately when something is true and when something isn't, when someone is good and when someone is bad. And being genuine, being honest, when you make a mistake, admitting you've made a mistake, saying, oh, my bad, I misstated this, or I got this wrong, or I thought this, but it actually turned out to be this. Those are the people you want to watch. When people don't ever correct themselves or admit to making a mistake, that's a problem. And just like they were saying, when Candace has one theory, she just leaves it behind and goes on to the other one. She never even addresses it again. She never says, well, okay, we were off the mark on that one, but let's reevaluate this evidence. I think this might be what's going on. She doesn't do that. She doesn't ever say, I made a mistake, or I messed up, or I misstated this. She does not do that at all.
Yeah, it's an inability to be humble. And at some point you have to be humble and say, I don't know the answer to every question. I'm not the SME on everything under the sun. She sees herself as someone who is, or at the very least, she is putting that forward to her audience, and her audience firmly believes it, even though the cameras turn off. And presumably, I mean, she could be saying, oh boy, I got a whole lot wrong, but I will just run with it. I'm not worried about it. See how many views we got and how many clicks we got. And that's really the driving factor. So yeah.
They live by the analytics. It's really, really sad. I can't imagine, uh, um, reducing myself to analytics and how many people followed me or liked something I said, or any of those things. I mean, just like the negative comments. I turned on the Sean Ryan show last night before I fell asleep, and immediately I could feel the evil. I mean, in my soul, in my spirit. I mean, it is actual evil. And watching her sit there and talk about how she went through this health struggle and it humbled her, and that's why the negative comments don't bother her. She's not being honest at all. The negative comments don't bother me because they don't affect my daily, everyday life. Under my roof, the people under my roof and in my real life, I have a great life. I have people around me. People can say mean things to me in the comments, and it doesn't hurt me because I know who I am and I know whose I am, and I'm a Christian, and I do everything I can to walk by faith. I feel like Candace wields this whole Catholicism Christ thing in a very nefarious way, and I don't like it at all.
Bingo. Let's get back to it. That's a good one to end on. Good words. Good words. I like it.
And if you add to that the superpower of her personality disorder, I think you do wind up with you wind up in a situation where I would suspect that there are hundreds of thousands of particularly women, though not exclusively, in the country right now, who, if you told them that whole story, hey, you remember when the French took out a hit on Candace and then she just went to Dollywood? They would say, well, yeah, but that's because Candace talked to Donald Trump and he was protecting her. Or, well, yeah, of course, but Candace has the best security in the world. Or, well, of course, but we would never let anything happen to Candace. Or just, no, that didn't happen. Because they'll do anything to protect the image of Candace that they've built and that Candace has built with them.
Yeah. I mean, it's
and so there
genuinely
is no evidence that could impact it.
No, I mean, it is genuinely cult behavior. I mean, that's what, in the brilliance that Candace has in all this. I mean, she's created a whole new genre of entertainment. This is like a murder mystery, choose your own adventure.
Yeah.
You get to cosplay as an investigator and you get to join the investigation. And by the way, I want you to go out there. I know that you people can find this information. I'm not going to leave my studio I'm not going to go talk to anybody. I'm not going to go to locations. I'm not going to do any of those things. I'm not going to talk to professionals. I'm not going to talk to anybody that has any subject matter expertise in any of this. I want you all to do that. And I have a freaking murder mystery email tip line where you can send this information to me and you can feed me new content. And if you're lucky, I will pull that out and I will read what you sent me and give you a little credit for it. But it is. I mean, there's a lot of.
It's like Candace AI.
Oh, it's. I mean, it's like you have to give her credit in those areas, the way that she can manipulate people.
Yeah.
And what she does isn't sophisticated, but it's extremely well executed. And like you said, I mean, she's exceptional at it. She really is.
When you say AI, it's artificial insanity. I've known Candace for a long time, like since way before she was famous. And I first met her at a Turning Point event. She was literally sitting by herself. This shows you how unfamous she was. She was sitting by herself at breakfast. My wife and I went over to chat with her. And I have a habit of when I see young people coming up in politics, and especially if you see somebody who flips from the left to the right, everybody thinks it's cool. Like, oh, they're getting famous. They're on Fox News. They're on Daily Wire, Blaze, whatever. It's like so cool and they're so popular. It sucks to be them at that point. It's really hard. Everybody they know that they knew from their former life hates them, is attacking them. They're being, everybody's on them on the right. We love you. You're incredible. By the way, they're usually going broke at that point in their lives because every other way that they could make money in the past, all those people now hate them. Nobody's paying them. You go on Fox News, you're not getting paid to be on Fox News or whatever you're doing that's making you famous. And so I just tend to go up to them like, I just want them to know, like, if you need anything, I've been through this. It's ugly. I'm happy to help or whatever. And so I did that with Candace and it was fine. We had a nice conversation. And then about 6 weeks later, I just felt compelled to call and check on her. You said something which I think is so true. If you've spent any time with Candace, you know she's extraordinary.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, she oozes charisma. She's articulate. She's intelligent. She's pretty. I mean, she's the full package as a broadcaster. And so I knew she was going to be really famous. So I called her up and just said, hey, how's it going? And she was frank. And she said, not great. And I said, what's going on? And she was telling me, it's just rough. I'm having a hard time making it. And I said, well, I have a kind of a litmus test question with up and comers. Like, what would happen if your car broke down tomorrow? And Candace told me, oh, I'd be screwed. Like, I couldn't afford a car repair. She said, in fact, I have a tire that's flat right now. I can't repair it. So here she is. She's becoming famous. She's traveling around talking for TPUSA. She's making virtually no money. She can't fix her tire on her car. And so I offered to help her with that. And I started paying her. Like, this is a story I've never told publicly.
Wow.
And I just said, well, what do you need to survive? And she said, well, I'm getting paid $1,600 a month. My rent is more than that. I'm watching my YouTube for monetization. How much do you need? She said, I need about $1,000 a month to survive. And I said, okay, well, I'll pay you $2,000. And she said, well, for what? And I said, just do what you're doing. Because she was extraordinary. And I just, we could afford it out of our nonprofit. I put her on the budget. I started paying her. And she at some point said, oh, do you want me to endorse convention estates? I said, I mean, if you want to, but that's not why I'm not doing this for that reason. I'm doing it because you're a talent. You're important. I think you're going to be famous and do really great things. I just want to help. So I paid her. I don't remember exactly whether it was a month or two. It was relatively short. And one day I got a text from her that was like the most vicious text I've ever received from anybody in my entire life. I mean, just cut me to the bone. Said something like, I don't think who you are, who you say you are. I don't think you're genuine. Don't ever talk to me again. And I literally, the look on your face is the look on my face.
Like out of nowhere, just like what?
At zero, out of nowhere.
0 to 100. Yeah.
Hadn't had a conversation. And I basically said, what the F are you talking about? And she said, was I not clear? I don't ever want to talk to you again, lose my number. And I said, you're batshit crazy. Like, I don't even know what this is. And that's the last time I ever talked to Candace, right? But it was my first evidence that she's psycho. And the follow-on to the story is many years later, I knew Charlie socially more than politically. We used to hunt together. And so we would go pheasant hunting and fishing together. And so I was on a pheasant hunt with him. This is when Candace was having her explosion with Kanye. Remember, she said Kanye designed the logo for Blexit, and he said no. So this is all blowing up. Charlie has now made her his communications director. We're on this hunt. Charlie's there. He's on the phone constantly. He walks up to me and says this really weird thing. He goes, I think I owe you an apology. I'm not offended by anything you've done that I'm aware of. He goes, you don't know? Nope. Okay. Like, you don't owe me an apology. It's fine. And I asked him a little bit later, I'm like, I don't know what that was all about, but I do have one question. I got this super weird text from Candace. Like, it was just the meanest text I've ever gotten in my life. I was just trying to help her. And he pointed at his phone and he goes, some people never change. And that to me was the beginning of a through line, right? Like, I saw, okay, I don't know what's going on with her and Charlie, but it's bad and she's being vicious. She was bad and vicious to me. She then goes to PragerU. And I kind of tried to warn the PragerU folks, like, can't tell you exactly what's going to happen, but it's probably not going to be good. She leaves PragerU. I get told by folks at PragerU, pretty ugly. She ends up at Daily Wire. I'm like, oh my God, my friends at DW. This is so bad. Obviously, it goes poorly. There is a through line from the day I met her that she is a vicious, psychotic person.
Yeah, well, she's certainly capable of being incredibly vicious. And she presents that as being like a great defender of justice in her public mission. But she has a high capacity to mistreat people in person.
Yeah.
In the commercial that launched Jeremy's Razors, which I don't always wear Gucci.
I'm just going to say the best commercial, the greatest commercial in history.
Kind of a big day for me.
Yes.
Yeah.
Understandably.
I only took the possession of the Gucci jacket again about an hour before you guys arrived. It showed up in a U-Haul. I'm going to wear it. At the beginning of the Jeremy's Razors commercial, there's the bit where I pull up in a McLaren and I jump out of the McLaren and I just kind of throw the keys without even looking at the assistant who's trailing behind me, and I wrote that joke into the Jeremy's Razors commercial because on her first day working for the Daily Wire, Candace arrived at our Nashville office and walked in the office and literally just handed her keys to the first person whom she encountered because she had just pulled up in front of the building and got out of her car. She wasn't even in a parking spot. She just pulled up, handed her keys to someone, and she did it with such nonchalance that we laughed about it for months. And I didn't perceive it to be, I think it's a little diva-ish, but I thought it was kind of charming and funny in its own weird way, obviously it's the very beginning of a relationship and, everybody's seeing each other in the best possible light. But I did think it was funny enough to write it into the Jeremy's Razors commercial, a few months later when the time came to make that. But I came to see this over time as being really indicative of how she would treat particularly junior staff. I had a PA tell me once, I walked into the building where we did all of our Daily Wire production, which was separate from the building where the offices were. And I walked in and there's this junior employee standing at the door holding a Starbucks cup. I said, what are you doing? And she said, well, I wait for Candace every morning to give her her Starbucks order. And I said, there's not a Starbucks nearby. Like we're in an industrial district. We're 15 minutes from anything. And she said, oh, yeah. But it has to be hot when she gets here. She says, so just every 5 minutes or 10 minutes that goes by, I go and heat it up in the microwave for 30 seconds. And I said, well, what time does Candace arrive? And she said, well, usually between 9:30 and 11. So
that's 10,000 steps.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness. Between there and the microwave.
That's a lot. That's a lot.
Yeah. Look, but I think that's an important story to add context to all of this.
Yeah.
Because people see Candace in her persona, on her show. There's a real human being behind there.
Yeah.
And for those of us who've had to have encounters with that real human being, it's not pleasant. She's not a pleasant person.
Yeah. She can be incredibly winsome in moments, because she is ferocious. There are times when she's ferocious on your behalf. And it reads as friendship. There were times when she stood up for me, particularly I'm thinking of the Steven Crowder incident. And she went on, I think it was on Tim Pool that day and defended me. And man, I appreciated it because no one can do that the way that Candace can do it, you know. But man, when that ire turns on you, there are no rules. It's the all's fair in I don't know if there was any love. All's fair in war, for sure, with Candace. She's not constrained by any normal conventions. You know, she's not constrained by loyalty. She's not constrained by truth. You know, Dennis Prager used to say that truth is not a left-wing value. I worry that more and more truth is, for huge swaths of the right now, truth is not a right-wing value.
I agree with that.
But truth is certainly not a Candace value. I think that Candace, in whatever personality disorder it is that she has, I think that she'll sometimes say, you know, I would pass a lie detector test. And I think she would.
I agree.
Because I think whatever her personality disorder is, it's one that allows truth to emanate from her. She is the center of the universe. She is God in her story. And when God says, let there be light, light is. And if Candace says, Jeremy is a maniacal homosexual, it's absolutely and completely true from her point of view, the very moment that she says it. And if tomorrow she says, Jeremy sexually harassed all the women at the Daily Wire, you'll say, I caught you in a contradiction, but there is no contradiction. It was absolutely true that Jeremy's a maniacal homosexual when she said it. It's absolutely true that Jeremy sexually harassed the female employees at the exact moment that she said it. If it is funny to her or useful to her or amusing to her or part of some broader conspiracy 6 months later to say Jeremy's was castrated as a child and is completely asexual and wouldn't even be capable of having a sexual thought, well, that'll be completely true in the exact moment that she says it. None of those conventions bind her in any way. And I think that is so difficult for the average person. We don't in our day-to-day lives encounter someone like that. And it makes it almost impossible to actually understand her because you can't hear me say that and relate to it. Because I can't relate to it. No one can relate to it. Even knowing it about her, I would lose track of it when I would go into rooms with her and I would get bested by her in these moments. It's almost like a glamour. And it's not until you're out of the room that you're like, every word of that was a lie. I knew that it was a lie the whole time, but man, her gifts make it very powerful when she does.
We knew this was a lie within 48 hours, right? I mean, within 48 hours, we had all the evidence we really needed.
Right.
Like Tyler Robinson was the guy, clearly. I mean, his parents turned him in, right? Like if his parents, you know.
The filthy Zionists.
Right. If any of these conspiracy theories had even the slightest ring of truth, don't you think his parents would get up and stand up and say, our child is innocent, let him go, please? They haven't. I mean, and I guess but then of course, Candace, what Candace is capable of is remarkable, but of course she doesn't think she's the bad guy. I think there's this anecdote about somebody asked Christoph Waltz, who played Hans Landa, asked him, how do you play evil so well? And he's like, Hans Landa doesn't think he's evil.
Yeah.
Right? Like Candace doesn't think she's evil. The point is, of course, she just has blinders on, has moral blinders on and is just capable of pursuing forward what she's doing.
I think there's a broader social philosophy going on here, which is it's not just Candace, but as a society, we've lost the rational ability for shame and glory, shame and honor. And so it used to be when somebody got caught in a lie, there was great shame in that, right? Honor meant you told the truth. And if you actually got caught outright in a lie, it was completely humiliating and you would retreat from the stage. That doesn't exist anymore. If you look at the internet widely, if you go on X, spend any time there, which all of us do, unfortunately, sometimes
I'm only there to read Will.
Funny. Well, what you're describing, this is guilt culture, right? Mm-hmm. And actually what we're moving towards is shame culture. And they're different, right? Guilt is feeling wrong because you've done something wrong. Shame is feeling bad because other people have seen that you've done something wrong. Mm-hmm. And that's and moreover, it's like, this is very, I'm not trying to be racist, but very like Arab third world, where it's like, and it's sort of the problem in our diplomacy where we expect them to feel guilty about things, but they'll just keep lying because to admit fault, to admit wrongdoing is the most embarrassing thing.
Right.
And, maybe this connects to the fact that, we sort of talked about this, or not really, but the idea that we're dealing with the problem of the third worldification of the audience for podcasts, right? Like, before 2 years ago, even, everybody had to focus on a North American audience, a Western audience. And now that a view is a view and you have the entire world coming in to watch things, you're getting this kind of very distorted from our perspective, warped view of how things work, of what audiences like, what audiences will reward, and therefore what's sort of anchoring and pulling podcasters in that direction.
Yeah. Before we move on, and I'm just, because I know I'll be very brief, guys, and then we'll get back to Gary. Just protecting the channel. Just a reminder, I'm just protecting the channel from copyrights. This is narcissistic personality disorder, in my opinion. I'm not a psychotherapist, but I have experience with somebody who, in my life, who had that level of delusion, that you could watch them say something and do something, and there was no way under the sun after the fact you could convince them that they did. They remember things in a completely different way. It is this messiah complex, or whatever you want to call it. It's that they can do no wrong, and everything is 100% justified. And it's really wild when you experience someone firsthand who does that. The average person would say, that can't be. Nobody is like that. I can say this with 100% certainty. Yes, people do this, entirely convinced of their own lies. It's really wild.
I just wanted to update everybody on the hearing. I just went over there and was listening for a second, and the defense is arguing again to redact like 11 pages. They're saying that that it is against the law for them to allow what the state is considering a confession in preliminary hearing before it goes to trial. So that's what they're arguing. They're citing Supreme Court cases. Estes v. Texas, I believe, is one of the things that they cited. But that's what's going on. They're still arguing over the 11 pages that the defense wants redacted.
And in that 11 pages is an admission of guilt.
I think what they're trying to do, based on what I just saw being there for just a couple minutes, because I didn't want to miss too much of this interview, and I can't concentrate on two things at once, clearly. It sounds to me like they're considering Lance, Lance is, I think what they're doing is considering Lance's statement and him saying that Tyler confessed by saying, these things to him, that the state is considering that a confession, and the defense is arguing a confession isn't allowed to be played in court before a trial.
Oh, wow. Okay.
So, but that's what I gathered. I could be wrong. They're still talking about the redactions.
Okay. Golly. It's been 30 minutes or 40 minutes, however long it's been. One other thing that I found very interesting, and then I will go back to the video, is that he talked about her wanting to be Oprah, that this was what she was aspiring to be. And I noticed that, and in fact, I probably made a video about it. This is before I was on YouTube. I think it was when I was just on Rumble and Locals. Those were the only two places I was doing videos. And I thought, this is very strange. The logo looks just like Oprah, the format, the set, like her attire, everything.
Calling it Candace.
Right. Just calling it Candace. That was it. I thought, this is a mirror image of Oprah. My thought at the time, because this is before she turned cuckoo, was that it was a branding decision made by the Daily Wire, who was trying to build into a major network. And I thought, okay, this is their way of branding somebody like a Candace Owens, taking her from the more fiery person and maybe trying to bring her to something that's a little more, I guess, even keel and Oprah-esque. That was basically the way I thought of it when they did the whole branding decision. But yeah, I find it interesting. Okay. Anything else?
I don't think so. I think we should get back to this interview because it's great.
This is fantastic. Yep.
Phenomenon. I think it's maybe a part of the most important thing that we're facing in our culture right now. Move past the Charlie hearing for a moment, move past Candace Owens. What social media is becoming, the fact that we all feel it changing, but we can't really put our finger, we can't really articulate exactly what those changes are. but the changes in social media are changing us. I'm convinced that it's the biggest crisis. The biggest crisis in the country isn't AI. The biggest crisis in the country isn't Iran. Biggest crisis in the country isn't the homelessness. Or, I'm sorry, the housing affordability crisis. Although these are all problems. The ubiquity of social media and the ambiguity of social media and the anonymity of social media are all sort of there's this confluence of those events that is creating this sort of manufactured social proof that convinces us that to be a part of what's socially accepted is to be a part of what the mob on the internet tells us. And we don't even fully understand that, half the mob isn't American, half the mob probably isn't human. The anonymity of the internet obscures all of this, that there are actual robust foreign intelligence operations taking place under the guise of the anonymity of the internet to create manufactured social proof. And we're all being pulled toward these ideas and these beliefs. You say shame is being seen as being wrong. But sometimes it's being seen as being wrong even when we don't think we're wrong. In other words, it's not that sometimes you feel shame because you were caught. A man cheats on his wife, gets caught. He did something horribly wrong. He was perceived to have done the thing that was horribly wrong. He feels shame. If you didn't put a black square on your Instagram account in the middle of BLM, if you didn't have incredibly strong convictions, you may have known that it wasn't wrong. I know I'm not a racist. And yet I still may have felt shame in that. I have incredibly strong convictions politically, but I think millions of people felt shame in that moment because the mob was perceiving that they had done something wrong, even though they hadn't fallen short of their own conscience in any way. And so there's like this manufactured shame that happens. Social media is driving all of that.
Yeah. And Candace Owens is the culmination. Like, this is the only time in history that she could even exist the way that she does. And it's because of, we can go into postmodernism, but really we've gotten to this thing where it was relative moralism, but now it's relative reality. Like, I'm only going to accept the facts that I like. And there's nothing, not only am I going to believe in something that has no evidence, I'm going to believe in this something even though there's overwhelming evidence against it.
Yeah.
And that's where things get crazy. That's where you get into these conversations online, or I've had people on my podcast that disagree. Like, help me to understand how you're coming to these conclusions. And there is no answer. The answer is, well, what about JFK? Remember JFK?
Yeah.
You know what the CIA did? You're pulling, again, you're gish galloping a bunch of irrelevant things that have no actual bearing on whether or not we have evidence for this, whether it's your position on this or my position. Now, my position, I have DNA evidence, I have video evidence, I have the parents turning them in, I have 5 confessions, admissions, we'll call them admissions. Like, you got nothing over here. And now we can see him crawling into position. We see this guy arrive in this car. Well, we lost track of him, or like, we can't see him perfectly on the roof. Well, yeah, but we watch him on multiple camera views. We see this guy get out of the car. We see that same person in the same clothes. Yeah, but they could have switched him out or something, like something in between. Like,
right.
I feel like I'm taking crazy pills, but this is the only time that this con, which is really what it is, it's a fraud that could exist. And it's because of the culmination of social media, this relativism that's been going on for a really long time, the rejection of Christianity and God in this country, and a lot of other things. But a lot of people are exploiting it. And first and foremost, and you kind of touched on it already, I do think this is 5th generational warfare. Like, I see that our political and our foreign adversaries, you better believe, are exploiting this and capitalizing on this moment. And they're pushing this because really what this is ultimately is Candace, at least at one time, was a useful idiot, and they were using her to divide the right. But then she goes to Russia, and now I don't know how useful idiot she is. She's just a useful tool that has been convinced to push certain narratives.
I want to push really quick.
Yeah.
So, like, query whether it is like a lack of Christianity in the country. I mean, maybe, but she professes to be a Christian. Carrie Bowler professes to be a recently converted Christian. I don't know that it's, I feel like it's whatever belief system you adhere to. I mean, even like,
Sure. I would say, let me rephrase that. The lack of morals and ethics.
Okay, fair enough. Yeah.
Like, however you want to frame that, whatever your foundational philosophy and fundamentals that come from, but that's what because here again, I even remember when I was a kid, like even it was just societally wrong to accuse someone of something heinous without evidence. As a matter of fact, I remember in my house, and my parents weren't all that like sophisticated or erudite, but it's like, okay, you're accusing this person, maybe somebody at school. Well, what evidence do you have? Like, then don't do that.
Just the norm.
Yeah. And now, not only is it not condemned, it's encouraged, incentivized, and extremely profitable.
Right. There's two pieces of this. One is COVID. I don't think you can really talk about what's happening probably for the rest of our lives without talking about the government's overreaction to COVID.
Sure.
The hubris of shutting down the world, breaking people. It broke people socially, it broke people spiritually, it broke people mentally, it broke people economically.
Yeah.
The institutions didn't lose our trust for no reason.
Yeah.
The problem is once you have no faith in any institution, then you think you've been set free now to see truth, but you've actually now been set free from any standard of truth. The gatekeepers exist for a reason. They failed us. Absolutely, I'm not defending their behavior, but they didn't exist for no reason. We have to have cultural, community institutions that we empower to be some sort of gatekeepers, to be some sort of standard bearers, and we've lost that completely. The other piece is IQ. That because of the third worldification of social media, now the social proof is when it looks like everyone thinks one thing, right? Candace uses this, and a lot of these guys, Buckley Carlson, all these guys, they love. Everybody knows, everybody sees what you're doing. Obviously, it's this. They're invoking social proof continually to make you feel like if you disagree with them, you're actually outside of the bounds of what's normal or what's acceptable.
What's agreed upon.
But I have a buddy who was special ops in Afghanistan, and he said that one day they were doing something with some of their Afghani army partners, Afghani military partners, I don't know the term. And, they were like, we're going to do this, we're going to do this, we're going to do this. And the guy's like, well, you're out of your mind. This cannot be done.
Yeah.
And they said something like, we hit a golf ball on the moon in 1969. We can do this or whatever. And the guy stopped and says, what was this? I'm saying we hit a golf ball on the moon. We can definitely do this. You hit a golf ball on the moon? What are you talking about? They said, I'm talking about Americans went to the moon. We hit a golf ball on the moon. We do hard things. This is a hard thing. We can do this. The guy said, you cannot go to the moon. You can't. He said, yeah, we put a man on the moon. You cannot put a man on the moon. The moon is this big. And obviously it's easy to laugh at that guy. But in the developing world, in the third world, there's not a high accumulation of IQ. That is just, it's not, this isn't a statement of racism. It's not a statement even of genetics. I'm not making a statement about eugenics. I'm making a statement that part of what has allowed the West to become the West is that because we've had something approaching, it's grown out of centuries, something approaching market economics, something approaching human liberty, those systems incent high IQ. They allow people with high IQ to prosper, which then allows that to be something that you're selecting for, as a society evolves. But that's not necessarily true in the third world, where those kinds of systems and those kinds of realities aren't the governing philosophies of the world. They don't necessarily select for high IQ in those societies, or at least they haven't up until now.
No.
And so when you allow the entire third world anonymously onto the internet, there are a lot of people who think that the moon is this big. And people who think that the moon is this big respond to something other than facts. When they use the term, people will say all the time, Candace brings facts and evidence, and all you bring is assertions, or they don't use the word assertions. Yep.
She just brings the receipts.
She brings the receipts. Yeah, that's
it.
right.
They don't add anything to it because there's nothing to it.
That's right. And it's always strikes me because she never actually provides any evidence. She makes bald assertions. That's all she does. But because she makes them with a kind of vigor. The other thing that happens is Candace will say things like, you're gay or you're short or you're awful. And people will reply in my comments and say, I bet you wish you hadn't got out of bed. Candace owned you. She totally destroyed you. And I'll be like, she didn't even lay a glove on me.
Right.
She didn't even give me a bad hour, much less a bad day. She said nothing. She backed those assertions with nothing. Pure hyperbole, not hyperbole, ad hominem, just a hyperbolic ad hominem, just a personal attack. And it means nothing to me when an evil person has a low opinion of me. That means nothing to me. But to those people who are saying it, she did win.
Oh, yeah.
And I actually think this is a very difficult challenge for us as we try to communicate truth into this new information ecosystem, is that if we don't back our truthful statements with a certain amount of passion, with a certain amount of attitude, with a certain fighting tenor, there's an entire group of people out there who aren't capable of weighing whether or not what we said was true on the merits at all. And we, because we're being gentlemanly, we're trying to communicate from a place of maybe not erudite exactly, but just like well-mannered, or in a way that doesn't make us feel shame to show ourselves in public. We're trying to behave, decently. We actually just miss out on it, but we lose half the audience right there, because it looks like if you really believed what you were saying, you'd attack her personally.
Yeah.
You'd say that she's, short, bald, and ugly, or whatever it is.
Well,
what are we supposed to do with that?
Yeah. Well, there's something freeing when you can just speak, especially in public, and you don't even have to think about your words. You just kind of, like, as we sit here and talk, I want to make sure that I'm speaking precisely, and I'm not overstating facts there's something amazing when you don't have to do that. And you can just say, you can use as much hyperbole, exaggeration, you can omit whatever facts. You don't have to worry about any of that stuff. And she does that. And she's very convincing. She's very compelling because of that. But you're right. She has not put forth a single bit of evidence on any of her material claims. She will drop receipts on things that don't even matter to what she's saying, whether it's, Israel killed Charlie Kirk, the United States killed Charlie Kirk, Erica Kirk was at Fort Huachuca, Brian Harper was Fort Huachuca. We have nothing of those things. And yet people, and then on top of that, it's all insinuation and suggestion. And one of my favorite things that she constantly does, and I catch her on this all the time, it's like she'll actually start off an episode where she's presenting something new or somebody into the story, whatever it is. And she'll even say, well, I'm just speculating. But within about 5-10 minutes, she's referring back to that thing as a fact. We've already established that this is what's going on.
Right.
And it is, and I've seen this. And again, I don't know if she was trained on some of these tactics, if some of those things just came to her naturally. But, coming from special operations and understanding how information operations, psychological operations work, and cognitive warfare works, she is very good at it. And it's not really sophisticated tactics, but she uses them in a way that she can blend it seamlessly into the backdrop. And if you don't know what you're looking for, you don't even know what's happening to you.
Right. Rhetoric is logos, ethos, pathos, right? It's not just logos.
That's right.
I think there is a theme
I didn't understand.
So this is, basics, logos, logic, ethos, credibility, pathos, feeling.
I love
passion.
Legos.
Right.
Legos.
Right. Legos are great. But, the whole point is that this is all what you're describing is debates over ethos, right?
That's right.
Yes.
Ad hominem isn't necessarily a fallacy. By the way, I'd always hated people are like, that's a fallacy, whatever. It's like, okay, but it's actually effective though, in a sense that it is a fallacy. But the idea being that she's engaging is a credibility game. Right? She's insulting you, lowering your social status. She's going after your credibility by speaking with force and vigor and power. She's elevating her own credibility. It's totally separate. And so if you're going to, we were joking backstage about college debate and how people are speaking at an extraordinarily high rate of speed. Think of that as pure logocentrism, right?
That's facts don't care about your feelings.
That's right. And
many faxes you can issue.
Right. But the scoreboard doesn't care about your facts either. Right. So sorry, Ben. I'm not trying to be mean. But the point being that like what Candace is doing, why it works is she's playing the ethos game when other people aren't necessarily. It is important for the right to learn how to play the ethos game too. That means insults too. Like I think you know, on a random side note, you know, this is one of the mistakes I think, for example, the Israelis or the pro-Israel side makes when they talk about Gazan genocide. Right? There's a lack of contemptuousness for the allegation. Right? They're so focused on defending themselves. Like, no, look at the statistics. We aren't doing that. And instead of just being like, of course we're not doing that, you moron. Like, why would we could if we wanted to, and we're not. You know, because you're not forceful enough, because you're sort of looking weak and defensive as opposed to contemptuous and arrogant, which is actually, you know, maybe bad in some broad moral sense, but good from the perspective of persuasion.
I'm going to take a quick break here, and we can talk about this. So yeah,
the judge just said first thing tomorrow morning they are going to play the video with redactions, and before it's played, he wants a paper with the timestamps of the redactions so he can make sure that it's all lined up. He said, "I know this has been a long conversation, but we want to make sure that everyone's constitutional rights are intact and not violated," and blah 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 blah. So it sounds like they're playing it tomorrow morning first thing, but with some redactions.
Interesting. I'll be interested to know what they settled on for specific redactions. Wow. Okay. I was really hoping there would be no redactions. But I think Gil was pretty clear that that's probably where they were going to settle. So chalk one up to a W for Gil and his prediction.
Yes, right? Well, it's almost like he has a law degree and knows what he's talking about. But also, we do have to recognize that the Constitution and people's constitutional rights are first and foremost, and people are innocent until proven guilty in this country. And that's the way it should be, not the way Candace does it, where she lobs all of these things at people and then tries to tell them they have to prove they're innocent.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm going to dovetail, or not dovetail, but I'm going to break away from that and kind of go back to what they were talking about. And then we'll go back again. For those just joining us, this is a copyright break so that we don't get struck. So I thought it was interesting. Gary was talking about, you know, relative reality. You know, he's talked a lot, and I've done the same, about moral relativism and how corrosive that is. And how, you know, that when he's talking with these Candace folks, that it's, well, what about JFK? They go back to it as if because one big thing happened now, it has to be the same as every other big thing. You know, when you talk about JFK or, you know, what have you, that's automatically where they go. And I thought about that. I thought, yeah, it's the conspiracy theorists, which again, their conspiracies do exist. If you believe everything's a conspiracy, you're dumb. If you believe nothing is a conspiracy, you're dumb. Or that there are no conspiracies, then you're dumb, rather. But it's like everything is a conspiracy, because if it's not, then I have nothing to talk about. That's where, you know, I've tapped into some of these channels to follow them, some small creators that get on the Candace bandwagon, and that's what they do. But it plays to what Jeremy was just talking about with our collective IQ online. The online IQ is, and this is something that I thought about as a comparison or as an analogy. It's combative, but it's Neanderthals bludgeoning each other with blunt objects. That's really what it is. There is no fact, there's no substance, there's no military tactic to the fighting. It's just Neanderthalish bludgeoning each other, and you think that somebody's going to come out the victor one way or the other. And it was just interesting because he said we've become third world on social media, and I thought that was he's made a lot of astute points. They all have. And then Gary, he also mentioned, you know, was she trained in this? Is this something that is, you know, how did she learn to manipulate people in this way? And, you know, he comes from the SF world, and wasn't in the SF world when I was in, but I worked with the information operations people with PsyOps and some folks like that. And there's things that people can glean from, you know, propaganda, you know, manipulation, all of that through how you speak, how you deliver things, the way it's presented, that she has tapped into. But in my opinion, I think it's just the byproduct of a lack of morals and an endless supply of money, which is what it's kind of become for her. I don't know. What were your thoughts?
Yeah, no, I agree. And I think that probably her husband plays a role in this. And I think that some of the connections with TPUSA and some of the other information operations, including possibly, maybe, allegedly, potentially, the Cambridge Analytica things and Richard Dearlove. And a lot of those connections are, I think people need to look at those and pay attention to those things. They're the parent company for all of that literally has on their website that they do psyops and they work with militaries and things like that. So I just think that with the involvement of things like MI6 and Five Eyes in some of the things that have taken place, especially politically, I think that is worth looking into. I'm not saying that that's 100% it, but I think that there could be something there potentially.
At the very least, Gary's talked about it a lot, the sock puppets and the bots and the manipulation of the algorithm. That, and some people say, oh, it's too expensive to do that. I disagree with that. I don't think that it would be that expensive to hire an agency in, I don't know, Bangladesh or something to help boost posts and to push certain things. But the algorithm is definitely evidence that the Candace Owens message has been pushed unnaturally because it violates their terms of service on a regular basis for the conspiracy theories. And you can see other channels and I've seen it in mine that I do a video about Candace. The algorithm doesn't know whether I'm going to approach it like I normally approach it, which is relatively even keel. I don't get fiery about a lot, overly fiery about a lot of things. It just knows that I'm pushing something about Candace, and whether it's good or bad, the algorithm helps to divide. I think it delves into politics. It delves into a lot of other things. So that's what in my, and I just say that I could do a video where on Candace and it'll get, 5, 6, 7,000 views, which is a lot for my small channel. Then I'll do the next day a video that's not about it, and it is, 1,000 or less. It's so
But have you
unnaturally
noticed?
manipulated.
Right. No, it is 100%. And have you noticed that when you do anything or say anything on any social media platform negative about Candace Owens, the comments are filled with accounts that have hardly any followers, and some of them have been on the app like X, for example, for a very long time, yet they don't have very many followers at all, and their replies are all defending Candace Owens. Like, that is very fishy. I don't care if you're conspiracy minded or not. 2 + 2 is 4, and things start to make sense if you just pay attention,
Yeah.
And the fact that anyone uses the term psyop, the fact that I've said it in a serious manner over the last couple of years is wild, because I just am somebody who never used to talk about anything like that. But after learning about the way like mass behavior manipulation works, and learning about why psychological operations were even started, I mean, it was a marketing thing in a lot of ways, just like your algorithm on social media showing you certain videos that make you feel a certain way, and then boom, you're going to have an advertisement, and they know that a certain percentage of people are going to click on that advertisement, and out of that certain percentage of people, another certain percentage is going to actually purchase the item. It's behavior manipulation, and they're manipulating emotions, and it's gross in all ways. And when people look at all of these comments on videos or posts or whatever it is, and they think that there's a real person making these comments, it is very misleading, because people think, oh, well, my opinion isn't that out there. Other people believe it too.
Yeah, here's another weird analogy, but if you could imagine, you're walking somewhere every single day, and you walk through this field that is, whatever, it's dirt and all that, and every day you throw a couple of seeds out, and you do this every single day. You throw a couple of seeds out here and there. You're throwing seeds out. It's not that you're blanketing the whole thing. You're just throwing some seeds out. Eventually it starts to grow, and then it starts to spread, and then it becomes a bigger thing. Then to you, it's just, for Candace, it's just throw a couple seeds out here and there, but it grows and it spreads. And that's sort of what this has become. So it's boosted by the sock puppets and by the, the algorithm being manipulated. But the effect, even though it's not the millions and millions, it's hundreds of thousands that become millions, and it just grows, and it feeds into everyday life. Last analogy, and then I'll get back to the video, is, you take a dropper of dye, you watch somebody dye a pond, and you just take a little bit of that dye, you just dump a little bit in it, and it spreads. It just runs amok. It runs amok until the whole pool or the whole pond is a different color. That's kind of what this is. So
You're right. You're absolutely right.
and I like being right. Okay, let's get back to it.
Trump actually understands this.
Yes.
Donald Trump uses ethos to great effect, even today when he's speaking about renewed bombing in Iran. And he says,
I'm going to read a super chat real quick. Roberto Calamari says, "It's problem is everyone calls everything a psyop now."
I agree. I completely agree with that. And then it's meaningless, which is another reason why prior to actually investigating these things and trying to learn about it, I was like, people talking about psyops, those people need to be institutionalized. Like that when there were asylums and institutions, those were the people that got put in institutions, people that were talking about things like psyops and MK Ultra and all these things. Now we have congressional hearings on these things. You have websites, companies with their websites that state right on their homepage that their company is a company that does mass behavior manipulation and psychological operations, and they work with militaries around the world. I mean, this is not anything that's hidden anymore. But no, not everything is a psyop, 100%. But I do think some of the things that appear to be should be looked into, and people should take that into account because it is something that does exist. Psyops are not a conspiracy.
Yeah.
As much as I wanted to think they were.
Right. Well, and nobody is the unwitting person. Okay, do I think that a Candace person who is just parroting what she says, do they realize in the moment that they're part of a psyop? And I say no, because they're doing it for, like, back to the Neanderthal thing, not that all of them are Neanderthals. I mean, some of them are, I guess, smart people, but they're not smart enough to see past the deception of what's going on. And I think that's why, as viewers, I'll take myself out of the content creator position and say, I'm just a viewer. I care about the intent, and I care about, what, for the case of the Charlie Kirk assassination, the evidence, the facts, all of that. If you're finding someone who's actually doing that, you have to be the discerning mind and not just say, I'm excited by the suspense and the true crime narrative, and I'm bought into the entertainment factor. That's not what this is. This is real life. This is real people. This is real organizations, real jobs, real families, real, this is not some entertainment thing. And that's what they've turned it into, what Candace says. So find the person who is actually going after the facts, and then you are ultimately avoiding the psyop. Because if you find a person like Gary, like you, and we'll say like me, who will admit when they are wrong, who is just out to find the true information and not just build a narrative, then you're probably in good company if you're doing that.
Yes, I completely agree with that. Completely agree with that. And in order for psyops to work, there have to be the useful idiots. And I mean, I hate to say it, but a lot of these people are just useful idiots. They believe it. Just like he was saying a second ago about, Candace being charismatic and being all of these things, people are drawn to her. And people in the comments were like, oh, Candace is horrible. Nobody actually thinks that. Listen, you don't get millions of followers on a platform by not being charismatic. We have to admit the fact that Candace Owens is charismatic and she's good at what she does, and that you just have to accept that. Otherwise, there wouldn't be all of these people following her and believing all of these crazy conspiracies.
Bingo. That's a good one to end on. Let's go. Let's keep rolling.
Yeah. We're not bombing them at a very high level, to be honest. A high level would be bombing their bridges, and we could take them out. I think in one day, we could take them out in one day, all of them in one day. They couldn't do anything about it.
What was his answer to Rand Paul in those early debates? You're short and you're at 2% of the polls. Right? Like Rand Paul would make some argument about policy. He'd just be like, you're short, you're at 2% of the polls.
Yeah.
Works.
Argue with that, Rand
right.
Paul.
I think part of what we're dealing with here is very old. And Candace is doing something that goes back, that has plagued Christianity since the beginning, which is she's practicing a form of Gnosticism.
Oh, yeah.
Right. So she is using secret knowledge. I mean, she actually uses the words, I may not know, but I know. Right. And that is
I may not know, but I know.
Right. That's pure Gnosticism. Right. So she has a secret knowledge. And so for her listeners, they want to be in on that secret knowledge. This is the way Gnosticism has always worked. They know something that the rest of us don't know. So anytime we question it, it's like, oh, you don't know. You're not in. You've been fooled. You're the rube. You're the mark, because you don't know what we know. You don't know what Candace knows. This is a very old game. It plagued early Christianity. I think it plagues any moral system that has a serious moral foundation and principles. Gnosticism is a really dangerous philosophy.
I was associated with a gal who was very high up in the Nexium cult. Are you familiar with the story?
Yeah.
And eventually this cohort of women within that cult even allowed their genitals to be branded with a branding iron. And you think, well, how could a person possibly get to a place where they would allow that to happen? And it is the constant promise. You're being constantly brought along this Gnostic journey toward inner acceptance or inner knowledge, ultimately. Where if you just continue along, taking the steps, and eventually they can take you places that you would never, in your rational mind, have allowed yourself to go.
Yeah, we have friends that we've actually lost to this, that are not friends anymore, that became Candace acolytes, and you can't reason with them. There's literally, you're dealing with this online constantly. You are as well. And when I'm going back to the ballistics discussion, right?
Yeah.
And all these people, that's impossible. This guy, it couldn't have been this gun. And I was so frustrated because my wife came to me one day and said, well, our friend so-and-so says this gun couldn't have done this. I'm not your level of expert, but me and a little AI, it's pretty obvious. Yeah. No problem to be a 30-06. And so I did the ballistics analysis. I produced an entire report. I sent it to her, and she said, I know when people are lying. There's nothing you could say that would convince me.
Yeah.
It's like, what do you, and that's what I said to my wife, I don't know what to do with that. Don't ever tell me what this woman says ever again. It's a waste of time. I don't want to deal with it.
Well, that's where you get into Gnosticism, or the fact that we're now dealing with a religion, right? Because it is faith without evidence, or faith in spite of evidence against it. It's worse.
Yes.
So, like early on, we heard those arguments. And look, the other thing that I think we do get into a problem with, especially on the ballistic side of this, is let's not pretend that this isn't an anomaly, right? Or it's an atypical result. But with that being said, it's not unheard of. As a matter of fact, it's like, you know what, Gary? I know, because I had a 30-06, that if I shot something, something would explode. There's definitely an exit wound. I was like, okay, well, what about Martin Luther King? He was shot from 65 yards away. And we have a very similar wound track and very similar results with no exit. All right. It hit him in the jaw, hit him in his spine, and then it deflected downward, no exit. Well, that's different. No. We started off with the argument that there's no way that the human body can stop that round. Right. But if we add something in there, now Charlie Kirk is now 143 yards away, 142 yards away, almost exactly half the distance. And now even if we go back to Martin Luther King, do we know if it hadn't hit him in the jaw that it would have exited? No, you don't know that. Okay, now we go to Charlie Kirk, almost exactly twice the distance away. And now it did hit him in the jaw, but we hit his spine, deflected downward, no exit. And then we go to...
Did it hit the spine?
It did. So it did hit his spine. It hit him in... Well, here's what has been relayed. Basically, it was Andrew Colvett to Stephen Gardner. And I could ask him specifically, but what was said was that it basically... It crashed into, and this is really obviously low technicality when it comes to the wording of this, not very specific, but crashed into the C1, the C2, the C3, the C4. I don't know what the last cervical vertebrae is, and then the T1. Now, that doesn't tell us anything. So people are making all these ridiculous animations where it's like the round goes in here, because your C1 is obviously pretty high. It goes in here, goes upward, goes downward, and it's like, oh yeah, this makes sense. This is a magic bullet. That's not what happens. When you're dealing with hydrostatic shock shock, and you're also dealing with the transfer of that much energy. It could have hit him in the T1 and sent enough energy, and we also know that bullet fragmented. So it could have sent fragments upward that damaged those vertebrae that were north of T1. And on top of that, it's just a tremendous amount of energy. And I think number one, just going back to your friend, when I saw what happened to Charlie, I was like, done. That's done. Yeah. And then like I talked to my wife about this. She's like, oh, well, they just said he has a heartbeat. I was like, I don't care if they have if they have him, his heart is mechanically beating.
His brain,
like he's gone. Like and you know, there are definitely pictures where you can see in the back where there's clear separation of the vertebrae. And, you know, again, but you have to look for these things. You have to think about these things. Right now, I only know 4 people that have been shot with a 30-06. That is Charlie Kirk, Martin Luther King, a fellow Green Beret named Chuck Ritter. He was actually shot with 7.62 by 54, which is the exact ballistic equivalent of 30-06. He was shot from 25 yards away. It also hit him. It went in between his ribs, hit his spine, deflected downward. Not only was there no exit wound, he's still alive. And it was all caught on video. And like he even posted he came on here and he's like, yeah, it can happen. Like if that happened to me, you're a liar. Okay, here's a video of it. Here's a video of this happening. Oh yeah, you're a liar. Here's my medical records. Here's the pictures of it. You're a liar. And then I just found somebody sent me a new one, a guy named Shane Hill, also shot from a very short distance away. A 30-06 hit him in the spine. And what's interesting to me, because look, I've been shooting long range for over 20 years. This is what I teach long range ballistics for a living. We have our own line of long range precision custom rifles. Like this is what I do. But what I don't sit around and do, and most people don't, I don't care how good they are at ballistics or whatever else. Like what we're not, there's internal, external, and terminal ballistics. Most people are not sitting around studying terminal ballistics, and we just don't.
Right.
And on top of that, specific to 30-06, I thought it was a lot less likely to stay in the body, or it was more likely to exit than even I. And once I started actually researching that piece, and part of that was saying, Gary, yeah, you're a ballistics expert, but do you really know that much about terminal ballistics of 30-06? Have you studied that? And the answer is no. So you start going back and you hear about Martin Luther King, you start looking at what was going on with that. And there's a lot of controversy around Martin Luther King, but what has never been contested was whether or not he was shot with a 30-06.
Right.
That's just not there. And we see almost exact results. And then just going back to the same parallels, it's like, okay, what was the muzzle velocity with the firearm and ammunition that Martin Luther King had? We already know that he's going to get hit with more energy because it's a much shorter distance.
Right.
But now, like what allegedly Tyler Robinson was using, was it the same muzzle velocity? Is it a different type of projectile? Was that round stabilized? And we can get into a whole nerd side of that. But now, was that bullet in extreme yaw? And I do think there's evidence of that. What we do see is an atypical entrance wound. It's elongated and larger than I would expect for an entrance wound. And I think that round was already tumbling or starting to tumble before it entered. But regardless, we have multiple examples. And then you can get into, I started diving into pathology reports and old military pathology reports specific to 30-06. It's much more common than we think it is. It reminds me of, I remember there was a meme on way back when, and it was showed a guy carrying around an artillery round, and it said, "What 45 guys think they shoot?" And it's like we don't really understand the limitation of what happens when it actually hits the human body. And I do think there's something specific, and I don't know if anyone's ever studied this. But when a human being, a 220-pound human being like Charlie Kirk, gets hit in the spine is made to flex. The spine is made to disseminate and distribute shock.
Yeah.
And I think it does that. And again, I know 4 people by name that have been hit by 30-06 with no exit wound, and all of them were hit in the spine. And I think there's something to it.
And we haven't seen this autopsy report yet.
No. We haven't seen the autopsy report at all. No.
And we will. Right?
Yeah. We will.
We will. Like, we'll see a lot more at trial. I think we talked about that earlier, but there's going to be a lot more coming. There's going to be testimony, right? You're going to have a whole bunch of people up on the stand under oath, not just, the police officers sort of narrating all these various visuals that are being used for the preliminary hearing. You're going to have the parents are probably going to get called to the stand. You're going to hear the direct explanation of the whole drama at home where they confronted their son. None of that's privileged. like that's all coming in. They have to testify to it. And you know,
Lance Twigg will have to testify.
Lance Twigg will have to testify. He's got a
Video.
immunity deal.
Well, and there's a video. I don't know if it was played today, but it will be played this week. It's on the docket. It's on the prosecution witness and evidence report. But Lance Twiggs will have a video this week.
Yeah, there's like a video of his testimony.
Yeah, I think a short statement, or I don't know.
Video of like a police interview or something. Like that,
sure.
But which wouldn't be allowed at trial. Actually, that's an interesting dynamic, right? You have to. Confrontation clause requires you to be able to confront your witnesses and cross-examine them.
He will have to.
He will have to actually show up.
Yeah, you know, you're not allowed to apply logic though.
No.
So like the entire question of, you know, would a government do it or would the Israelis have done it? You know, you were a professional sniper. If you were trying to plan how to kill an incredibly high-profile person, would you come up with, as a professional, would you come up with the plan of, well, in broad daylight, in front of 3,000 witnesses, many of whom are running cameras, on a campus that has unknown number of cameras running all the time, 24/7. I'm going to climb up on a roof in an exposed position and take this shot with a suppressed hunting rifle.
Yeah,
like that would never. If your government asked you to do that, you would say, "Hey guys, I think we probably ought to think this through. There's probably about 5,000 ways that we could do this that don't involve me getting caught on camera." The fact that there isn't video of him, you say, you know, most people who are convicted of murder, we don't have any video of them, and here you have a lot of video, but maybe not the very moment. Luck is not a business model. If you're the professional sniper, it's only luck that there isn't video. It's only luck that somebody didn't hear it and not even try to record it, but just do this and capture the shooter standing up briefly to run off the roof. Like,
well, there's a flaw in your logic to begin with, and that is he actually wasn't killed with that rifle.
Right.
So, and this is where things have always been crazy for me. It's like, okay, Israel. I think we narrowed it down. Israel was involved. Clearly, the United States had to be involved because I don't know. Charlie was definitely going to be a future president. He was about to turn on Trump. I don't know. But this is the problem with all that. It's like what we did is we put together this extremely sophisticated, complicated assassination plan, and we've created a patsy. And it was so sophisticated, so well executed that everybody got away with it. But the one thing, it's like, yeah, hey man, you took the shot from a different location that nobody saw, nobody heard, yes. All right, great job. You did that. What were we shooting? 223. What did we leave it with? What did we leave with the patsy? 30-06. Oh.
Yeah. Bad move.
Oh, like that was the one thing that between like the greatest militaries on earth, both Israel and the United States, maybe French, I don't know right at this point, but like that was the one thing that we screwed up. I mean, if we're going to plan this, and let's say we were stupid enough to come up with the plan where we're going to do this in broad daylight, which would make no sense. Like why 30-06? Like 30-06 be the worst one with, you know, like why would we go with that? There's so many better ways to do that.
Isn't the new theory that Twiggs is like a Fed or something like that? And because like
Twiggs was the one that actually was there.
Right? Yeah, because it's the new fact they have to explain is the DNA of Twiggs being on the screwdriver and the
I think Candace has said that Twiggs is taller, and since the person on camera is obviously at least 6'2", possibly 6'3".
Right, obviously.
It must.
Quick copyright break just to say that this is going all over the internet, and Will Chamberlain just brought it up. But if you go back, Viva Fry posted it I think it was this morning, saying, stop saying that it was 95, 80, whatever it was, 82 to 95% Lance Twiggs DNA. The opposite is true. And the clip is it's right there. Everybody go. I pulled it up, but I'm not going to change that. It was 95% of the DNA was Tyler Robinson, not Lance Twiggs.
Right. And it's very easy to tell who's never followed any type of trials, especially for crime, and the DNA that's, you know, presented at trial, because when people live together, especially when you're talking about items that came out of someone's house that multiple people use, you're going to have multiple people's DNA on that item. The screwdriver, they both have touched the screwdriver. The towel, I'm sure they both used it. I'm hoping that it's all just like skin cell DNA on the towel and not anything gross. But you know,
Well, as Gary
who
said,
knows?
if you find anything, if you hear anything else, don't tell me.
Yeah, I mean, Kay Pasto's made all her jokes, but I mean, you guys, there's going to be DNA from other people in your household on items that come from inside your house.
Yeah, and they covered it ad nauseum, but it was interesting how many people on X, that's where I was looking, was just on X, were going with the opposite of what was said in testimony. The testimony was that it was Tyler Robinson was the majority of the DNA found. Lance Twiggs also existed, and they said the people are just blindly running with it enough that there were a lot of people saying, stop repeating this. It's not accurate. And then they were showing the clip of the DNA expert who spent 3 hours on the stand and said that no, the bulk of the DNA was Tyler Robinson. So you can't believe, you know, the whole kind of the joke, you know, that, oh, it's on the internet, it must be true. That has never been more critical for us to, it's never been more critical for us to validate that now than any other time in human history.
Yes, and also they mentioned the height. Gary posted on X, but also we talked about it yesterday on here, and Gary went and pulled the mugshot of Tyler. Candace happened to post a picture of Tyler's mugshot that has like the top part of his head cut off.
Yeah.
He went back and checked, and it does look like he's about however tall it said, but regardless, you guys also have to remember that this is still a kid. In my eyes, he's still a kid. The men grow for more years than women. Women stop growing way before men stop growing. So who knows? I'm just going to say this is all just put out there to inject doubt into people's minds and to try to make them believe something Candace is saying. And just like he was saying about the DNA evidence, they're completely switching it around to make people believe it was Lance that was there and not Tyler. And it's crazy to watch it happen in real time.
Well, it repeats more rapidly when people want it to be true. So it's the same, you know, kind of cult mindset that, well, my queen or my whoever must be right. So I heard it from somebody. I'm just going to, even though it's an account with no, you know, no profile picture and 2 followers and, you know, sourced out of Indonesia. Then
there we go. There's the photo. 72 inches. I suck at math unless you put a $sign in front. How tall is 72 inches?
Let's see.
6 foot.
That would be, let's see, 68 inches. I'm 68 inches. So that is, that's 5'8". So 70 inches is
so 5'10".
11. Yeah. Maybe 5'11", 70 and 71 inches would be 5'11". Or yeah, that's right. Yeah. 5'11". Am I doing math right?
Is 5'11"? No, I don't know. Don't ask me. I read, okay? I do words. I don't do numbers.
Let's see, 5'9", 5'10", 11. Yeah, that'd be 5'11". Yeah.
Okay,
Yep.
So 72 inches is 6 feet.
Correct. So hairline is at 72. But here's the other thing. We're talking
I'm embarrassed.
Yeah, it is 70. 6 feet is 72. Because 68 inches is 5'8". That's how tall I am. I'm 5'8". But nonetheless, they're splitting hairs over 2 inches on video and making an assertion that doesn't line up unless, you know, we know that on a driver's license, as an example, somebody could have on their driver's license, you know, whatever, 5'10", and like you say, they've gained an inch or 2 inches since they've been of that age. I know I grew 2 inches when I was in college. So when did they get their license? How long until it has to be? There's a whole slew of things. I'm not going to go down that rabbit hole, but nonetheless, we're splitting hairs over some, you know, what seems like silly stuff.
Exactly. Let's get back to this interview, but also I'm going to need somebody. Eliz 616 said Patriot Source podcast is tonight at 10 p.m. Eastern time. I'm going to need somebody to confirm that because I thought it was at 9:30 Eastern time. So can somebody tell me what time my show is starting, please?
What time am I podcasting today? Oh gosh. All right, let's go.
Twigs, even though where we would see somebody that looks like has Twigs' appearance.
Yeah.
Right. And
This is after the Egyptians expended millions of dollars flying around chasing Erica for some reason.
Right.
And the level of sophistication here is the level of expense.
You guys just don't get it.
Yeah, clearly.
That's the problem.
You know what? There's something going on here that I think is actually the most important weapon that we have, which is mockery.
Yeah.
Like part of we fall into this as conservatives. No, let me debate the facts with you.
Yeah.
And you mentioned this about Israel. Instead of just saying this is asinine, you guys are idiots. Like no rational person.
Yeah.
I think we should use obviously no rational person would believe the stuff they can. This is saying it's so stupid.
And listen, there's a lot here. No one's an expert on everything. I started off saying that I suspect that the reason that there's not the giant exit wound that people would expect is because the round didn't actually connect with anything that would cause it to release that kinetic energy. You're making a completely different argument, which is that it did in fact hit the spine and deflected into the body. That's also a perfectly plausible answer to the question, and I don't know, which is the one thing you can't ever say in these situations.
Right. Well,
I don't know.
Yeah, and the other thing they point to is like, well, there's the odds of that actually. Well, the odds of that is probably around 30% or more, and who knows? But especially when you start looking at the empirical evidence that I found, it's like I know 4 people, all shot with 3.6, no exit wound. I'm just saying right now we're betting 1,000 here. Not to say that again, I still do think it's atypical, but the idea is like, well, it's such a small percentage. Like low percentage or low probability things happen all the freaking time.
Right. That's why they're part of the probability.
Like, by days, it's like 1 out of 20,000 days you're going to get into a car wreck, and we've all been in car wrecks.
Right.
So just and really at the end of the day, I don't care if it's 1 in a billion. Given the evidence that we have, just through the process of elimination, there was no other gunshot.
Right. Improbable compared to what?
Yeah.
Right. Improbable compared to the independent probability of Tyler Robinson's car being there 4 times, the DNA being on the towel and the screwdriver, the video camera depicting a person looking like him with stumbling through around with a rough rifle in his leg, the parent. I mean, the independent, okay, so it's like 1 in 100 that a 30-06 rifle or a 30-06 bullet stops in the body. Okay, compared to the 1 in a quintillion probability of all these other things being
But almost all conspiracies, I say this all the time, almost all conspiracy theories come into existence because of the confluence of many improbabilities.
Mhm.
Because the truth is, the shooting of one of the things that we can learn from the assassination of Charlie Kirk is that the system is very robust and works most of the time.
Mhm.
Because conservatives speak all the time and aren't shot. Why? Because think of all the things that actually had to go wrong in order for this to occur.
Mm-hmm.
Charlie has had at the time, he has even better security now. He had very good security at the time. It's not easy to get a gun onto a college campus.
So that was an open carry campus. I mean, that was a carry campus.
Was it a carry campus?
So
not easy to get a 30-06 onto the roof of.
Yes.
People miss. The average cop, when they're adrenalized, misses when they pull the trigger once.
Yeah.
A lot of things had to happen exactly the way they happened in order for this to occur. And because each one of those things is unlikely, the confluence of all of them is extremely unlikely. And when a thing happens that's extremely unlikely, it's something in the human brain wants to reject it. It's like it couldn't possibly be what it appears to be. We want to impose onto that chaos a kind of order. And the conspiracy theory is actually more comforting to a certain subset of people than the truth. It's more comforting to believe that Israel is so powerful and so sophisticated that they actually know exactly what the secondary and tertiary effects of all of their actions are going to be in such a way that they can perfectly orchestrate and perfectly manipulate these situations into existence. At least that means somebody's in charge. At least that means somebody knows what's going on. So, that doesn't bring me any comfort, but I think it truly brings a lot of comfort to a lot of people when they see 9/11 happen. Think of how many things have to go wrong all at the same time in order for 9/11 to occur. Much better to believe that the Jews just did it. Much better to believe that somebody somewhere is actually an expert. That it isn't just the DMV all the way down, right? That the government isn't just the DMV ad infinitum.
Right.
It is, though.
Except that it is.
Well, the irony of that, though, is where you're trying to bring order to chaos, which is kind of what's happening. You're saying, hey, there's so many things that had to go wrong here that I'm going to introduce about 10 times more variables by putting this other entity that has so many other pieces going on here that it's so exponentially less probable than just what you got there. And that's the other thing too. And again, you guys, you've been around security. I taught close protection and things like that for a really long time. Those vulnerabilities, this is the one vulnerability that Tyler Robinson in this particular instance exploited. But really, there's always vulnerabilities that can be exploited. As a matter of fact, if I was it's like, Garrett, you have to take this person out at this event like UVU, right? It's like, no problem. We're going to do the same thing that they do all over South America. And that is, I'm going to wait for him to leave. And when he comes to the first stop sign, we're going to put somebody out there to make them stop. And then we're going to shoot up the car. Like that could have happened. They weren't using armored vehicles. We could have exploited this 1,000 different ways. And they say, well, you know, he had access to the roof. Well, if he didn't have access to the roof, I've been to UVU, and literally there's plenty of windows and other like he could have found entrance into one of those. And it's like, well, it's the security team's fault. Well, the security team is not the Secret Service detail. That's like, you know, it's like you're talking about the ability for them to go and room clear all of these, secure those, have people posted. But Tyler Robinson could have went in one of these empty rooms, either shot out a window or opened a window and would have able to be like, that's just the type, like Charlie Kirk was not the president of the United States. And even with the president of the United States, as we see, there's plenty of vulnerabilities there as well. But to pretend that, let's be real, most close security protection details are just a heavy dose of visual deterrence.
Yeah.
It's just a fact. Because if somebody wants to take them out, they're going to. And we're not going to worry about, you know, when you got 3,000 people in a courtyard and you got a security team of 11 people. Yeah. And by the way, they know that that is a carry campus. So you know 5 to 10% of the people in there have firearms on them. So we're talking between 300 and 150 firearms within shooting distance, 25 yards of Charlie Kirk. It would only make sense that the most likely course of action or the greatest danger is what we're paying attention to. I mean, other than Martin Luther King, we don't really have a precedent for a sniper shot taking place on a non-politician, specifically, you know, outside of a president.
Right.
It's never happened before.
And Charlie wanted to put himself in that environment.
Yes.
You know, at Daily Wire, our security team would have objected in the strongest possible terms to one of our guys standing out in an exposed environment like that. And sometimes my job was to heed the advice of my security team. And sometimes my job was to override the advice of my security team. Because, and this is the problem that the president faces, but at a much smaller scale, sometimes you got to press the flesh.
Yeah.
Sometimes you have to be out with the people.
Yeah.
Sometimes security's job is to never let that happen. You know, I don't know what conversations took place between Charlie and his team. I know what would have taken place between me and our team. It would have been, no, you cannot do that.
Well,
and I would have said, but we have to do that for this reason, this reason, this reason. It's a business decision, not a security decision. Excuse me. And we would have wrestled with that and had an argument about it, and each presented our side, and we ultimately would have made the decision that we thought was best. And sometimes that decision isn't security first.
Yeah, he understood the risk, and I did have long conversations with I interviewed Brian Harple. I've had conversations with him and some of the other security detail about that exact thing. They were constantly trying to get Charlie to take security more seriously. Yeah. They wanted him to wear a vest. His wife wanted him to wear a vest. He wouldn't. And, you know, he didn't. I could tell what he didn't want them to do was win through terrorism, right? He didn't want to capitulate to change anything that he was. And I feel the same way, and I would probably do the same thing. And it probably, you know, if you were in his position, I'd probably end up dead too. But I would feel the same. And by the way, Trump is kind of like that as well, right? He's like, get down. No, you know, fight. Like you're getting shot at, retard. But you know,
that's President retard.
Yeah. You know, his security team wanted to have bulletproof glass up there. They wanted those things, ballistic protection. One of the things that he talked about that Charlie insisted upon, like they wanted the rope line, and you can see at UVU all the bike racks that are sitting there that are, you know, being a hedge between him and a buffer zone between Charlie. The area where the person was speaking, he insisted that was open between him and the mic. So we at least had a direct line. That was what Charlie. So, you know, he understood the risk, and he was willing to take those risks. And he thought what he was doing was that important, and how he was doing it was just as important.
Yeah. If I can tell you that at times where I've put my guys on, the average time I put them on a campus, there's metal detectors.
Mm-hmm.
When we've put them in environments where there are not metal detectors, we've put them on in environments before where it was constitutional carry or whatever, in whatever environment they were in. And my team has still said, well, we should still have metal detectors. And there's times where you have to say, well, you can't. You know, we're for people being able to carry firearms.
Sure.
And in order to be for that, you know, there are certain situations where even in that environment, I still think metal detectors are appropriate. But there have been times where I've had to say to our security, no, you can't bring in metal detectors. You know, the whole purpose of this event is that. But I will say that in those, when I've had my guys speak at those events, we've asked them to wear Kevlar or whatever, to wear something under.
Sure. You know, during the height of the Tea Party era, I was wearing Kevlar everywhere.
Yeah, it's awful.
I mean, because the threats were on and there were active shooter threats, and I was coordinating with local police. And, you know, in the beginning, I kind of thought it was funny, to be honest with you, because they'd be like, oh, yeah, people are going to try and kill you. And I'm like, I'm just a regular guy. Why would people try to kill me? And they started sharing threats with me. And honestly, for my family's peace of mind, I started wearing body armor. It's terrible to wear body armor, to be honest with you. You know, it's even the lightweight stuff is heavy. Lightweight stuff isn't going to stop most heavy duty rifle rounds.
It wouldn't stop a 30-06.
It wouldn't stop anything. It's not going to stop a headshot or a neck shot. So you reduce your risk a little bit, but you also are doing what you were talking about, Charlie didn't want to do. And I understand that. Like, you don't want to give into it.
No.
You want to go out there and you want to be in the fray. You know, I did an event with you guys in Nashville, and it was the rally against childhood mutilation at the Capitol. And I was there. We were talking with your producer before this. She was there. And I went out into the audience, and it was nuts out there. I mean, you had Antifa all blacked out carrying ARs, fully legal to carry long guns there at the state capitol like that. And I had a cameraman with me, and I was mic'd up. It was insane out there. I'm actually wearing hearing aids right now. I'm going to make a claim with you. They damaged my hearing. I mean, they literally had the bullhorns out. They were feeding them back on me. And at some point I was out there just in the melee, enjoying myself, to be honest. And my cameraman just grabbed me back of the shirt, and he pulled me out. He said, way too dangerous. Like, open firearms all around you. I was not wearing armor at the time. He's like, I can't protect you. I'm afraid you're going to get killed. I don't want to be the guy that gets that on film. And he dragged me out. But the threat is real when you're out there. Mm-hmm. And you, as a CEO, we're talking about this. I think it's really important. We do this as CEOs all the time. In general, we are risk analyzers. That's our job. That's right. There is a reward. There was a reward for Charlie being out there in that crowd. But somebody, Charlie in this case, had to analyze the risk and say, I'm willing to take that risk because I think the reward is great enough. We've all said this. I know it for sure. Charlie knew what he was facing.
Yeah.
Like Charlie was willing to die for what he was doing.
Yes, absolutely. And if you had said to Charlie, that if you had asked him that question directly, like, you could become a martyr for this cause, he would have said, I don't want to, but fine. And like, if that's what it takes, I'm willing to take that risk. Yeah. And the other question, just broadly speaking, this is something that I struggle with all the time. We started by talking about Candace and all the evil she's doing. It's not just Candace. It's Candace, it's Tucker, it's Megan, it's Nick Fuentes. There's a whole bunch of them out there. And you know, we've now sort of talked the A-list, but there's a bunch of B and C-list people doing the same thing. What's the strategy? Like, what's the right strategy? Because we can give all the facts and figures you've talked about. We can do that ad nauseum, and they just blow it off.
You mean the strategy against them?
Yeah. What do we do against them? Because that's what I care about. How do we kill this virus, or at least suppress it?
I've been talking about this for a long time, because you're right. And I think, like, you know, what I talk about in my podcast is like, this podcast is not for you to sit here and listen. This is a call to action. Because what we have is, they believe whatever they don't have facts, they don't have evidence, they don't have anything backing up what they do, but they are passionate about what they are doing. And yes, there's a huge artificial, and I would say foreign adversarial push that's taking place as well. But that's probably 30-40%.
Yeah, but they're real players.
But they're real players. And most conservatives, and this is why we lose to the left as well, right? And these are kind of, we can go into horseshoe theory and all this, but there's a lot of similarities between this woke right and the people that follow Candace and the left. And they will go out there and they will share content. They will push narratives. They will be down in your comments, my comments, fighting with us, they're trying to demoralize us, demoralize anyone that follows us, anyone that agrees with us. And everybody else is like, I'm just here to observe, and I don't like it. But what I do think is happening in the last month or so, and I think this hearing will continue to push this, and people are done with it. And this is why I was like, as soon as I saw that Candace was on this exploding mic thing, I was like, thank you, Jesus. Like, most people will bypass, because they don't know enough details about whether or not there was a tunnel or the French were involved. They're kind of, you know, when I say most people, most reasonable, logical conservatives that don't like what she's doing, but aren't in the weeds of it, and they won't engage because they can't argue it.
Right.
But when you throw out something like an exploding mic that, again, enough force, enough energy to kill a man, and by the way, their claim, not mine, that it destroyed the microphone itself, but it didn't create a hole in his shirt, didn't even come loose of the magnet.
No video.
No equal and opposite reaction. Right. Like Newton's third law still applies here, but you just want to suspend that. So, I mean, the real answer is, people have to get engaged and understand that, where I think most conservatives, like, I dabble in social media, I don't sit there and fight people. Like, this is the battlefront, unfortunately. And this is how Russia, China, Iran, and many other of our adversaries are taking advantage of this. And it may not be that big of a thing now. I think what the ultimate effect of this is, we could lose the midterms. There's a delta between our perception on X and what's going on social media in reality. And it's a lot less than we think. And I think, you know, to me, it was like the Thomas Massey primary spelled it out for me. It's like, if you look, we're on X, it's like, this guy's going to win big time. Everybody supported him, Candace Owen, Tucker Carlson, and he just lost his ass.
Yeah.
Like, he lost by a large margin.
For an incumbent, 47 for an incumbent, that's a big loss.
Right.
Yeah. But we got to mobilize people, and they got to get as passionate for saving the country and for truth as the people are that are trying to destroy this country, trying to undermine the fabric of our nation, and that is truth.
I think it's really good that the Turning Point guys are defending themselves more aggressively. I think that's a really big part of it, because it's hard to get people to defend you more aggressively than you're willing to defend yourself.
Yep.
So I think it's really good that they've come out on offense. I think they've chosen a really good time to do it, which is this kind of, the evidence is being refreshed for everybody and added to. And so you just got to go out there and just confidently say the truth and do it in a confident and somewhat arrogant fashion. Like, no, we're right. And again, this is a nice, beautiful thing. So I don't want to use the R word if I don't have to, but right. That's what I mean.
No, we believe in the resurrection of the R word around.
Oh, good. All right. Okay. Like, no, you're being retarded, actually.
I love what you say, Gary, because that's kind of my sweet spot, which is I'm an activist and I'm involved. That's all I've ever done politically is lead activist armies. And the one thing I tell people is be engaged. Do not be an observer. People will watch a podcast like this and yeah, those guys are right. You're awesome. And thank you. Like, we appreciate it if you do that, but not really. Like, we really need you engaged. And that means being in the comments. And that means telling people who are saying stupid things, hey, you're retarded. That's ridiculous. Don't say stuff like that. Don't follow Candace Owens. She's a moron. And I really think, and you're saying it as arrogance, I do think it's mockery, like mocking Candace for what an idiot she is and the stupidity of the complexity and stupidity of the things that she's saying. If we teach our followings to do that, then we can crush them online, and it's important we do. It's not reality.
You say ridicule is the most powerful
100%.
Weapon, right? Yeah, I think we underutilize ridicule as a sort of
Yeah, I think this is a good opportunity for a fair use break, real quick. I'm loving this, by the way. Gary's doing an amazing job. He's doing great.
He's doing so great. I feel so proud to even be here and have been able to learn from him, and I'm just blown away. He's doing so great, and he's so genuine. He comes across so genuine, and I hope so many people are able to follow him and to help him grow. He deserves every second of it.
Yeah, absolutely. And I want to bring up a super chat here in just a minute, but it's there was one that we got, and it's a great opportunity. But they're bringing up a really good point here at the end of this, and that is, Gary's talking about it's mobilizing. This is what he started this podcast for. This is why I started my show as well, is to mobilize people, to inform them first off. But we have to get out here and, for lack of a better term, it's not being a muckraker, but it's just being because we still have to maintain a moral high ground, I think, on this. But we have to be engaged, and it's not enough to just sit idly by and let these people undermine, as Gary said, the very fabric of our country. And that's what it is. This is a part of the coordinated division of let me rephrase. This is using the whole drama thing that we've been talking about to undermine a successful movement, the very movement that Charlie was deeply invested in. And the moment he was gone, people see, the devil's there to kill and destroy, to seek and destroy. And that's what they're trying to do with a movement that was bringing this country not just political victory, but like revival in some cases. Like this is a, in many ways, spiritual sort of thing that was going on. And we had an opportunity when, well, I don't even want to say that. After Charlie Kirk, we saw the fruits of that. We saw people, through all the TPUSA events, this uprising felt like revival was happening. And what's the first thing that the devil wants to do? And it's to crush that. And that's what we have seen since then. And we're the ones who we want to foster more of that. And you have to find the channels and the commentators and the people that are trying to do it in whatever way they do. Because it's like it's ice cream, right? We're like ice cream around here. Not everybody likes the same flavor. But so, you know what I mean? But so long as we're selling, we're all, providing everybody with their different flavor. You might like my delivery. You might like, SK's delivery. You might like Gary's delivery. But it's people that are kind of focused around, and I'll sum this up by saying the same worldview, like what's driving our worldview. And people that are driven by just the politics of it, that's the wrong worldview. That's the setting our government officials as the highest people in the land. We have something much deeper. Like I follow God. I believe in a Christian worldview. That's what drives all my utterances and what I'm trying to do online. Find people that have a solid moral foundation. But we got to get into the fray. We have to be.
Yes, I agree. But I do think that the politics are important, and it's very important to do your civic duty and to make your voice heard and to vote. That is so important. I don't even care how you vote. You just have to vote. You are voting for the people that represent you, that are your voice in the government. You are their boss, and you cannot have proper representation if you are not voting.
100%. Yeah, I hope I didn't. Thank you for expounding on that.
Well, I'm super political.
I am
and
too. I am too.
Action alerts and paying attention to legislation and all of those things are very important to me. And I think, especially Christians tend to sit on the sidelines a lot more when it comes to our government and voting and being involved, because we believe that, God has a plan, and he's going to choose the best leaders and put the best leaders in place. And I do believe that is true. But at the same time, we have to be the hands and the feet. I mean, we have to vote. We have to make our voices heard, and we have to do what we are being led to do, including putting our faces on the internet and talking about these things, even when we don't necessarily want to.
You are 100% right. I use the analogy that politics is downstream from culture. Culture is downstream from worldview. I didn't come up with that. Somebody else did, but I've sort of adopted it. And that politics and culture have merged. Christians used to engage in the culture. And now that politics and culture are defined, they can't, or are combined, they can't sit on the sidelines and say we don't get involved in politics, because that's abdicating our responsibility to try and change the culture for the better. So we have to be involved, and that's happening in politics now. Sorry, not sorry. It is. And so you are 100% right. We have a responsibility to be out here and engaging people, be on the internet, talk to people, and, make your opinions known. I want to pull up a couple of these super chats. Jen, can you pull these up? And then I'll get back to the, to the commentary. Or Jen, should I go ahead and wait?
Or we could have her get them ready, and then we could pull them up during the next. Oh, there she goes. Look at her.
Here we go. Jen's, she's on it. She's on it. So thank you, Gary. My husband has been suckered into. Okay, that was one that we played that one a little while ago. Let's see. I sat through less painful DNA lectures in nursing school. Yeah, we covered that one too, I think, in the last one. And then I think the next one was I've been a guest on podcast the past 2 days. Oh yeah, that was Whole Truth. That's from Gil. Everybody go follow Gil at Whole Truth 12 on YouTube. Oh wow. Jay Witt just found a fund page Candace Owen put up for legal costs. Okay, she's making hundreds of thousands of dollars a month. Her husband is worth allegedly 9 figures. And kid gracious. Wow.
Grifter's gonna grift, guys.
Grifter's gonna grift. That's it. Let's see. Let's go to the next one, because I think this is Whole Truth again.
Right. I keep checking. I actually just reposted this live and on X and said, I just want to know if Candace is watching the Obscure Podcaster, Paramount Tactical, with Jeremy Boring, because I want to see how she's going to react to this.
It's going to be meltdown. It's going to be straight up meltdown. Oh my gosh. The clips are going to abound after this one. Let's see. Katie Fontaine says Jennifer is the one who gave the 130 quadrillion stat. Okay. Yeah. And I think that they called her, planning to call her back to the stand today. I don't know if that's happened or not. I think I said this on set of the show that she was going to be on, or that she was yesterday. And I guess that she was supposed to be coming in today. So that
I thought she was supposed to be going out of town, and that's why they had her on yesterday. They needed to get finished with her.
Okay.
I think that's why they went on so long about DNA yesterday.
Yeah. Thank you as well for the super chat, American Patriot. $2. It's all right being late. It's all good. The important thing is that you're here.
And everybody go hit that thumbs up button. We've had 1,000 every day that we've been doing this, and we're not there today.
Yeah. Everybody wants Gary. I get it. But you're getting
Come
him
on,
now.
guys. Gary's
Seriously.
I have the beard back here. He's still with us in spirit, and we're watching him right now, cheering him on, having a little obscure chat party.
Yes, absolutely. All right, let's hit just two more, and then I'll get back to the show, and then we'll finish the rest up. Bueller. I don't know that one. Dad joke. If it was high frequency hits megahertz. I think you read that one earlier, didn't you?
I did read that one. That one was funny. I've been having them put dad jokes in the comments when those hearings get boring.
Oh my gosh, dogs can't operate an MRI, but cats can.
Cats can. That's awesome. Good one, American Patriot.
If you lose your left arm, your right arm.
Your right arm would be left. You guys are good.
Oh my
I love
gosh.
the dad jokes.
Yeah, those are pretty good. All right, we'll get to the rest of them after this. I'm going to go ahead and play some more. So that was a nice little break for fair use. Thank you, Jen. We appreciate you. You are the GOAT.
Jen is amazing. She has to be beaming with pride right now.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Choir. And as it turns out, the choir's who needs to hear it because they're the actual ones who are motivated to show up.
Yeah. Yeah. You need to keep them moralized.
Keep them moralized. Yeah. I agree with this. I would also say there's a policy piece. You know, we need at a policy level, even small government guy like me, social media deserves our attention.
I agree.
We have to. You can't just allow foreign governments to spend billions of dollars manufacturing consensus in your country.
Yeah.
That has to be addressed, and only the government can address it. I would also say that we need to take these people to court whenever we can.
Agreed.
Candace can't win in court. Doesn't mean she'll never win a case. It means that over time, Candace can't survive in a place where she can't manufacture the rules, where she's held to a standard, where there's a sovereign in the form of the judge. And then the other thing is we have to build institutions on the right. A lot of what we're surviving right now is the death of the institutions post-COVID.
Yeah.
Post-2020, COVID was it, but it wasn't all of it. BLM in the middle of COVID and followed by 51 current intelligence officials say it was Russian disinformation, just all of it, the Hunter Biden laptop, the whole thing. The institutions just completely failed and crumbled. But conservatives believe in institutions. We're not, you can't be anti-institution and be a true conservative. Conservatives believe in the power of tradition. We believe in the power of culture. We believe in the power of law. We want to build on the foundations of the best of the past. We're not radicals and we're not revolutionaries. And we live in a radical and revolutionary and dispirited moment right now where it's very hard to know who to trust. And so we have to be the ones that you can trust, and we have to build new engines of consensus, which over time will become corrupt, and over time will have to be replaced. We don't live in a utopia. There is no perfect solution. There's no perfect institution. But you have to have institutions. You can't have a culture. You can't have a nation without a culture. And you can't have a culture with 330 individual, totally atomized automatons. We have to be able to come together and have consensus and have community and have a basis of how we are going to measure what's true and what isn't true. And it's unpopular to point to those things in our incredibly populist moment. But there's nothing virtuous about populism. Populism is a reaction to the abuses of elitism. There's nothing virtuous about elitism. Elitism is a reaction to the excesses of populism. America's always been something else. It's been a republic. We believe in republicanism. We believe in elected representatives who have to both represent us, but also lead us, have to tell us when we're wrong, but not forsake us. That's an incredible tension to maintain over time. And it's in disrepair at the moment, but it is in the genius of that tension that all good government over the last 250 years of this country has taken place. It's having people and institutions who can both speak with our voice and tell us when we're wrong. How we get back to that is going to, I think, will be the life's work of all of us post 2020. I think it'll take the rest of our lives to do anything like it. But I think we have an obligation to do it for our kids and for the future of the country.
You just said something so important, which is having a long-term vision.
Yes.
So I got engaged in politics 16 years ago or so. And at the time I said, well, we need a 40-year plan.
Yeah.
That was my view. And we as conservatives are terrible at this. Republicans, particularly terrible. We want to win the midterms.
Yep.
And then we want to win the presidential election. I travel all over the country. I've been in all 50 states. I've been in the capitals in most. I spend way too much time in Washington, D.C., in my office there. Not one time in 16 years have I had anybody say to me, oh, I have a plan to save the republic. Like, here's what we need to do to save the republic. People tell me how we can win a governorship, how we can win the presidency, get a majority in Congress, how we can pass a particular policy. All of those things are important. I'm not denigrating any of them, but people damn well better start thinking about how we save the republic. And I'm going to pitch my own thing a little bit here, which is that's why I do Convention of States, because it's a republic saving project. I'm not going to fix the country tomorrow or next year or the year after. I've been doing this 13, almost 14 years now, because I actually care about the institutions, reforming the institutions and saving the republic. I would argue there's a whole swath now. Some people call it the horseshoe right. They're proto-anarchists, actually. Like, well, We can't trust any institution ever. None of it matters. No court is legitimate. No level of government is legitimate. The medical establishment's no longer legitimate. Industry is no longer legitimate. Well, that's just anarchy, if you believe that. If we believe that, we're going to lose to the leftists because they love anarchy because that's how you get to ultimate status.
Because what the whatever term we want to use, what this movement on the right is fundamentally is of the left.
Absolutely.
Their entire basis of truth is left wing in its orientation.
It's the globalist agenda repackaged for the right.
Yeah,
that's right.
And it is based on this thing where we have to hate Israel, and then the other part of that is isolationism. That's what they're pushing. And you know, when I first saw what Candace was doing back in late November, I was horrified by what was happening. I saw this was a psychological operation that she did. But even then I had no idea that we were going to dovetail this into, you know, Tucker Carlson, Megyn Kelly, Joe Kent, and all of these other people. And, you know, what I've been saying since like late December, hey, the goal here is to make sure that we lose the midterms. If we lose the midterms, we're most likely going to lose 2028. And then they have a thing, Project 2032 is what I've been calling it, where now the Democrats are in power. And now this new right-wing opposition party is going to arise. And it looks like it. I was saying that it wasn't, but led by Tucker Carlson, to where it is this new right that is going to attempt to usurp MAGA in the same way that MAGA really took over the Republican movement. And, you know, what they want to do is they're going to be pitching, hey, we got to get away from Israel and its isolationism. And who wins when that happens? Like, we can talk about interventionism. That's dangerous. There's nothing more dangerous for the United States than extreme isolationism, especially if we let China, Russia, and BRICS, for instance, fill that void. And suddenly the US dollar is no longer the standard. We can no longer project not only military might, but definitely not financial might. And people are worried about, you know, $5 gas. Wait till it's $20 a gallon. And poverty, everyone is living in poverty in here. And that's the goal, I think. That's ultimately the slow transfer of power to the globalists. And you can get into plurality, you know, like whatever you want to call it, communism, socialism. But that is where this party, this new woke right, wants to take the United States. And this is what's going to implement that.
Isolationism has always led to the same place.
Yeah.
Like, this is not a new thing. Jefferson fought the Barbary pirates, and he didn't want to. Like, he was an isolationist at first, but the violence will come to us. The chaos will come to us. And especially in the modern era, when it comes on a jet and it gets here in a couple of hours, or comes across the Mexican border or the Canadian border, if we believe that the world will leave us alone, if we just leave them alone, that's just a fantasy.
It really is.
Yeah. No, I mean, and also, like, what country, what global empire has done better after giving up its empire? Like, how are the Portuguese doing? How are the Spanish doing? How are the British doing? Do you think their like standard of living really improved? I mean, maybe they were forced to give up their empire ultimately because they lost a major war, and so they just couldn't keep it together. But voluntarily handing it over and ceding it to China, I mean, I don't think people have fully understood that, right? It's the people, it's like the Joe Kents of the world who are saying things like, we should just unilaterally withdraw from the Middle East almost entirely. It's like, well, what are the knock-on consequences of that? What do the Gulf nations do in response to that? Well, they say, well, we need a protector. We can't just we can't deal with Iran alone. We're going to go to Beijing. Yeah. And then what happens when anything we want to do in the Middle East, or anything we want to do with oil, some sort of project we're trying to accomplish anywhere in the world, and that country says, well, that's great, we really like what you're saying, but we have to talk to Beijing before we talk to you, and we need their consent. Because that's the way the world works inverse right now, right? And China wants to do something. Most of these countries will say, well, we have to talk to Washington first. Is this a better world for the normal American? I feel like this is where that sort of pure is just extraordinarily naive, and it doesn't require adopting like this democracy promotion nonsense that we need to like build new democracies in the Middle East, to just say, no, actually we have, as a nationalist, we have significant national interests that are implicated by these in foreign countries, and we need to resolve them in a way that furthers their national interest, which is basically the Trump foreign policy in a nutshell, actually.
Yeah. Well, gentlemen, I appreciate you spending a good day with me. You know, a lot of great things have happened for me today. One of them, my show, The Pendragon Cycle, opened in the UK on Amazon Prime today, and it opened as a top 10 show.
Congratulations.
So it's a huge day in that regard. And then also, I was able to today buy back Jeremy's razors from the Daily Wire. It was 4 years ago when I got to look into a camera with a flamethrower and burn down a box of Harry's razors, because Harry's had said that basic conservative ideas were reprehensible. The co-CEO of Harry's said that we had values misalignment, and pulled all of his ads on our shows after we had been a great partner to Harry's for a number of years and extended them our personal credibility in endorsing their product. It was a great product, and we were happy to do it. But I think people don't really appreciate how big of a betrayal that is. When you say to your audience, I like this product, they believe you because they believe you about other things.
Right.
You talk to them about politics, they believe what you say. You talk to them about the news, they believe what you say. You've won their trust by being trustworthy. And so then when you say this is a good product, that's a very valuable thing. that you're doing. So when you engage in that with an advertising partner, the least you can hope for from them is that they won't say that you're bad publicly. You're saying publicly you're good. They are saying publicly you're bad. That is a complete and total betrayal. Of course, advertisers come and go on shows. That's just business. An advertiser has the right to leave for any reason. But for years, the advertisers leveraged this power over particularly conservative hosts, Rush Limbaugh, Sean Hannity, Ben Shapiro, to say, if you do what we don't like, we will signal to the marketplace that you're bad. When Ben appeared at the March for Life, we lost millions of dollars of advertisers overnight. And I went to our ad agency and said, hey, we can't have this. We can't be betrayed this way, where they not only take their money, but denounce us on the way out the door, tell their audience that we're not a good product, tell other advertisers who might be skittish that they shouldn't be advertising with us. It cannot be this way. And so from now on, if an advertiser does that, I just want you to know we're going to use the same energy that we were using to tell the audience that this company wanted their business to tell the audience that this company does not want their business. And the advertising agency said, you cannot do this. This is the way the world works. You have to accept the way that the world works. And I said, well, we don't. We don't accept that this is the way the world works. I don't care if we lose all of our advertisers. We're going to change this paradigm. And then, of course, the day came when my bluff got called. And it was Harry's. Harry's reacted to a tweet that had, I'm not kidding about this, it had 2 followers. The Twitter account had 2 followers. And they told Harry's that they should be ashamed of themselves for advertising on a network that says that fundamentally boys are boys and girls are girls. It was over the trans issue. And so Harry's pulled their money, denounced us on the way out the door, called it values misalignment, said we were reprehensible. And I called the ad agency and said, of course, you know this means war. And they said, no, don't do it. We told you don't do it. You can't do it. You cannot say that Harry's doesn't want conservative business. And I said, well, I'll do you one better. I'm just going to launch a razor company. Because our fundamental mantra at Daily Wire was, it's not enough to critique culture. You have to build culture. It's not enough to lament loss and then fundraise off of losing. No, you only win by winning, and we're going to win. And so we started an alternative. We thought, we're going to tell our audience, these razor companies don't want your business. Our razor company does want your business. Procter & Gamble spends almost $10 billion a year just advertising. And as far as I know, they don't spend any of that money with conservative hosts or conservative podcasts or conservative shows or conservative platforms or conservative networks. All of that money goes to fund broadly left-wing shows and left-wing hosts and left-wing. Now, they might call it mainstream, but the rules, we know how that game gets played. The rules that define mainstream are specifically exclusionary of any ideas held by traditional conservatives in this country. We have to build the institutions that can spend $10 billion. Sometimes people say, why a razor? What's conservative about it, fundamentally about a razor company? I say, well, we're conservative, and it's our razor company. It represents our values. It loves our audience. And in success, those organizations and institutions, as they ascend, will spend more and more money trying to speak to audiences that are aligned with it, and therefore do what the left has been doing for years, which is funding their media ecosystems through product marketing. And so Jeremy's Razors in that way was a very missional thing from the very beginning. What we were trying to accomplish was, yes, making a great product. And, that's not easy. Our first razor wasn't great. And so we failed and we learned. And we rolled out our 2nd-gen razor, and it's unbelievable. It's a fabulous product, and people have been using it now for years. In fact, I would say that Jeremy's Razors was not only a success out of the gate, but an enormous success. That commercial, the
best ever.
Well, we called it the world's greatest commercial.
I think that's true.
Or the greatest commercial of all time. We sold 40,000 razor subscriptions in the first week. 40,000, not products, but recurring subscriptions in 1 week off of that commercial, because the audience knows that you cannot stand for this. You can't stand for the status quo of giving your money to corporations that openly hate you. We did $10 million worth of razor sales in the first year of Jeremy's Razors. We did $19 million of razor sales the second year of Jeremy's Razors. The second year of Jeremy's Razors represented 10% of all of Daily Wire's total revenue for that year. To date, I think we've sold over 1 million orders. We've fulfilled over 1 million orders, done over $55 million of revenue since launching the company some 4 years ago. And when the Daily Wire said that I could buy it a few weeks ago, we began negotiations. It was a huge moment for me. Obviously, I lost Jeremy's Razors when I lost the Daily Wire 16 months ago. And losing sucks. Losing is incredibly hard. Losing a company that you've poured yourself into for a decade, that has sort of been your way of projecting your values and your worldview into the culture for a decade, an incredible loss. It's losing a company that's allowed you to create so much great content, to be a part of helping to elevate so many great hosts, be a part of so many great political wins, is incredibly devastating. But there's something especially devastating about losing a company that has your name written on every single product, and that has your face, on every single bottle. That's a real blow. And so in many ways, I feel like having this opportunity to once again own Jeremy's Razors and once again be CEO of Jeremy's Razors is just a first step in reclaiming a lot of the things that I've lost over the last year and a half. And, of course, we've been doing that with this show too. This show was the first thing that I was able to do after leaving Daily Wire, and I've been proud to do it. It's given me the opportunity to have my voice back in the public discourse, which has been an enormous blessing. But today I get to be a businessman again, and I get to be reunited with the brand that bears my name, and I get to re-engage in the battle to actually build the future, to build institutions. And I don't think that Jeremy's Razors will be the only one that we launch or the only one that we build, but I am convinced that it is the right first one. It's a real honor to have brought back on the team, to have brought back on the product, to be able to engage with customers once again. The conservative movement for most of my life has been powered almost exclusively by nonprofits. And while there are many very good conservative nonprofits, the sort of overarching premise of the conservative nonprofit in my lifetime has largely, but not exclusively, been a cycle of what I call lose, bitch, fundraise. And in that environment, you win by losing. The best thing that can happen to you is you get canceled off of some platform, or you lose some election, or you face some sort of opposition from the government or from some cultural institution. That's the best thing that can happen to you, because now everybody's upset and you can go and fundraise off of them being upset. Well, that's a recipe for defeat, even by the conservatives' own standards. We're the ones who believe in the market, and yet we use as the primary vehicle of promulgating our worldview the nonprofit mechanism instead of the one that we actually believe is more efficient. What I love about business, what I love about for-profit business, what I love about Jeremy's Razors, we only win by winning. We have to make something that you want. It has to be at a quality level that you expect. We have to fulfill our promises to you. And only then do you give us your money. You give it to us in exchange for a good. You give it to us in exchange for a service that you believe in. That means that in order for us to win, we have to succeed. On this show, we talk about agency a lot. Agency is the cure to all of the problems that ail our country. What all of the merchants of despair on the left and the right want you to believe is that you are powerless, that there is nothing that you can do. This country was built by people who believed that they could and who then did. That's what freedom is. Freedom ultimately is the freedom to try and the freedom to fail. And our founders gave it to us in the law. Christ gave it to us in the Spirit. It is for freedom that Christ has made us free, the apostle tells us. What does that mean? Well, it means you have the freedom to lose. You have the freedom to fail. You have the freedom to miss the mark. You don't have absolute understanding. You don't have absolute information. You don't have absolute discipline. But because you're free to fail, you're free to try. You'd have no freedom to do anything if you don't have freedom to fail. And in this country, we have an enormous opportunity to fail. Harry's had an opportunity to fail, and they took it. We had an opportunity to try, and we took it. That's what Jeremy's Razors is. That's what every one of us as Americans have as our birthright, is the opportunity to try. We take it for granted. We think everyone has the opportunity to try, and it isn't true. It is ours almost uniquely. Certainly, in the measure that we have it, it is ours uniquely. I've absorbed a lot of loss in my life. Almost every businessman has absorbed a lot of loss in their life. Henry Ford started 3 car companies. The first 2 failed. In fact, the second one didn't fail. It became Cadillac. He failed, and they kicked him out. Can you imagine losing your second car company? It goes on to be Cadillac, and you must think that you're totally finished. Not Henry Ford. He was stupid enough to try a third time. And he started the Ford Motor Company, and he pioneered the moving assembly line, and he put the entire country on wheels. One of the great success stories in American or human history. I don't think that failure is what stands between us and the future. In fact, I think failure is a feature, not a bug. You should try, and you should fail, and you should try again. I'm not ashamed of my failures. I'm proud of my failures because they teach me. They give me the opportunities to grow, the opportunities to try again. I think that what every builder, what every doer has in common is our willingness to face failure and get back up and keep on trying. And so that's what we're going to do with Jeremy's Razors. That's why I'm so excited to be back in control of it. And it's what I want every single person watching to do. Not start a razor company. I don't need the competition. I want you to do. I want you to believe that you can do. I want you to believe that you can do in your own personal life, in our politics. I want you to believe that you can do in your family. I want you to believe that you can do. I want you not to see yourself as a victim. I don't want you to see yourself even in failure as a failure. I want you to see in failure that you're just a person learning as you go. I want you to make corrections and try again. I don't know how we're going to defeat the despair merchants, except I know there's a lot of failure between here and there, and it's only our capacity to get back up that's going to allow us to do it. That starts with our fundamental belief that we can make a difference, that we can accomplish something great if we just try, and then we try. The future belongs to those who build it. So what I'll say to you about Jeremy's Razors is that Jeremy's Razors is a razor for people who believe that they can and who do. If you're a person who believes that you can and who then will, we would love to have your business. If you're a person who believes that you're a victim, go buy one of those other shitty razors. Thank you guys for hanging out with us tonight, and we'll see you next week.
That was so good. And
That was
also,
great.
I really kind of liked that ending there. I liked a lot of the things he was saying. I think it's important for everyone to understand that behind every successful person are all of the failures that you never saw, just like people trying to drag Trump for having filed bankruptcy. And for all of those things, most people that are extremely wealthy have filed bankruptcy multiple times. People fail. That's how you get to be successful. You have to fail. You have to learn from those failures. That's how it works. I kind of like that, but I think Gary did an amazing job. What do you think?
Oh gosh, yeah, he did. He knows this stuff. This is why when he asked me to come on, I said, "Look, Gary, if you want me to talk about this stuff to the level of detail you do, you can forget about it. Like I'm the guy knows so stinking much. It boggles my mind. That's why I use him, and and some other folks he's had on here. Him, I'll shamelessly shout out Rage Bronson knows a ton about this stuff. Jay Witt knows a ton about this stuff. Other people that are they're so stinking smart. And Gary is, sorry, but he's the guy's primo. Like he is. He absolutely is. And
He came across so professional and genuine, and I pray with everything in me that this is the springboard for Gary and that all of his stuff just takes off, because I can't think of anyone more deserving than Gary.
yeah, and I want to hit a point that he made that I was kind of trailing because I was tracking how long we had till the end. But he said that, and I think he said this before, but he said it again in this one, and it resonates with me every time I hear him say it. And it's that Tucker and Candace and these other people, it is globalism repackaged for the right, and he's the first person I've ever heard that said it that way, in that particular way. But it is so true that it's so similar. I've said it in ways like, this is just, they sound like lefties. And I talk about Tucker. Talks about feudalism and the pros of socialism. And he was talking about Maduro and all these, he talks about Sharia law. And it's just, they seem like lefties, but it really is this globalist type agenda repackaged for right-wing people. And the underlying, even though you can listen to some folks, in fact Jeremy Boring has said it once before, that Candace, her motives aren't political. I don't think, I kind of disagree, because it's having a political effect. It might not be exactly why she's doing it. She might be doing it out of spite, or just for the plethora of other reasons that she could be doing it. But it is having a political effect, and it's a compounding effect when you include the Candaces, the Megyn Kellys, the Tucker Carlsons, I throw Nick Fuentes in there. I personally do. All these nefarious Ian Carroll, all these folks they're having a major political impact for the negative. And it's just, that thing sums it up. Another couple things that, let's see. He was talking there at the end, Jeremy Boring was, about parallel economy. And I think thought it was interesting that he brought it up, because that was something we used to really love. Like, we love talking about forming a parallel economy. The major corporations were run by the left and the globalists and all of that. Now we had Jeremy's Razors, which was, people were whooping and hollered about it. Like, we got our own thing now, with people actually doing their own thing. And I haven't looked at social media, but I'm going to assume that if I go on X, I'm going to see a bunch of people saying, "Oh, he just bought a failed razor company," or whatever. They're going to bash that. And it's another example of what I know Gary talks about all the time, that we are self-destructing on the right, and we are attacking our own and creating these rifts that are dividing us politically, culturally. And, it's, you hate to see it happen, but it's, so long as you've got Gary Meltons out there, and I'm going to get to all these super chats, because I've seen everybody bringing these in. So long as we have the Gary Meltons of the world, and so long as we have the SKDouble Dubs of the world, and so long as we have all these great creators out here trying to do the right thing, that's what gives me hope. I'm not a black-pilled person. I was joking with somebody the other day that I'm kind of gray-pilled on things, but we can't look as if there is no option for us to win this thing. And too many people on the right do.
Yes. And I think the parallel economy is a great point, but not just parallel economy, parallel everything. We have to make parallel everything. And shameless plug for my good friend, Data Republican. Go make sure you follow Data Republican on X and buy her book. It is out for pre-sale. It's called Unelected. And she worked tirelessly on that book. It will be coming out in October. And one of the solutions that she talks about is building the parallel system. That's the only way to counter the globalist, which now they're calling it internationalism, internationalists, because they changed the language just like they did with democracy. That word gives me the creeps. But make sure you go follow her because she talks a lot about this as well. And her book is going to be something that everyone needs to read. I contributed a tiny bit to it. But it's amazing and everyone's going to need to read that. So make sure you're following her, subscribe to her if you can, and make sure you buy her book and read it when it comes out because it is extremely important for everyone to understand how the globalists have influenced this country.
Yeah. Well, that sounds good. Everybody go check that one out. I think your video froze, SK. Did it freeze on your end, Jen?
Yeah, she's frozen.
Oh, okay.
Oh, no, she's back.
Now you're
She's
back. Okay. You're back
All right,
now.
I'm gonna go through.
I don't know what happened. I have
Oh, it's okay.
Starlink.
It's okay.
I'm going to go through some of the questions and comments and super chats for you guys.
Perfect. Let's do it. So proud of you, Gary, for speaking the damn truth about Candace. Yes, there you go. Absolutely. And he holds nothing back. Gary and Gray have been the only ones speaking truth. Yep. Agreed. 100%. Gary's like the guy.
I will push back on that a little bit because I know people like SK and you, Jared, and Rage and Artie and Jay Witt and a couple other people have been out there pushing back on Candace, but Gary definitely was one of the first people out there pushing back on the narrative. So while I agree he was one of the first, there are a bunch of really great creators out there pushing back on Candace as well.
Yeah. Yeah. There are a lot of people doing it, but Gary he's put himself in the crosshairs with a lot of this and he has absorbed it with, and I know I'm sitting here glossing his ego, but it's totally worth it because the guy has been taking a lot of heat rounds about this stuff and he does it with a great deal of poise. So I'll give him the win on that one.
And for those of you who don't know, there's a lot that goes on behind the scenes that you may not be aware of, like actually people going onto their property and threatening the family, doing things and destroying their property. And it's scary. I mean, I am on the receiving end of Baron Coleman. I've been doxxed. I've been threatened. But what I've been through is nothing like what Gary and his family has gone through. And they're still out there fighting.
Yeah. Yet another. Sorry, go ahead.
No, I was just going to say, I completely agree with that. I think everyone needs to understand that there's a lot of risk when you are speaking out, especially when you're going against what is being pushed, what is, I don't want to say popular because I don't necessarily think it really is popular, but what appears to be popular when you are speaking out, if you're a conservative especially, you are taking a risk. You're putting everything on the line to speak the truth and to stand up for the truth. And I do want to say, thank you to my family for being so encouraging and pushing me to do this, even when I've said, I don't think I can do this. I don't think I'm cut out for this. Today is my son's birthday. So shout out to my son and also Juju in the comments. Happy birthday. But when Gary asked if I could do this today, I was like, oh yeah, I can. I don't have anything in the morning, and then I was like, wait, what time are we doing stuff for the birthday? And my family was like, you're doing this. My son was like, I don't care. We can go to dinner tomorrow night. Like, it doesn't have to be tonight because they believe in this and they believe in me. And I want to say thank you to my family for being so encouraging. And I want to thank every person that speaks out for the truth. Gary, his family, I know his wife sacrifices so much for of time with him for him to be able to do this. And I just want to say thank you. I think our families don't necessarily get enough credit for what they sacrifice for us to do this.
Facts. Gary debunked the Spider-Man theory. Yup. It was pretty, I mean, he went there, but it's like, okay, here you go. Get on the roof.
Is Gary going to join us before we get finished, maybe?
I'm trying to get him on, but I think they're going out to dinner.
I knew that. I just didn't know if he'd hop on even just with audio only, like a quick call to say hi.
Let's see. Love seeing how Gary is growing himself and his network, and we have become such a community. That's it. I found my people. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Making Z more. That's funny. Gary and team deserve a freaking award for all the hard work they've been doing since last September. Yes, they do. Gary, Jen, Summer, it's whole, like everybody. It takes a lot to do it. Gary is so chill. He doesn't need to drink his water. Yeah, no, I'd be so nervous. I'd be slugging it. Everyone needs to understand.
I get nervous coming on here. I get nervous all the time. I could not.
Everyone needs to understand the cognitive biases to understand someone that can't break out of a narrative that was presented as fact through a source that has been trusted. Yeah, Matt, I think I see what you're saying here. I am pretty critical of people who look. I've watched people who support Candace, and you think, okay, they'll go on and have a say that they would have a conversation with somebody, but I'm not as gracious with some of these folks, because if you can't just look at the basic facts of what's presented to you and see how you're following something that is so skewed as the Candace Owens conspiracy theory factory that she's created there in her basement, like I'm maybe I should be more gracious to them, but I really find it very difficult. Let's see. Problem is everyone calls everything a psyop now. Yeah, I think we covered that one just a minute ago. Gary's so awesome. You guys at Paramount Tactical are a blessing. Thank you for everything. I trust you do. Yeah, they built a great organization. So, okay, I'm done. Candace Owens is going insane. I'm about to be typing away to respond on every dumbass post she makes on X. Have fun. Get after it. Thanks for the super chat. Something interesting to me is talking about this on X and Reddit. How many of the pro CK conspiracy people are women? I feel like it's most of them.
Listen, women are being used in all of this by multiple angles, just like convincing women that having children and getting married will end your life and your future. They are taking everything that women were born for and our natural instincts and telling them that it's bad. And then you have these women that are using that natural instinct to nurture and care for, and they're turning it on groups of people like, the illegals, and putting themselves, and if they have children, putting their children in danger to protect people that would not do anything to help them in any way. So I'm not at all surprised that it's women, because that is one of the things that's been going on for years, convincing women of these crazy things and making them go against all of their instincts. I don't know how they're doing it, but it's absolutely wild to me. That's actually what we talked about, Jen, when I was on here last time.
True story. And we need to do another show on that, because we've got to get our sisters away from these crazy, wild, can't have children, don't have children, don't, honor your husband beliefs. Like, it is absolutely insane.
I completely agree. I don't know how to fix it. I don't know how to wake people up, but I will tell you, having children is one of the most challenging things that you'll ever do in your life, but it's the most rewarding. And we have to raise the next generation of Americans to love this country and the Constitution, and to stand firm on the Constitution, have pride in this country. There is nothing wrong at all with being proud of your country.
And you never met anybody who said they regretted it. Well, with a few exceptions. Like, I think, didn't Lena Dunham become famous because she talked about how she wished she had more abortions, or somebody like that? But I could be wrong. It was one of those Hollywood people.
I
who
don't
was
know. I
person.
have no idea. I've never met anyone that regretted having children in a family at all.
Yeah.
And I think a lot more marriages would be better if, my opinion only, and I don't judge what people do in their homes. But I do think that the biblical structure of a family is the way that it's supposed to be for a reason. And I don't think a lot of women that don't know a lot about the Christian faith understand what it truly means when people talk about being, the husband being the head of household and, the wife, being submissive and things like that. I don't think that people that are not Christian understand what type of control you have when you are, your husband is the head of household and you are, living a biblical life. You have way more control than most of these women think that they have. I mean, having your husband literally serve you because you are serving your husband. I just think that that's something a lot of women don't understand. And it's sad to me, honestly.
Yeah. Colton W1 said, I just went in on Candace on X. SK, keep it up. Jared, first time seeing you, but I will be subscribing. Thank you. And I'm assuming you're subscribed to SK. Make sure that you did. Patriot Source Network over on YouTube. All right, Stephen, gifted 10 Paramount Tactical memberships. Thank you, Stephen. We appreciate
Steven
you.
is awesome. I love Steven. Always so supportive.
I don't know, Stephen. That's is Stephen one of the ones that usually gives out a bunch of memberships and does all that? Okay.
Every day. Every day.
Oh, that's great. That's great. I Rule says, Jared, SK Jen, thank you. You're doing a great job. So proud of Gary and his community. Absolutely. Thank you so much for the super chat. We appreciate you. Okay, this is interesting. Colton says, I used to be an anarchist. Those people are the smartest yet dumbest people I ever met. Zero morals in a country that was founded by religious rules. Copied the enforcement from the UK for law enforcement. Anarchy is thumbs down. Yeah. Jeremy was kind of talking about that at the end, that, the systems can become corrupted and that you have to, kind of rein things in and all of that. And anarchy is it's got a bad reputation for a reason. It never works. You got to have systems. There are systems that need to be in place. Thank you, Odorized. That's an interesting username. Odorized Ramblings for the $5.56. Thank you so much. 556. Gary, great job. You did very well. Yes, he did. Gary, I knew he was going to. Those SF guys, they thrive under any sort of pressure. Like, it's just.
Can I just point out, I do notice the 556. So great job, Odorize.
And
good.
I'm going to jump in here and say, you guys skipped over the first part. Jared and SK, you guys did a great job today.
Thank you.
From the producer,
Jared did a great job.
You guys are awesome. You're welcome back anytime to guest host. Hopefully we will have Gary traveling all over the world and we can have you guys back a lot more.
I would love it.
Notice the beard. It's back here, guys. I put it on the little jackalope behind me.
So long as I get to do the next one with SK, the next one I have to do. This is fun. I've enjoyed it.
You guys, like, as we were hitting the live button and turning the feed on, I was like, you're going to have to lead this and drive this bus. Like, that's how we decided who was going to, like, do this. It was as we were going live, just so everyone's aware.
I will say I was slightly disappointed that SK did not have the beard on.
I almost tried to. I was trying to think of what to say. Like, what am I going to say to introduce myself as, taking Gary's spot, the irreplaceable man.
That was the hardest thing for me, which is why I ordered that beard. I was like, at least I can make it funny by wearing the beard when I have to open, because he had never trusted anybody with his show before. And I'm like, why me? And that's another thing. I feel like I need to thank Gary and Jen for believing in me and having so much confidence in me when I definitely haven't had the confidence in myself. It means a lot to me. And all of you guys in the chat that have been so supportive I really, really appreciate it. I don't think you guys know how much it means.
We do actually have the best chat on all of YouTube. So I want to thank them and thank all of our mods. So I'm going to give Jared the first statement, and then SK will close out with you. Give us something genius to depart from this live from.
So I'm going first.
Yeah, you're first.
Okay. All right. No, I think what I'll take away from all this, we talked about the court trial or the prelim trial. We talked about all that, which was great. Thanks, Gil, by the way, for coming on and being a pro and helping us out with that. But this, the ending of this was, we've talked about what Gary has been doing with his channel. We've talked about what, SK's doing with her channel and their podcast and all these other great creators out here, that it should be a reason not to be black-pilled, be gray-pilled, be skeptical, whatever, that's fine. But we've got to have a vision for the future. And this is kind of what it takes. It takes people who are interested in the truth, facts, all that to move forward. And to remember what, honestly, I'm taking something that Jeremy Boring said at the end, that failure is, and I can't remember what he said, failure is a feature of, but I just wrote down failure is a feature of humanity. And I really think that's it. Like we've got a long road to hoe where we're trying not to fail for the midterms. We've got a long road to hoe to try to not fail in 2028. We've got a lot of things that we need to fix inside this country. But, today is another day where I remain hopeful. And I remain hopeful. That's a good one. I hope everybody else will do the same. And I have to make one other point, and I'm going to turn it over to SK, is that I have now broken my record for the longest live stream I've ever done. I've never done a stream 5 hours and 20 minutes, but today is a first for me, and I have truly enjoyed hanging out with you, SK. You're a breath of fresh air. It's been great.
It's been fun, and you did great, and I'm so glad that you were able to drive the bus because you did a great job. There's a couple people in the comments that have been asking about the hearing and saying you're not going to finish covering it. Just so you're aware, I mean, you can always go over to the KSL. I think it's KSL. YouTube, they have the entire live stream. You didn't miss from where we left off to where it finished. All they were doing was arguing about the Exhibit 16, I think it is, on the exhibit list, which is that taped the video statement by Lance Twiggs, and they are going to play it first thing in the morning, but it's going to have redactions. I'm not sure if it's going to have all 11 pages redacted, if they're just going ahead and allowing all the redactions that the defense asked for, or if they are picking different things. I'm not sure about that, but there will be redactions, and it will be played first thing tomorrow morning. So make sure you're back here for that. Other than that, I think another thing we need to take from this is that it is never the wrong choice to do the right thing and stand up for what's right and to stand up for truth, regardless of the cost of that. Everyone needs to stand up for what you believe in, and don't be the silent majority. Get loud. And everybody needs to pay attention to the language that's being used and put out there, the changing of the meaning of the words, the communists, the foreign countries, the DSA, all of these globalists or internationalists, as they're calling it now. It's important to watch out for. Pray for discernment. Having discernment is the most important thing right now because there's so much propaganda and so much misinformation being pushed to the masses. People are having a hard time discerning what is true and what isn't. So make sure you're praying for discernment. But other than that, make sure you vote. Get out and vote. Stand up for what's right. And I really hope and pray that today is going to be the turning point for Gary and Paramount Tactical and everything that Gary and Jen and Summer are planning. And I hope all you guys will continue to support them and their endeavors. And hopefully this goes to the moon. The sky's the limit, right?
That's it. And if you haven't done so, everybody, on your way out, hit the like button, the subscribe button, the notification bell. become a member, do all the great things. Do all the great things.
Yes. And Patriot Source Podcast is going to be starting on Patriot Source Network on YouTube. PS Pod 25 on X. And it's on Rumble too. You can probably just search for Patriot Source. It'll be starting at 9:30 p.m. Eastern time. So if you want to join us then, we would love to have you.
All right.
Thank you so much, SK and Jared. We are incredibly grateful for you guys to take so much time and guest host the podcast tonight. And hopefully we will have some pretty amazing things to announce in the next couple of days, especially with SK and some of the stuff she's doing. And Jared, we would love to, well, we hinted around at it, but we'd love to have you over here as well. So thank you to the chat. Thank you to the mods. Thank you to our guests and, of course, our amazing guest hosts for tonight. And just please share the content. If you do nothing else, please, please, please share the content. And we will see you all tomorrow.
Have a great night.
Thanks, guys. Good night.